My mom says you can do better. He's so immature. You're better off without him. My dad says the guy is a loser. He's anything but pure. You're better off without him. Do I only like you because they don't? I'll sneak out my window at 3 a.m. Ride shotgun with a bottle of gin. I feel sick, but I'll hold it in. I know you're bad for me. Don't think my parents will understand. They say I'm Wendy, Peter Pan. If you go with them, you'll never land. I know you're bad for me. Bad for me. Bad for me. Bad for me. My brother says he's a tryhard, and he won't go far. You're different when you're with him. Do I only like you because they don't? I'll sneak out my window at 3 a.m. Ride shotgun with a bottle of gin. I feel sick, but I'll hold it in. I know you're bad for me. Don't think my parents will understand. They say I'm Wendy, Peter Pan. If you go with them, you'll never land. I know you're bad for me. Bad for me. Bad for me. Bad for me. My mom says you can do better. He is so immature. You're better off without him. Bad for me.
He got a rocket ship, it runs on bliss. Nobody can bring you down. A supersonic, so make a wish. Moving at the speed of sound. You know, nobody can bring you down. You go, moving at the speed of sound. You got a time machine, it's in your dreams. Nobody can bring you down. There are kings and queens in your own bloodstream, moving at the speed of sound. You know, nobody can bring you down. You go, moving at the speed of sound. You know, nobody can bring you down. You go, moving at the speed of sound. You know, nobody can bring you down. You go, moving at the speed of sound.
We are that summer sunset, that southern chicken fried. First kiss in a Chevy on a football Friday night, with the smell of sweet magnolias. Back road you learn to drive. We're a dusty old bar stool, coke and a chorus line. From the river banks of the Mississippi to the Smoky Mountains in Tennessee. From Louisiana sweet Carolina. If there's nowhere else to go, with a country music song playing on your radio. On the riverbanks of the Mississippi to the Smoky Mountains, Tennessee. From Louisiana to Mobile, Alabama, land of the green. This country's you and me. This country's you and me.
Stitch me back together and mend my soul to this. Bound by chains that hold us, we won't be silent. We were born in blood. 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 We were forced in fire. We were born in blood. We were born in blood.
Now tell me how you gonna get out of this hot mess while cutting up the evidence in your twisted little game. You clench your fists and wish you could just send it all up in flames.
Your nose is getting longer with every little lie you tell. It's winding round and round. Ain't gonna trip, 'cause you already fell. You're slinking through the back door and hiding every tiny clue, and nobody can catch you. But I got news for you. No matter how low you go, you don't stop to check for regret, 'cause you got cobwebs in your soul. Now tell me how you gonna get out hot mess. Out of this hot mess. Now tell me, how you gonna get out of this hot mess? Tell me, it's getting a little hot in here. No, you can't get away. I see your tear at the seams, the start of the fray. Now tell me how you gonna get, how you gonna get out of this hot mess. You ain't gonna get out of this hot mess. This is the hour, coming face to face to decide the fate I choose. This is the moment, standing in between. It's not as it seems for me. This is the moment, not find the answer. Redefine, hear it in my soul. Redefine what I thought was whole. Hear it in my soul. Hear the thumb of it's up to me.
Cutting through the dirt by the old barn, dreaming of you with your boots on. Been a long, hard week, got my head spinning round and round. At 5:15 on a Friday night, it's time to set it off like dynamite. So tell all your friends that we'll be going till dawn. When I hear that song, I wanna get crazy, turn it up, baby. Can't go wrong when it's me and my lady. Follow my lights, come on. Get your crew in the trucks with the 95. Summer rolls till the tiki torches lakeside. All night long, you can find us here, 'cause this is where we belong. Come on, get your hands up, get 'em up high. I wanna see your red solo cup sky. Tell everybody that we're going till dawn. When I hear that song, I think of my baby. That summer was crazy all night long. You can find us
try to resist, but the pull is too strong. 'Cause living all my days without you, well, it just feels so wrong. Try to move on, but I just keep getting stuck. 'Cause you're on my mind all night, boy, till the sun comes up. I know you said we can't live like this, having to hide ourselves away for every single kiss. But I can't help but love you. I can't help, baby, I can't help but love you.
you slow me down. You show me things I didn't know about. You make it right, can't do no wrong. I close my eyes, it's like you're dancing with the lights on. Let's take a ride, late in the night. Forget the trouble, baby, we don't have to fight. That's all I want then, that's all I need. And there's no question, nothing's coming in between. Our love doesn't come around too much, and that's the only reason that I keep believing. It's something we can really touch. Nothing gonna break us long as we are breathing. Your love is so exciting. Stay with me, you know I like it. Now we're here, why don't we try it? Maybe this is perfect timing. We don't know just where we're going. Rain comes down, the river's flowing. Now we're here, why don't we try it? Maybe this is perfect timing. You got the vibe, you pass the test. Nobody better, yeah, 'cause you're the best. You think I'm crazy, moving too fast. We all got baggage, so let's leave it in the past. Let's take a chance, let's roll the dice. You never know, well maybe this could change your life. And even if it don't work out, at least we try, baby, ain't that what life's about, yeah. We could waste our whole life wondering if all of this is really worth it. Even if it goes right, but we know in the end nothing's ever perfect. Girl, your love is so exciting. Stay with me, you know I like it. Now we're here, why don't we try it? Maybe this is perfect timing. We don't know just where we're going. Rain comes down, the river's flowing. Now we're here, why don't we try it? Maybe this is perfect timing. Maybe it's perfect. Perfect timing. Maybe it's perfect. Perfect timing. Maybe it's perfect. Maybe it's perfect. Perfect timing. Maybe it's perfect.
Whoever it is you love, you're beautiful. Just know that you are enough. Whoever you truly are, show 'em all that you're gonna shine like a star. 'Cause it's time to step in your light. Yeah, you're gonna thrive, you're who you're meant to be. Yeah, we gonna celebrate you. Got greatness in your nature, bravery is all that I see. Whenever it feels too much, carry on. You ain't gotta do it alone. You can hold your head up, yeah, be strong. 'Cause hope will never be gone. As your power only grows from your head down to your toes, you are fabulous. You deserve the kindest touch, there's no limit to your love, to your love. You got the power in you. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, you're incredible. Oh, 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 oh. Nobody knows you better than you. Living it up with nothing to prove. You got the power in you. You're living the life you love. Don't need to change for anyone. Let yourself fly free, get what you need, 'cause you're number one. Yeah, you're an inspiration, exceed all expectation. Oh, you got this now. Doesn't matter if they judge, there's no limit to your love. You got the power in you. Oh, you're incredible. Nobody knows you better than you. Living it up with nothing to prove. You got the power in you.
is calling out to me. Yeah, on the strip, walking at 1 a.m. Bright light shining, and I know I am not gonna wanna leave. No, no, not me. A beach blonde girl from Albuquerque, toes in the sand, watching the surfing boys go by. Why, oh, why does summer have to end? Got my suntan, got my music playing. Life is so good, and I'm just saying, why, oh, why does summer have to end? A beach blonde girl from Albuquerque, toes in the sand, watching the surfing boys go by. Why, oh, why does summer have to end? Got my suntan, got my music playing. Life is so good, and I'm just saying, why, oh, why does summer have to end?
My mom says you can do better. He's so immature. You're better off without him. My dad brother says the guy is a loser, he's anything but pure. You're better off without him. Do I only like you because they don't? I'll sneak out my window at 3 a.m. Ride shotgun with a bottle of gin. I feel sick, but I'll hold it in. I know you're bad for me. Don't think my parents will understand. They say I'm Wendy, Peter Pan. If you go with them, you'll never land. I know you're bad for me. Bad for me. Bad for me. Bad for me. My brother says he's a tryhard, and he won't go far. You're different when you're with him. Do I only like you because they don't? I'll sneak out my window at 3 a.m. Ride shotgun with a bottle of gin. I feel sick, but I'll hold it in. I know you're bad for me. Don't think my parents will understand. They say I'm Wendy, Peter Pan. If you go with them, you'll never land. I know you're bad for me. Bad for me. Bad for me. Bad for me. My mom says you can do better. He's so immature. You're better off without him. Bad for me.
He got a rocket ship, it runs on bliss. Nobody can bring you down. A supersonic, so make a wish. Moving at the speed of sound. You know, nobody can bring you down. You go, moving at the speed of sound. You got a time machine, it's in your dreams. Nobody can bring you down. There are kings and queens in your own bloodstream, moving at the speed of sound. You know, nobody can bring you down. You go, moving at the speed of sound. You know, nobody can bring you down. You go, moving at the speed of sound. You know, nobody can bring you down. You go, moving at the speed of sound.
We are that summer sunset, that southern chicken fried. First kiss in a Chevy on a football Friday night, with the smell of sweet magnolias. Back road you learn to drive. We're a dusty old bar stool, coke and a chorus line. From the river banks of the Mississippi to the Smoky Mountains in Tennessee. From Louisiana to Mobile, Alabama, land of the green. This country's you and me. a sweet Carolina. If there's nowhere else to go, with a country music song playing on your radio. On the riverbanks of the Mississippi to the Smoky Mountains, Tennessee. From Louisiana to Mobile, Alabama, land of the green. This country's you and me. This country's you and me.
Stitch me back together and mend my soul to this. Bound by chains that hold us, we won't be silent. We were born in blood. 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 We were forced in fire. We were born in. We were born in. We were born in. Born in blood. We were born in blood. 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 We were born in blood. We were forced in fire. We were born in blood. In blood. Forced in
Now tell me how you gonna get out of this hot mess while cutting up the evidence in your twisted little game. You clench your fists and wish you could just send it all up in flames.
Your nose is getting longer with every little lie you tell. It's winding round and round. Ain't gonna trip, 'cause you already fell. You're slinking through the back door and hiding every tiny clue, and nobody can catch you. But I got news for you. No matter how low you go, you don't stop to check for regret. 'Cause you got cobwebs in your soul. Now tell me how you gonna get
this hot mess.
This is the hour, coming face to face to decide the fate I choose. This is the moment, standing in between. It's not as it seems for me. This is the moment that find the answer. Either find, hear it in my soul, redefine what I thought was It's up to me.
因为我也是第一次在 LPL 进季后赛嘛，所以我觉得走一轮是一轮嘛，然后每一把都会进步一点。
就是季后赛输了的话，就相当于被别人送回家了嘛。然后就是千万不能让这种事情发生吧。然后很希望送你们回家。
就虽然我们现在状态不是特别好，但我觉得经过可能这几天的调整，然后季后赛我们会发挥得更好。
个人的话，就希望自己状态越来越好吧，然后也希望团队可以打得越来越好，然后可以去赢下季后赛。
我们现在已经跟之前不一样了，我们会从最下面的排名，然后争取杀到最后一轮。我们这一次会打败你们。
就我们自己当时版本理解有点错误吧，然后前4我们一个都没赢，就有点可惜。然后我希望后面能把他们全赢下来。
作为一个职业选手来说，我打职业之前和打职业打到现在的目标都是冠军。
最后看到我们实力就是不只是30名，我们以前不是常规赛初期的我们了，希望他们谨慎一点。
我觉得 BO3 的话运气比较偏多一点吧，然后在 BO5 里面纯看硬实力。季后赛我只有一个目标，就是冠军。
就是我想对季后赛遇到我们的对手说，就是遇到我们，你们可能要提前回家了。
And here we go as we debut into the second round of the LPL playoffs of 2023 summer. I am Asterix. I'm joined by Kitty for this round. And Kitty, it's a pleasure to have you for what Plans to be a pretty good matchup with EDG versus OMG. Narratives out the wazoo here, but two storied organizations in the LPL going head-to-head in an elimination match.
Yeah, this is going to be quite the spicy one. Like you said, there is a lot of history between the organizations and the players themselves. But of course, we are entering into round 2 of the playoffs now, and we have seen quite a bit of the new patch with the 2 previous best of 5s, which we also have to talk about. Rest in peace, RNG and WE.
Oh, yeah. Oh, God, there's a lot of... I mean, if we're talking about storied organizations, a lot going on so far in playoffs that have people shocked. As you said, RNG... yesterday were eliminated by NIP. And when we consider that NIP, previously V5, haven't been a roster that's represented us on the world stage, the fact that they have taken down the storied RNG is already just big news.
It might be written in the script because Shadow has never lost to RNG ever since his return into the LPL, and it really made sense. I just feel like NIP, they showed up, they were the better teams, and they took this 3-1 series to their win. And up next, I believe they're versing Weibo Gaming, and I believe Angel's post-match interview was quite the spicy one. He's looking for revenge once again. And Angel, he doesn't plan on stopping, but obviously we see that there was so much prior and new champions coming to the new meta. It was Rumble prior and a lot of Rel jungle, which was extremely annoying for RNG to deal with. And I just feel like it's quite refreshing because we've been on patch 13.12 for the longest time, but luckily for us, it's going to be a bit of a shift off. We're going to see a lot of new carry mid laners coming into this new one, and I'm excited to see what these two teams, which is going to be OMG versus EDG, has cooking for us coming soon.
Yeah, hopefully, again, continues to spice up. Yesterday, as you were mentioning, it was a priority on Rel for Shadow. That, in the end, I wouldn't say got them across the line, but definitely helped out as NIP in a thrilling game number 4, stopping RNG from the reverse sweep potential. And Shadow again, 6 steal. Yeah, he does. I feel like NIP, you know, full of surprises this split, Kitty. This is a roster that we didn't really pick to hit playoffs. I think me personally, I saw that they were running the same lineup back apart from Angel and thought, yeah, okay, this is a mid-tier team, but they get beaten out by the likes of maybe an IG who are an up-and-comers, you know, maybe get pushed out of the lock rather by some of the better teams with more experienced members. But NIP so far, the fact that they've already beaten RNG, which is more than any of us expected, pretty much any of us, is already a miracle run starting for NIP. They got Weibo coming up next with this win, but taking down RNG, it's upset city already down in that bottom side bracket. As Weibo wait for them tomorrow to see what kind of spice they bring into that matchup. But as Kitty already alluded to, today is OMG EDG. And Kitty, EDG already beating WE in the first round of playoffs. They've managed to knock them out as well. And EDG are going to try and test OMG to see how far they can make this stream run and how they can try and lock in regionals at the very least.
Yeah, this one between OMG and EDG is going to be very important. Like you alluded to, Stairs, whoever wins this best of 5 will secure themselves a spot in the regional finals. But we've already seen a bit of a glimpse from EDG's performance and overall form coming into the new patch. And I feel like it's relatively nice for them. Ala in particular stood out so much for me in that series up against WE. I feel like he had the most consistent performance out of all the carries alongside Jie, where something else that also kind of stood out to me was that Jie's ability to expand his champion pool and play something like the Ivan, which is going to be extremely prioritized coming into this new patch, of course. But we have a lot of narratives, like you've been saying, but I wanted to highlight the 80 carries that we have going into tonight. It's going to be between Uzi and Abel, and both players coming from RNG. I mean, everyone knows who Uzi is, but we'll have to wait on that one because I believe we can see the handsome players in the LPL coming onto stage very soon.
We can. So we're going to throw it over and introduce OMG and EDG to the stage over in Xi'an.
2023年英雄联盟职业联赛夏季赛季后赛，首先让我们欢迎 Oh My God！上单山鸡， 中单 Cream。下路 Able。辅助 PP God。以及主教练 Despair。接下来，让我们欢迎上海 Edward Gaming Hiken。上单阿乐，打野杰杰，中单 Fofo， 下路 UZI。辅助 Mako， 以及主教练茂凯。LPL 夏季赛季后赛的第3日对决由 OMG 对阵上海 EDG 合创汽车即将开始 ，LPL 无畏进巅峰。
OMG and EDG take to the stage over in Xi'an, over in WE's home arena to seat 600 people. And as soon as Uzi comes out of the stage, Kitty, you know that it is a little bit EDG favoured here with the tenure player in the LPL. And Kitty, you know, I got some exciting little fun facts to welcome us into this second round. OMG, the last time this team has made playoffs in both splits, which, by the way, making it in spring, remember they got top 4, which was huge in the LPL. They've also made playoffs again here, starting in the second round with their seeding. The last time they managed to make playoffs in both splits of a year was 2017. So already, like, we've got so much to talk about with this OMG lineup being the most successful in over 5 years, which is huge for an organization that's been around for almost as long as the likes of EDG and the RNGs.
Yeah, and there's a reason why OMG has garnered so many new fans coming into 2023, and it's with this specific 5-man roster in itself, because if we throw it back to spring where they did make the playoffs, they were considered the huge underdogs where most people didn't really expect OMG to reach that round 4 for the double elimination, but they took convincing wins up against super rosters like Top Esports and LNG, and I feel like coming into this summer playoffs, which is going to be their first best of 5 up against EDG, the question is can they recreate the miracle run from the spring playoffs but take the shot even longer and further this time around?
I will say, against the likes of EDG in their current form, you think it's possible. Like, I feel like, Kitty, it's going to be strange to say, but OMG have been more consistent than EDG, at least in the past couple of weeks. Like, we were just talking off air about how OMG faced off against EDG. It was a 2-1, but I feel like OMG were more convincing in the fashion, even beating RA, AL 2-0 in both those series to end off as well. OMG finishing 5th, and for a reason. This team almost getting towards that top 4. It does feel like consistency is a word I'd associate with them right now, considering that they've stuck with this roster now for a couple of years and have really worked at it, and for a good merit.
Yeah, and I feel like the biggest difference coming into the summer playoffs for this roster in particular is that because they have a lot of new eyes set onto this team coming into this split in particular, a lot of people are expecting them to be the contenders for being an LPL representative at Worlds this year. And I guess the stakes is so much more different with such high expectations as well from the fans. But I feel like they have a really good shot, like you said, because OMG's, when we throw it back to the regular split, one of their best attributes comes from their ability to play synergized team fights, and I feel like that's something that EDG can't promise us just quite yet, or at least me myself isn't too convinced in. As if you look at them, everyone came to watch Shanty and end up staying for Cream, and I feel like we don't highlight Cream's improvement enough coming into this new split, and he really has outshined his counterparts in those regular season games, and I can't really wait to see what he does with the new patch of 13-13.
There's another member we're missing as well, right? It's Abel, down in the bottom side. Abel has got the most MVPs on OMG. He's actually tied with Uzi, which is going to lead nicely into my point in a second, is that this AD carry, you know, has been more consistent as we get into draft. Just that quick here for our round 2 start in the LPL playoffs. Abel versus Uzi, we've got some stories there for you, both on 8 MVPs. But that can wait until after draft, Kitty, because for now, on 13-13, we have to talk about those new picks you were mentioning. Already fight taken up against Aki, you love it. But Shanji losing the Rumble, that's moved to like S+ tier at the moment, is a good call by EDG.
Yeah, red side bans for this series is going to be extremely tough for EDG to take because you have to consider the fact that Kai'Sa, Vi, and Rumble probably are going to be permabanned coming into this series. So that is going to most likely going to be the final ban of a Kai'Sa, as we've seen a lot of pop-off moments from our AD carry in OMG's Abel, but I'm assuming, you know, being let open, I'm not too sure if they want to prioritize the Tristana or the Kai'Sa in this instance. We have seen a lot of Tristana priority, although LeBlanc is still currently extremely high presence around the entire world as well coming to this new patch, which that just reminds me. Fofo in his series up against WE, he was called out by, I believe, Molecule on Twitter as well, but I was just questioning. So Fofo played the new LeBlanc, which is the nerf static shiv as well, but you need to have minion DMAT as that secondary rune to be able to one-shot the back wave because of how the item has been changed to being no longer being able to execute on those minions. But we have the Rel, which could potentially also be a flex. However, JJ hasn't shown us that coming into this new patch.
But again, we only got 13-13 at the start of playoffs, so further to the point, it'll stay as a flex for now. But still 2 strong meta picks, right? Kai'Sa, Rel. A natural response here is Maokai Cassante. That seems right for OMG, especially when Shanji, at least one of his most played, is up towards that top lane OP champ. It is 13-13, not 13-14. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. As at least now OMG playing between the possibilities because Cream has played the Tristana a little bit, but Abel has played it 10 times. That's the thing. That's what's in OMG's head, EDG's head rather, that they're like, well, this is probably an Abel pick, but for now they're going to play off the power of the flex to keep EDG guessing.
And you also have to consider the fact that because Abel is so happy to have something like the Tristana up against what is going to be most likely an AP Kai'Sa going that static shiv and also the Gwinsu build to really shut her down in that early game, Cream coming into this new patch 13-13, all the AD champions are extremely strong because of the priority given to the AP carries that we have in the jungle position. The blind Akali coming out of Fofo for this game 1.
I guess you're going to say, well, we can handle whatever you throw at us. I mean, Fofo hasn't played Akali at all during the regular season, so for him to pull this out is a big move of gusto, to say the least.
It's quite the interesting decision, I suppose, because you can also think that they're denying the Akali away from Cream, which is a champion that he is very fond of, just like all the assassins that is available in the pool. But we also have to consider the fact that Shanty has locked in Cassante, and although Cassante has been nerfed quite a bit in terms of how he's been able to do the damage in the early game, I still feel like he's a relatively stable champion when it comes to the laning phase, and he's still able to go even at least up against the meta OPs like Jackson or Nectin, which could potentially be removed here as well. But that goes to my point where Ala coming into this series is going to have quite an edge because of his pure champion pool. He has huge win rates on champions like Jax, Fiora, and even Gwen, which all do really well into Shanji's champion pool. So if EDG provide that counter spot, or at least give Ala a winning lane for Digi to walk towards, I feel like that could be what EDG's approach is going to be in this game one.
I will say though, if you pick the Gwen, you have too much AP on this team. AP mid, Kai'Sa usually with the static and the Nashes. Like, we know that it would have to be a full AD Kai'Sa in that regard for EDG. Just drafting wise, Kitty, it would be a weird angle. So Arlo showing us his champion pool goes wide as well. We have angles. Kai'Sa, Akali, Camille. We can talk about that in a little bit in a second, but EDG, this is a spicy game one draft, while OMG are playing what is standard, and this is standard for Abel. If he locks this in against Uzi, my respect will skyrocket. Dom better be saluting right now, because this bottom lane, even without the Rel, is just OMG's wheelhouse through and through.
And it's the Galio lock-in for the final champion for OMG.
watching.
I mean, these two teams are just absolutely cooking in the kitchen as we have the second Galio game into this summer split. It's going to be most likely the Rel going towards that support position with Jieje locking in something very familiar, which has been the Sejuani. He's been playing quite a lot throughout the regular split, and he is going to most likely lean towards the bottom side, which is a characteristic towards him. But I mean, you have Akali, you have Camille for EDG. They want to lock down Cream, and throwing it back to Weibo Gaming, where I believe it was Xiaohu on the Tristana. All they have to do is focus down Tristana, and if she dies too many times in the early game, OMG's comp kind of explodes.
Man, I just gotta say though, EDG, Kitty, it just is so different, right? It's not even 13-13, it's just a change in direction completely for EDG. We talked about team fighting being OMG's wheelhouse. We talked about the skirmishes and I guess the synergistic, you know, to use a big word, coordination that's really been there this split for OMG as a 5-man. Well, we're likely to see it again, but for EDG, it's a very tactile decision here in game number one. And it makes sense that we get such explosive lanes coming through from both sides, really, and especially in that bottom side. It's going to be so much fun to watch the 2v2s play out. Kai'Sa, Rel, Galio, and Samira. Abel versus Uzi. A story that has not yet been written because in the western side, we don't talk about it. Abel sat behind Uzi many days ago. In RNG, 2018, he got a chance to play. And over the top of Uzi, it was such a glorious moment, especially in 2018, which was RNG's best year in history. Even despite the early days where they went to Worlds, 2012, 2013, where Uzi was also on the roster. But I digress, where RNG had Abel on that roster, but now he's going up against the man that always stood in his way, the man that he looked up to on RNG. Uzi was the godfather on this team, on that team rather, and Abel always had to respect the man, but now on OMG, he's paved the way for himself. Abel versus Uzi has now become not only a new matchup, as they had never versed each other on other teams outside of this split, but has now become the fun matchup to look back on and look at the protege versus, again, the master. OMG versus EDG, it's an elimination match, it's a best of 5. It's only round 2, but the winner of this series will be guaranteed into regional qualifications. What that means is they get a chance to fight for either 3rd seed or more likely 4th seed if they can just win this one BO5. They have their own little lifeline here, which makes this series all the more important for EDG and OMG to win.
You know, Abel managed to pick up that series win up against Uzi earlier on in the summer split, but like you said, there was so much hype surrounding Abel's name being the next up-and-coming Uzi with this much promising talent, so we'll have to wait and see if Uzi can find his revenge against his old RNG sub, which was just learning under him for so many years as well. But this one, like you said, elimination match, and whoever wins this gets regional final lock-in.
Let's see, we're on to Summoner's Rift for game 1 between OMG and EDG in our round 2 of playoffs. Holy crap. I tell you what, the audience is out in force. And again, whenever it's an Uzi game, especially since he's in playoffs, you know he's going to fill seats. You know that at least 50% of the audience are probably there for EDG's new AD carry. The AD carry kitty that only came in a little bit into the split. Another reason why I feel like, you know, we're looking at how they synergize together, how EDG have been playing together as a 5-man unit. They've only been running this full squad for, you know, like little from week 2 or week 3 from memory.
Yeah, I mean, Uzi returned into the LPL League and joined EDG in that week 3, and it was up against IG, and it was a very convincing series win to add to that. And I'm gonna be real, I feel like with Uzi on your roster, the remaining 4 members had so much stress put onto their shoulders, and unfortunately, for the remainder of their split in the regular split, I feel like Uzi's addition to this EDG was very hard to adapt to at first. You could see it from their kind of results, as EDG's identity has always been playing very slow, and it kind of felt like that the play styles clashed, which it took time to mend. However, with this series win in the day 1, round 1 for playoffs, with that series win up against WE, I feel like JJ and Ala, they found their form back, and it's looking a lot more promising.
And again, Ala, you know, he's someone who has had that super carry star style in the top side as well. Is now hitting level 2 versus Shanji on this Camille that we didn't really see coming. Trying to abuse the lane already, as meanwhile on the bot side, Shield Round going to get a 2-man taunt. Able full in as well. Now that S rank will give him a bit of bonus stats here, but he has to cleanse away because the second skin was close to popping. And the Ignite also down from Mako. 1 summoner here each from Abel and PP God. Mako only burning his Ignite is a net win for EDG's JJ also popping in.
I'm getting a little bit worried for OMG. This is where the bottom lane is the most vulnerable.
Flash shattering strike and Abel! Oh, he gets out somehow. He dashes all the way to the back. The W blocked by PP God. And OMG's bottom lane survives, but they have to get out of there. EDG supremacy.
I mean, the flash EQ from Abel was so needed, but look at the way he's slowly pushing in now. Both bottom laners have been forced to back, and that is huge from the side of EDG, getting a level 3 gank from Jie. And this is a worrying trend in OMG games. If you look at their early game, Abel and PP God, they are so vulnerable to early aggression, especially if the jungler decides to kind of visit them early on. But it was the cleanse getting burnt early on. It was the Ignite forced out of PP God looking for the 2v2, and because Jie started blue buff, he went towards bottom lane, and this Samira, quite frankly, can't be behind if you're up against an AP Kai'Sa.
Even though it's so bad for OMG's bottom lane, PP God saving the day with that W. Otherwise, Uzi gets the auto, Abel's dead, first blood given over, and EDG get all the same here. As Abel's Samira, his iconic pick in this first game, now has nothing, Kitty. Is now behind about 10 CS, like Uzi and Mako in a great position, and all the fact off that one early gank from JJ, but more so Uzi and Mako pressuring this 2v2 and showing some experience over Abel and PP God, the newbies in comparison to Uzi and Mako.
God, seeing the 0-0 scorelines from both Ala and Fofo, quite the daring choice with these champions coming into this game 1 up against OMG. A little bit more experimental, but hey, that's what EDG wanted as an approach coming into playoffs. They want to flex with more type of play styles and take game 1 by surprise. That's the best things about best of series, right? But I feel like if we look back to OMG versus EDG back in the regular split, it was because Abel's stepping up in that final deciding game when the scoreline was 1-1 as EDG evened out the scoreline. But Abel and something like Tristana pretty much just solo carried the game. So although Cream has the Tristana this time around, which will find constant prio for Fofo to work off, I feel like if JJ just continues to play towards that bottom side because Abel doesn't have the double summoners, it is going to be a little bit scary for the top side of OMG to rely on.
So let's just quickly reflect while we are talking about the Tristana though, because in hindsight, you know, Cream, yes, winning the lane, but I mean, that 10 CS discrepancy going to be balanced out between bot lane, so OMG aren't down in gold. In fact, up a little bit because Shanji, I believe he got the push into topside turret and is also sitting pretty here with a bit of an advantage himself. Plus Aki, we just saw on the topside screen, took away the red buff from Jer while he was busy looking for an opportune angle up into the top lane himself. So at least OMG still being proactive here throughout the laning phase as level 6 now going to get hit. And Kitty, we know Akali, once she has 6, once she has a lot more tools under her belt, can get this game rolling. So I am kind of curious now to see what Fofo can do in this lane and how he can get set up for the Dragon, for the Herald in this early game, and give EDG that advantage with the Sejuani and a melee laner.
I'm not sure about this Akali pick, especially when you see OMG locking the Malk. I feel like the team fights would be relatively hard to play out. Cream should be able to get out with the flash and the W to be able to buffer the CC from Jie as well. However, we do have a wide pan of the 2v2 here. The patience.
Cream not Wing in, even if it would get him to reset, he wasn't going to pull the trigger. Jie now spotted. Aki with a level advantage as well, and especially after Cream's heavy trade, Fofo can't do anything about that as, again, as you said, EDG's bottom lane still in a great spot here with a bit of a CS lead. But it is now the Dragon that OMG had their eyes on, or at least exerting some of this pressure, especially with that mid push here, Kitty. Might be looking to start it up themselves and give a bit of priority back over to Abel and PP God in the 2v2.
I would have liked to see an EDG utilize the bottom lane priority that they've been able to secure from forcing OMG's bottom lane to reset, and then have a very early Dragon into their pockets, and then using that time frame to also contest for the upcoming Rift Herald, which is going to be coming up in 1 minute. However, we haven't seen that, or at least too much action from the side of EDG. They are going to start it up now, and continuing with the bottom lane priority, I think they should be able to secure this.
At least you'll know that Aki's there on the meantime. Jie has a bit more information gathered as Wave is just pushed out quite large. Abel and PP God should be able to clear it out, but again, zoning out Aki on that ward. Dragon going down epically slow though, Kitty, so it does give OMG some time to prepare. And it's just going to be reset. EDG don't want to stick it out again. Your mid laner in comparison is just not there, and Cream always has first move. I mean, look at his CS difference, as you expected for Tristana, but I think even more so, just styling on this first game from Fofo on the Akali.
Yeah, hey, this is what OMG wanted. Now 15 seconds with the Rift Herald spawning, and with both solo laners having that lane pushed in, Aki's just gonna take this Rift Herald with no threat whatsoever, and with the Rift Herald in the pockets, I can see Cream snowballing out of control. So EDG, I feel like they should really consider at least kind of contesting this, because a Tristana with the Rift Herald is not what you want to be seeing in this game, especially with an Akali in the mid lane, where she's just gonna fall even further behind.
You know, we talked about Cream in this split. I know Abel has the most MVPs, but still, Cream is someone who we know for OMG, becoming a bit of a franchise player. Might not have all the MVPs, but Cream has had some sterling moments as well. As you were mentioning, Herald for the Tristana just would not be good, but Aki heading up there might have ample advantage, considering that look at where Jie is for the time being. Angling for this bot side, can't do anything for now. Spotted out on a good ward by OMG as well, and as they move that Galio up, who's almost level 6. EDG are now just paying the respect to do the handshake deal.
Yeah, and that's the Ninja Tab he's getting picked up by Abel as well. So really respecting the Camille and the Kai'Sa, which is going to go the Kraken build for this game one. No static shivs just quite yet coming out of the carries, but I mean, that's just how much respect he's showing to the old RNG AD carry in Uzi. But, you know, I have to wait and see, because I still feel like something we haven't highlighted enough in this game one is the Galio support coming out of PP God. And we've seen this before in the summer split. I believe it was also from PP God. He's been cooking it quite a lot. It was unfortunately a loss, but the theory is that EDG, they want to be looking for the side lane. They want to be locking down people with Ala's ultimate, especially onto Cream. But you have Galio's ultimate to counteract that play. So until we have full-on 5v5s, PP God, he has to be very active on the map.
I mean, PP God, as soon as he gets 6 as well, which he does have now, is onto Jie Cream. Just going to blow him up a little bit. Definitely feeling himself on this pick. Now that PP God does have the ulti, let's see what action ensues as he starts moving closer towards this mid lane. Now, folks, no blood yet. It's 10 minutes into the game, and I understand your thoughts. But remember this. There's a Herald in play. Dragon's taken, but we know in the LPL we fight a lot just to invade enemy jungle, just to, again, test vision. Even as both supports are towards this mid lane, expect the unexpected here with that Galio, with Mako having his ult as well. And Kitty, I will say, I've been spamming Arena non-stop since it's come out in the past 24 hours. 3.5k MR at the moment, not going to brag, but this is the closest I've ever been to like the top 100 in OCE, or at least in any ladder ever. So it just had to be said. I am a dirty, Kaiser abuser. I will say that as well. Annie, a bit OP. I don't spam Alistar, I don't spam the Poppy, but I do spam the Kaiser because she is boss at the moment. But Samira Galio might be an angle later on tonight. That's what I'll say. That's what I'll
Taking
say. That might be the
inspiration.
angle.
Okay, Coach Hysterics.
Yeah, that's what I am. Don't wear it out as Herald finally comes down mid.
Oh, it's rotating.
Well, it is going to be Mako behind PP God, but remember, PP God is here. Kitamatic's going to be used as Mako can't get the Fertile Sun. Uzi following up as well. There's the all-in. The challenge is down. Great Hextech ultimatum from Arla gives the kill over to Uzi. EDG pounce, and the Herald play will not be for naught as EDG gets some gold their way.
That's a full-on 5-man rotation coming out of OMG. Honestly, I would have liked to see Abel take a bit more tower plates towards his bottom side because you already have Uzi and Mako showing in the mid lane. Luckily for them is that Shandy was able to secure 1 plate into his pockets, might even go for a second up in this top side. But with First Blood going into Uzi's pocket and also sitting on 120 CS, I mean, this Kai'Sa very happy with the result.
I wish Fofo took the E again. PP God nearby, so probably holding on to that restraint for good reason. As you said, Shanji doing so well in the lane in the meantime, even when it's solo, as this is the Herald on the cream, but EDG weren't going to let him get away with it for free.
Well, EDG has been one of the more critiqued teams in being very slow in the early game, but this is exactly what you want to see out of this roster. 5-man forces in the mid game just to stop the Rift Herald from going over. Unfortunately, the Rift Herald still got the tower plates, and I believe it was into the pockets of Cream, PP God, and Aki. So relatively even play, I would say, but EDG, they were able to manage to secure that first dragon, and now, of course, securing some bottom side vision as well, Maker wrapping around and getting that deep vision, so we don't have any priority for Aki to walk in and use the saplings.
Shanji, meanwhile, getting solo time with the topside turret. In this lane, he has been having a ball. 30 CS up.
At 13 minutes?
Yeah, I know that Arla made a roam, but it was already starting to happen in the 1v1 lane itself. So not only is that Cassante having a great time, Cream we already mentioned, even better here in the mid lane. And bot side has caught up. It was almost like a 20 CS lead, but I think now it's down to about a 10 CS disadvantage for Abel and PP God. Kitty, the early game's looking pretty decent here for OMG. They're almost 2,000 gold up. Yes, they lost that first dragon, but we are seeing first items coming on board quite quickly here that might give them the advantage, bar that one extra item that OMG are able to play with over this next Drake.
This is very uncharacteristic of both top laners. Usually, if you think of Ala, he's on something like the Fiora or the Jax, consistently putting pressure on that side lane and looking for those individual advantages up against his laner. But look at the situation. It's Shanty collecting all 5 plates at 13 minutes. And I feel like this Camille pick, I mean, it's so far behind already, 2,000 gold. I'm assuming Shandy's just going to back and get his mythic as well. And this Cassante is going to become quite the problem because Akali and Camille won't do that much damage right now.
Oh, Shield Duran though. Is it in range onto Mako? Yes, Justice Punch to follow it up, but instead Nature's Grasp blocked away, but Mako still gets autoed, or rather ultied for the kill. Cream picks up one and OMG fire off for their first kill of the series. Even get mid lane turret with a good pick here by the blue side.
And that's both top and mid open for the Tristana. Now you put Cream towards the bottom side. And for some reason and somehow, OMG are the ones able to pick up the second dragon. And they stop the dragon stacking from EDG and throwing it back to how the game started. It was JJ making a visit towards the bottom side, getting double summoners out of Abel, and kind of making OMG's bottom lane life situation a living hell, but somehow OMG, they salvage it.
4,000 gold. Like, it's 1 kill a piece, but it's just through those natural lanes that it's 4,000 gold in OMG's lead. And that's wild as we look at the replay. Off the back of this pick, they got almost a 1,500 gold worth of value.
Yeah, you see Uzi coming out of base as well, so this was a 3v4 force coming out of OMG as well. But Mako not having that flash available from the previous skirmish. Cream picks up this one, and I believe just 8 plates solely from the towers in mid and top, going into the solo laners of OMG. We also have Collector getting picked up by Abel as well, but they are spiking so hard right now with all those mythics coming online. EDG, they're kind of dropping the ball, and I really didn't expect this when we had Uzi and Mako having that early game advantage.
But what do you do when you have an Akali mid versus Tristana? His ulti forces the flash away by Arky, but he's already got the Herald. So for a summoner, he'll take the miniature purple worm as Kitty. Is it time to talk about the Akali pick? You know, picking Akali on 3, I think, was already questionable. I call it spicy in draft. Spice also burns you. And in this game 1, EDG so far are getting burned. I mean, we've got Camille as an option into Cassante. It's not doing well so far. We know it will scale. We know Camille will do fine, especially with Divine Thunder now getting picked up. But I think my point is, Fofo on this Akali has not done a thing yet.
He has been CSing for the past 16 minutes, but I feel like this Akali pick was a little bit questionable, being the answer into Tristana and Maokai, which is the highest priority mid-jungle duo outside of, I believe, Jace, Ivan or something. But Ivan was open, and we had Jace open for Fofo as well, but I'm assuming EDG, they're just trying to experiment with something like this. But I'm not too sure if it's working, because we know that Akali, I mean, she is looking for those 5v5s. Oh god. Okay, I mean, I guess.
To be fair though, I would have been like, why didn't that hit? Elevation, remember, Summoner's Rift does have elevation, if anyone's wondering, between river and between usual ground. That is a thing. Jin's W is the easiest one to kind of watch as like W on someone directly from river to standard ground, and it doesn't hit because you have to account for elevation. League of Legends decided to put math in the game. And so I don't blame Mako for that one. I have the high ground. Yeah.
I mean, just talking about this game 1, we mentioned the Jace. Something else I was led through the first 3 draft was LeBlanc. LeBlanc is often seen as a even matchup up against Tristan in the mid lane. So if you want an AP mid laner, there you go. But, you know, Fofo with the Akali. I guess the theory is that Samira is relatively short range, and you can go for some flanks to really shut down the double AD carries to have extra threat, but it's hasn't been showing up too much, especially with all the tier 1 towers gone this early on in the game.
As you've got a Tristana, so you know that this is going to go as well. Dive from PP God. Turret's still there, but now that it's gone, Shield's around, keeps EDG in place, and Fofo is dealing with a turret top. But the Herald, as it tries to get another charge, I mean, still going to provide threat that EDG have to defend against. And now, 5,000 gold. OMG are just getting away with free pushing, free lanes. This early game for EDG has been nothing, if not for bot. Uzi's probably mad. He's like, guys, I know we need to scale, but right now I am the only useful person on Summoner's Rift for our team.
I mean, Uzi should be out here shouting, guys, we shouldn't be giving tier 2 tower in the bottom lane at 18 minutes. I don't know what's happening with EDG right now. I mean, I think we've seen a singular Sejuani Glacial Prism once in the past 10 minutes, honestly. As you also have to consider the fact that, OMG, they picked up both Rift Heralds. A bit of a force coming out of the EDG squad, though.
But Fofo, I mean, it's into a Galio, so MR is going to be just easy to be acquired, or rather we know what the Galio passive is. So not much damage done, and he just walks out of it. PP God absorbing a little bit as 30 seconds till Dragon. EDG want to exert some of their force themselves. But OMG still walking in. They've got defensive side vision that'll help them claw in. And look at topside, Kitty. Cream with teleport is able to put pressure on the inner turret. And so EDG have to respect that, okay, if we leave this Tristana in a side lane, he will outpush us. Inhibitor's probably going to be gone. And all for a third Dragon where we've only got one ourselves.
And Cream, he just picked up his Nobori as that second item, an entire item ahead of Fofo coming into this fight as well. He also burnt the TP, so Fofo's going to walk down. But with the Malphite already starting the objective, how do you walk in here?
Arky with a great ulti himself. OMG take it with ease. Nature's Grasp finds a cheeky Camille on the back end, and Cream just destroys him. EDG is split away as Mako gets an ult in. It's onto Abel, but he's already hit the S rank. The trigger's pulled, and right into his predecessor, he blows him up. As now for Uzi, getting the Cream-tastic experience. It's so easy. Are EDG a challenge for this team or what?
Alright guys, let's wrap it up. I think the Akali and Camille have been completely read like a book by OMG. That's the Baron, that's a 5-man ace. At 20 minutes, might I add, and I feel like the bleeding from the early game, they can't really salvage it anymore, Hysterics.
Just don't pick a Kali on 3. I think we all agree we could be bronze, we could be iron, but we know what the meta's playing at the moment. We know what this Akali gave to EDG. The answer is not much. Kitty, this is just so easy for OMG.
Protect the president. You had PP God just ulting in from afar. Honestly, a lot of Venn diagrams happening for OMG as well, but in this exact position was where the Tristana absolutely destroyed EDG in that summer regular series, and once again it's happening. It's a kryptonite. It's happening again. History is rewriting itself.
God. I like this. Maybe a little bit of a counter against Arella's interrupted. Mako struggling to get out of there while JJ's left behind. Abel's now getting free real estate as Brazil on the score to get us to a 10k gold lead at 21 minutes in. OMG are making this look easy, and they are the 5th seed for a reason, Kitty. Like, EDG struggled their way towards playoffs. OMG were chilling at 11-5. And again, this team's development cannot be understated throughout this year. They are walking over EDG, and it's not funny.
And the confusing thing is, EDG looked pretty good in their series up against WE, and specifically in Jieji and Ala. However, they're completely missing in this game one. Jieji not around the map at all. One Sejuani has been used in this entire 22 minutes, and I feel like Ala and this Camille, Shandy's a little bit caught out, but Ala and this Camille not doing too much either.
Abel's just away from his team behind enemy lines. And not much is said as Arla runs on in. There we go. An ulti comes through as PP God flashes away. Abel's damage, even just auto-attacking away, does significant work to Arla. With this 10k gold lead, EDG still want to walk in and find a pick, but OMG, despite losing a bit of their health, it doesn't really matter, does it?
It really doesn't, especially having the Baron in hand as well. Tier 3 tower gone.
Okay, well, at least EDG going to get some kills now. Fofo tries to ulti out, but I think he's blocked as Shanji in the net. But as he's flipped on back, the all-out use. Oh, Shanji's now mad as Cream is firing away, blasted out. Uzi burning, but survives. If only just in the end, he ticks down as in 23 minutes in our LPL playoffs, OMG are going to double TP back in. This is a domination. Dom should be saluting, should be standing up. I know Cage will dress for a funeral today, but it might be a wedding. Dom with a white suit, OMG with glee. And in game one against EDG in 23.5 minutes, this wasn't even close.
OMG fans already popping the champagne. What a domination of a game. Up against EDG, they just gave them no opportunities, and it really just felt like a one-sided match from start to finish. And honestly, coming into tonight, I didn't expect such a one-sided match. We kept praising how EDG, they look like a different team compared to their regular split, but unfortunately, it didn't really show up today.
And it's just the start of a series, right? But again, it's just a great start from OMG. Like, I don't want to get ahead of myself, but it still feels like OMG kind of annihilated the draft difference. But more importantly, through the lanes, again, played out that standard macro that we've really started understanding about this team throughout the split. I feel like OMG, it's strange to say that, are they one of our better macro teams? Of course they are. But how much better than some of our other top 6 teams at the moment is a good question to answer. But nevertheless, while start of the series, still important to remember that OMG showing us that is a very big difference where EDG weren't able really to execute much, Kitty. And I'm sure a lot will change as we go through, but ultimately still a grand performance by OMG.
Look, I respect the attempt, and I respect the approach of what EDG's coach was cooking for game one. You know, in best of series, you can experiment a little bit from that first series. If it works, you know, great. You take the enemy team by surprise, but I feel like the entire audience is left with a surprise with how, I mean, the Akali was able to do up against a champion like Tristana, because this was the response into a blind Tristana from the side of OMG. Yep. And you also have to look back to EDG's game up against W, and what was working for them, it was the Jace, and it was the Tristana for Fofo in particular, and also the Ivan for Jie. 3 games of it into playoffs, all wins as well. I mean, maybe they just default to these comfort once again, but let's just not even talk about the damage chart. This was a one-sided game, and EDG, they didn't even throw a single fist.
Not at all. I mean, look at the damage. It didn't exist, while Cream is probably just about to get 45, maybe 50% of his team's damage. Maybe not that much, but you know what I'm saying. Like, it's a lot here. As this Tristana, throughout lane, throughout the team fights that we saw, however minimal they were, blew apart EDG at the seams. And Kitty, it is sad to see with players like Arlo, with players like Fofo, hell, even Uzi, not getting to spread their wings in that game. Yeah, I don't want to jump the gun too much. I know I'm going extreme. Like, but again, 43% of the team's damage. That's just like that's one of those games where, from a team side perspective, now that I had that, I can say, you look at that and you go, just forget that. Like, let's just change our draft. Let's literally flip the table, ignore that game 1, and pretend like now we're in a BO3. You know what I mean? Like, we have to win 3 games. BO5.
EDG fans are really grasping onto any single hope they have. To be fair, we highlighted how the Rift Herald was really the important factor for this OMG composition. Every time you have something like to Tristana, you have to contest for that first major objective. Yes, you were able to secure the first dragon from Jie towards utilizing that party that I believe Uzi and Mako was able to secure, but unfortunately, even the second dragon was given over to OMG, and it just really felt like EDG's mistakes are following in from the regular split, where they're too scared, they're too hesitant to contest any fight, and eventually just bleed out to this point in the game where Tristana, champions like Tristana and LeBlanc, or even something like the Jace, just take the game by themselves.
Well, as we go to a break, I mean, let's see what changes, right? Again, let's see the attitude, or at least the directional change from EDG when we return game 2 with OMG having an advantage, and see what side EDG pick here in this round 2.
我心有灵犀，不是吗？
结交大了，想清回塔内，换了个点燃出来，再来一段啊，再等大破裂，哎呦 Q 一段，最后一下盾出来，但是伤害已经到位了 ，N9 完成单杀。哎，看一下 Scout 直接绕到了 OMG 的死角位置，直接闪身过来，但我看到对方3个人。
这里先动 Nanny， 直接锁 Nanny 就打前排吗？但这个位置非常的尴尬，直接被怀隐开了一个完美大招。
Elsa 9筒一炸，把他炸到了更远的地方，反而安迪一波闪开，杀掉下了关口，我的天，包车又开过几针，躲过后续的一个大闹天宫，安迪一波还活了下来，哪儿被我也往回跳，高死哥，这波直接给杀了。 野区是肯定不能看到，围绕这边伤口有点顶不太住，就被开了，就被秒了，又是一剑直接命中到 Fortic 将自己的进化在狂暴向后拉开了之后，反身开启火铁攻击，但是小黄这里已经完成了一波双杀，在旁边以为怎么直接被惹线粘住，这里又留住了 Fortic 的A1倒下的情况下，有杀吗？我是一头纯真的小猪，往前走，一甩，走得很好，哦呦，这么交代的！ 直接2技能山崩地裂，哇！LP 不光找机会输出来了，小飞3个大3个接上合力的超前爆闪，瞬间3赢你的4个人，以后来了，闪电做了个马的，李修丹。 沙皇推出一个近乎绝望的大招，还能扛多久的时间？这波用这个技场坚持无敌，拉到了4个人，摧枯拉朽的团战EDG要完成。他们也很清楚，所以往后放线了。小个子闪现，第2个，我天哪，可是直接被秒掉了，都被打成残血。还在这边是默默的闪现，被打出来了，清到了，清到赖特是没有闪现的，这一波直接被清死。 buff 的蝴蝶，好痛好痛，发枪太高了，还嗑了药呢，扭了一下，但是没有用啊，走不动啊，大招都不用开吗 ，Knight？
Try to resist, but the pull is too strong. 'Cause living all my days without you, well, it just feels so wrong. Try to move on, but I just keep getting stuck. 'Cause you're on my mind all night, boy, till the sun comes up. I know you said we can't live like this, having to hide ourselves away for every single kiss. But I can't help but love you. I can't help, baby, I can't help but love you. I can't help, I can't help but love you. Oh, I try to hide this feeling from myself, but I'm in love with you, baby. I don't want nobody else. I try to forget you, but you're always on my mind. From the minute I wake up in the morning till I lay my head at night. I know you said we can't live like this, having to hide ourselves away for every single kiss. But I can't help but love you. I can't help, baby, I can't help but love you. I can't help, I can't help but love you. Oh, I can't help but love you, All those times you said it wasn't enough, life apart was just too tough on us now. But you know, babe, I ain't going nowhere.
春季赛差一步进联赛的话，我觉得队伍里面可能就是缺少一点韧性嘛，第5把有点没啃下来，就有点可惜。我觉得相比于春季赛的话，夏季赛我们可能更团队了一点吧，当然是现在比较团队一点，赛季初的时候还是没那么团队的。季后赛的展望就是先赢下第1轮，确定漫画赛的资格，然后再努力地往前4拿个4甲，再往世界赛方面去冲。
Okay, so I'm now realizing it's not just Mazel. I think the Chinese side uses the word Guardian Angel for our double elimination in LPL playoffs, and it makes sense. Getting another chance, that's what it's all fighting for at the very least. Remember that also here, OMG and EDG getting themselves in a spot where they can lock in regionals. Now, the way that works is with points, because you get guaranteed minimum 40. We'll walk you through that in a second. But at the very least, let's talk about game 1, because we're within the series. OMG picking up the first game, of course, in 23.5 minutes. I believe it was Cream with MVP. I don't know if I'm wrong. I should not be wrong. Being wrong is a sin. I am wrong enough in life. I don't want to be wrong here in the LPL. I only want to be right. Bring it up. Let's go.
Let's go. Okay, we
Take me
have
there.
Cream securing the MVP from game 1 because he was one of the only players that did more damage than 2,000 on a carry. And to be fair, that's what you expect out of this Tristana, receiving both Rift Heralds for your lanes, although EDG were the ones finding that early lead and getting that first blood into Uzi. I mean, OMG just snowballed this game out of control, and this is exactly how you kind of execute on this composition, especially with Shanty having his signature champion Cassante in this game one. I mean, you're just able to play these 5v5s without a sweat in the world. And something else I feel like we don't highlight enough is PP God's Galio in this game one. He was pretty much a bodyguard for able to secure himself getting an S rank in these team fights, and unfortunately EDG being on the receiving end, they didn't put up a single fight in this game one, and I feel like we have the Camille for Ala. That's very stock and standard in terms of how he wants to play out these games. It's through the silent, it's through finding those individual leads in his laning phase. However, with Ala rotating towards the bottom side, I mean, he just fell so much. He fell down in gold pretty much. And this final fight, what do you even say about this? It's just Cream going absolutely crazy with it, and I feel like EDG, they have to change their game plan coming into game 2 because this composition just wasn't working.
Yeah, and again, look, I mean, draft was obviously a big issue for game number 1. Like, we know, ultimately, Kitty, apologies. You're going to hear my voice now coming through.
Yes.
Hopefully that fixes the mic issues. I don't want to sound like a robot. I don't know why. We've got a new cord. It's just working from home. Sometimes, you know, the S hits the fan. So that happens. Anyway, let's hope that's fixed. But ultimately, let's hope EDG fix their draft because that was just such an issue. Kitty, now that they're on blue side, again, play with the priorities a bit more. We know that some teams have really been preferring blue side in the LPL, considering that we are starting to hone in a couple of those OPs. A lot of teams like the trade of 2 and 3 on blue as well, considering that, you know, we get things like the Maokai, which is still S tier. We get things like last game. What was it on blue side 3? Do you remember? How's your brain going?
It was the Cassante for Shanty.
Yeah,
it was a blind Cassante, and I believe they continued to ban out Ala's every single counter pretty much as that response. It was the Fiora ban into the Jax ban, and they defaulted to the Camille, which I thought Camille does find a slight advantage, at least in the first 6 levels before Cassante hits level 6 in terms of trading. However, I feel like that one roam where they did get a successful first blood into their pockets really hurt Ala's kind of way of scaling into the game. But once again, something has to change for mid lane. We have to see Fofo on his comfort, which he did great on something like the Tristana, so that could be a potential switch up with the blue side getting chosen for EDG this time around. And Tristana paired alongside Ivan for Jie is going to be the way to go because these two champions are pretty much S tier in the current meta with how, although Ivan has received a slight nerf coming into 13-13.
Both of us.
Yeah, my new mic setup is a little bit wobbly, but you know,
your stand is scuffed. What's Kitty, that stand from like Kmart? What's going on there?
It was a $20 stand from I think JB Hi-Fi, but they no longer sell it for $20. So I have no idea. Anyways,
the end is so donkey. What is going on?
Stop judging my mic stand, okay? Let's judge EDG a little bit more because I feel like they had the Kai'Sa and Rel, but potentially EDG aren't comfortable with rotating the Rel towards jungle, which we saw NIP find huge success with, and that's exactly what makes Rel so high prioritized, such a high priority coming to 13-13 is because she can be flexed towards that jungle where she has insane clear speed to those camps in the early levels, but maybe that's just something EDG hasn't decided to show us just quite yet, and they should just default back to comfort where they have a very straightforward front to back type of composition, so it doesn't get too confusing for them.
Yeah, default. I like that word. They should default. Yeah, they should. I feel like, you know, Fofo, when we see the priority on things like Nico in the past, right? Fofo even going for Azir, which is great in 13-13. The Cassante as well, he's actually played a couple of times through mid. We know that this is his strength. We know that this player who has been criticized heavily throughout the split because he's been a bit back and forth, it's those champions that we know him for, not the first time Akali's in playoffs. Where on the other side, you know, it might be seen as a takeaway because Cream plays Akali. We know that's some of his best. These Silas as well has come through. Cream has a plethora of champions, but that game, we didn't see him deviate from his path. We saw Cream play his champion pool in the Tristana. And Kitty, you know what I loved about OMG draft in game number 1? They played through the flex and put EDG also in a difficult position, which of course made it worse by how they reacted to it. But ultimately, that Tristana again, even on the red side, I think we need to kind of mention, because it could be something that OMG try and draw bans for again, keeping it between Cream, keeping it between Abel, yet again is that priority flex.
Yeah, drafting against OMG is such a headache, but specifically for Cream, right? Because with 13-13, the meta is AD champions in that middle lane, and with Cream showing us games of Yone, Tristana, and Kiana, the specific one being Yone, if we have Fofo deciding to play something like the Azir, I just feel like Cream steps all over the Azir with something like the Yone, you know what I mean? So coming into this game too, we don't know what EDG's kind of approach is going to be, but I would love to see them take away that Tristana, which is going to be half their problem up against OMG.
Well, good. Takeaway is great. And at the very least, as we're saying, that would have been a big priority for OMG coming forward. But now you also give away the Kai'Sa. No Rel, Kitty, so it's a quick lock-in for OMG. They know what they want to do. That Malco back in their hands.
Yeah, with the Jace consistently banned out as well, I mean, I wouldn't be too surprised if Fofo defaults to something like the Azir. We also have seen a couple of Annie and Ahri games. Once all the mid laners have been banned out, LPL just defaults back to what was working for them back in 13.12, which honestly, I don't know why the priority of Annie fell down a cliff. All she received was a Q nerf to her damage, but it does seem like you know, people have just decided to drop her. It is going to be the Sejuani 2 games in a row for Jie. We are expecting melee solo laners coming out of EDG. I wouldn't be surprised if they just lock in. Okay, it's going to be the Xayah, but OMG know that Fofo only has a Azir left, so they just lock in Yone. It's over.
Oh my god, Cream just like, yeah, okay, we know Tristana's going mid. And it's not like game 1 where OMG on blue played through the flex and again gave questions to EDG. OMG know exactly where it's going now as the Xayah's locked in. EDG so far, the drafting here has been interesting because, Kitty, as you're mentioning, maybe one of the solo laners or maybe, you know, getting something like the Cassante for Arla away from the hands of Shanji would have been the angle. But ultimately, as we now go into the second ban phase, I'm kind of perplexed that OMG are just, I don't know, getting given lanes that they're very comfortable with.
I don't think I ever want to see Ala on Cassante. Ala needs to stand out. Ala is pretty much the reason why EDG was able to win that series up against WE on day 1. And I would not like to see kind of restricting Ala as such a carry potential player to be on something like the Ornn, which honestly he still did fine. I believe he ended the game in one of them 6-1 on the Ornn. So Giga Chad performance coming out of him, but I want to see more out of Jie, because a working formula for the side of EDG is if Jie consistently visits towards bottom lane and frees up Uzi and Meiko to be able to rotate towards those major objectives, and specifically for Rift Herald, right, which became a huge headache for EDG to deal with in that game 1, so I'll have to wait and see, because I want to see Meiko and Uzi having a high priority lane up against Kai'Sa and Nautilus.
As Nautilus does get locked in, Brom and the response, though, might have quite a lot of effect here against the Kai'Sa. But as you said, you want to see Arla on something that's a carry. Well, here comes the Renekton. But Shanji gets a counter picket. No Rumble, no Cassante. Kitty, what goes well? Oh, come on, really? This does go well.
I mean, if he locks in the Malphite here, it will be the first time he plays Malphite in the summer split. It is quite the lane bully up against Renekton as well as it gets locked in. But OMG, the two solo laners have their eyes set onto Fofo for the Tristana. So EDG, you have to protect Fofo with all you got for this game too.
Okay, well, as it gets locked in, I mean, again, protect Fofo. Protect EDG's integrity, because game 2, Kitty, let's hope the lanes this time, you know, play out in the way we kind of expect, or at least give a bit more strength to EDG, because the lanes last time, Uzi and Meiko in the 2v2, it was great, but outside of that, everywhere else was burning. We got to skirmishes, we got to neutrals, OMG just kept taking them away. And EDG didn't really have a part to play. It was 23.5 minutes if you're just tuning in now, where game 1 was over that quick. How can a game be that quick in playoffs? I don't know, especially against two teams you would expect to be close, but OMG made it look in their favor in game number 1. Will game 2 be the same as Uzi versus Abel? Didn't get a chance to talk about it, but hell, we will in this one. As Uzi and Abel going up against each other is just the highlight for me and any OG LPL fans. It is the master versus the student of 2018. The old Royal Club AD carries now up against one another to fight for a regional lock-in spot and to fight for a chance in round number 3 to go up against top esports in the bracket, who are waiting for them with bated breath.
Uzi up against his old organization from 2015 as well, now being 0-1 down with how one-sided that was. Honestly, probably the most one-sided playoffs match we've seen so far, with only 3 days being played. But still, EDG, they have a lot of redeeming to do. I know this isn't the EDG we all know and love because of their potential they showed in their series up against WE, and it is Allah shining through those team fights, working alongside Jieji and Fofo, while Uzi and Mako, they stabilize and really shut down Abel and PD God's aggressive early game to really secure that win. So we'll have to wait and see, because this time around the Tristana is in Fofo's pockets. We saw Cream execute on this perfectly in game 1. Can they do the same to even it out to a 1-1 scoreline?
The only difference is that Tristana's only been played 2 times between their bot and mid. It's, again, a foreign pick here from what we've seen in the regular season, so hope that's not a trend here in the series, but ultimately, as OMG picked up game 1, we're now looking at them to charge forward here in Xi'an for game 2.
As we had that sign of Mako, did you see it? It said, good luck
what?
to EDG, 好运来, where EDG, they need to scramble every single luck, especially just depending onto Fofo for this game, because Uzi, on something like the Zai, he isn't going to be able to be as aggressive compared to a Tristana that can initiate these team fights. But we'll have to wait and see, because I feel like EDG locking in the Zai and Brom for this game to relatively decent counters into the Kai'Sa and Nautilus, where you just deny every single engage angle and really shut down any pushing ability from specifically Abel. And that denies PP God and Aki being able to link up and rotate towards his Rift Herald, which EDG desperately need into Fofo's pockets.
But I want to talk to you about the progression of this game further than that, Kitty, because I need to ask a question. If this goes ultra late, or even just late to some regard, as a good 2v2 trade coming through to start off from EDG, are they not just screwed going into a Malphite? Like, all you have to build is armor. There is no ability power from EDG whatsoever. We ain't going to get a Kai'Sa build from this Xayah. So, again, I ask you, is this just a waiting game for OMG, knowing that 5v5s eventually are going to be in their ballpark easily?
Something very strange that we see in both the LPL and LCK is that none of the teams that we have in these eastern regions really care about single damage type of compositions, especially with AP Kai'Sa and Yone, stuff like that getting locked in for the side of OMG, because they're relatively heavy AP as well. But back to your question about how is EDG going to deal with Shandy on Malphite in this game too? Slander Lord Doms, maybe go at second, maybe go at third, but once you hit those item spikes, Shandy should be able to just melt like paper. But that is going to be kind of a waiting game for EDG as well. While on the other side, I mean, Abel on this Kai'Sa with the Hob as the rune choice, most likely going to be the AP static Shiv Kai'Sa, where does he have minion DMAT? No, he doesn't. Maybe an AD Kai'Sa.
Okay. Wait and see. As you said, LPL teams don't really care too much. But regardless, a lot of the time when longswords start, it has been the static that we've seen so far in the region. But we'll wait and see. Ultimately, this game, again, hopefully going to give us a little bit more insight into OMG. This team that finished 5th in the regular season. Now, the reason talking about them heavily is because EDG didn't show us much in the first game. Naturally, after OMG pretty much won all lanes bar bottom, I am going to be coming into this one feeling very optimistic on this team. And Kitty, you know, we were having a bit of a chat before about, you know, regionals and making it in championship points. The reason the winner out of this makes it in is because EDG already have 50 points from Spring. OMG have 30 from Spring. The winner of this series gets automatically 40 points, which puts them up to 70, puts them above LNG, who are already secured at 60. So the winner of this series will get guaranteed regional qualification. So no matter what, the winner of this, even if they lose the top esports, will get to go to the regional championship and play for a 3rd or 4th seed at Worlds, which is a big deal considering that it's like a second lifeline, right? You might not get to play in playoffs again, but you do get to play for your spot at Worlds again.
Yeah, pretty much. It's kind of trippy to think because although you've been eliminated from the playoffs, if you have enough champion queues, especially for the teams that are kind of stuck at the bottom, EDG did great in the summer split. They came 3rd from the playoffs and even finishing 2nd from the regular split of spring. So EDG, I mean, all they need is the series win up against OMG. However, for all the EDG fans being worried right now, if they do lose against OMG, they depend on, I believe, OMG winning their next best of series, which is going to be up against Top Esports, to really knock out Top Esports' chances of making it into the regional finals.
Again, Top Esports need it. They're not locked in because they didn't get it many points in spring, only 10. So they're not in the same position as either of these teams before them, which is kind of crazy to look at. It's the reason we haven't been talking about this early game. Pretty standard pathing here. It looks like Arky was spotted out on the top side, but crossing over back down to the bottom side. Wolves still haven't been taken, as both junglers now looking at how they can impact towards this mid lane. 3-6, both with high gank ability. But Kitty, this early game as well, another reason is that lanes have been going pretty standard. In fact, EDG, jungle has a bit of a CS lead. Mid has got, a pretty good position here for Fofo. Things are looking a lot better than what we experienced in game 1.
God, Shanty making a roam towards that mid lane just gave me the shivers because we have a Malphite roaming at level 6, which they were looking for an angle onto Fofo, but EDG reads perfectly, getting their hands onto Cream.
Hold out.
Yep, if EDG don't go extra greedy here, they take both the Dragon and prioritize the Rift Herald, I feel like this is the perfect angle for EDG to really shine in this early game.
I mean, it's such a big ulti this early on as well. Our cooldown isn't down to that 30, 40 seconds you expect later on. We're still going to have to wait a minute and a bit. So Jet will have that time to play, as you were talking about, for setup in that top side. As even on the ward here, it will just be started off half HP'd. Arky's coming in, but with no ulti to engage from long range. And just like that, EDG starting off the objective game in a very positive light here in game number 2.
This is exactly what we need to see out of EDG, having Mako roam up and linking up with Jieje. Braum and Sejuani are relatively strong in the early game compared to OMG, where the Braum passive is just going to be such a pain to deal with. But now I want to see Jieje resetting, or at least securing that level 6, and then making his way towards that top lane where he can utilize Ala's lane pressure that he's been able to kind of secure in an isolated matchup. And of course, Fofo having an item advantage up against Cream as well.
Fofo with the recurve bow. Trading going to be fun in lane. As also need to mention, of course, Static Shift will be coming through from Abel. As you also mentioned, no dematerializer like you see on the LeBlancs to clear the backline. Kitty, what has you startled?
Is LPL lacking critical information? Why aren't AD carries going minion Dema, or at least Abel going minion Dema to really get full use out of Static Shiv? You're not going to be able to one-shot the back minions. They're going to be 1 HP.
I guess when you're taking Halo Blades, aren't you taking Precision as your secondary, though? Isn't that the real toss-up issue, that if you take Inspiration Tree, you're sacrificing a lot? As pause on that. PB God going to get dove under turret. Tanked up as Mako. Nicely done. Uzi gets the last shot, and Mako gets away with it. Beautiful punish as Abel just went back to base.
First blood into Mako's pockets, though, but we have a gank coming out of JJ here. Perhaps. No, there
too much.
It is going to die down, but I mean, OMG's bottom lane just got caught not syncing up and synergizing their backs together, and I'm not too sure how PB God just died on the tower. It was just a W and Q connection from Mako, catching the support of OMG off guard, and EDG going to utilize his time framing to start up the Rift Herald.
But it's second game here, where EDG's bottom lane has been a shining light here in this series so far. The 2v2 itself has naturally been on par, and even though Uzi doesn't get the kill, still, it shows you the power that they're bringing. As Cream going to be flashed on, blocked by Mako. In the way he saves his mid laner. This Braum in the perfect place at the perfect time, and look at what was used here. As Cream holds on to the ulti, that's great, but again, quite a bit of mana, quite a bit of HP burned as there's a re-engage. Cream flashes away. There's Nature's Grasp as well. Dredgeline again in, but the Malphite sets up the seal, the fate. OMG flying to that line as Abel's repositioning is huge, but Jer punishes him. Fofo's in there, maybe huge in the wrong way, as OMG is scattered to the wind after a beautiful setup from Shanji. It matters not.
There's just not enough damage from OMG's composition. 3-man Malphite ult into a 3-man Yone ultimate, but nothing was dying, and EDG, they come out on top and secure themselves this Rift Herald, and they're going to place this towards the mid lane, and Fofo, he's going to shine this game, finally!
Who was it in the end? I'm too busy watching OMG.
Look.
Set up the Wombo here and try and disengage.
JJ baited everyone with connecting that Glacial Prism onto Cream, and Uzi got instantly hooked by PP God out of the Featherstorm as well, and it looked so good for OMG, but quite honestly, there just wasn't enough damage. They were lacking items in terms of a straight-up 5v5, and Abel going in for a 1-for-1 trade. Fofo's just going to pick up that kill as well, but this is exactly what EDG was looking for.
I mean, again, as Under Turret hang on, round 2.
Not again.
Cleanse burnt. Mako and Uzi having a field day. Today is their day. At 0-1-4, he is the assist king this game on the Xayah. But still king in the title as EDG, after that last fight, pick up a 2k gold lead. They've also got Herald. They've also got the first dragon. This early game, brilliant. As we look and see what happened down bot side as Uzi chases down.
God, Mako on this Braum is performing so well for this game too. Every single Q is connecting and forcing a cleanse out of Abel as well, where it was just the Kai'Sa kind of overstepping, and now the Rift Herald surprisingly dropped in the bottom lane. So EDG, they want to free up their bottom lane duo and then work towards that top side, or maybe go towards the mid lane and then work on this dragon. But I'm honestly surprised they didn't give it to the Tristana in this game too. If you think about it, once Fofo picks up Lord Dominic's, OMG's comp kind of just gets melted.
I will say, you know, EDG at the very least giving some gold to the Xayah, as you said, trying to get her out of lane, but more importantly, I think give Uzi that retaliation on first item that Abel's able to pick up with Static Shiv. And the Xayah having now a bit more damage as Mako ultis in at the edge of the ulti. PP God lay it down with the Permafrost, or rather Glacial Prison, as JJ has to flash away. EDG again picking up a kill, but this time it's Uzi who gets the gold. And what a good retaliation in the series it's been in this second game.
Second dragon going over towards EDG as well. A very stable early game, like you said. Even forcing the TP out of Cream. Because it isn't 14 minutes, Cream had to TP to the bottom lane tower. But while this was all happening, Ala was just proxying towards that top side. So both solo laners getting extreme lane party for JJ to work off, which honestly, quite the redemption considering how in game 1, EDG was in OMG's position.
They were. It was the early game, flat out, that OMG were finding advantage in the majority of the map. But one thing, again, that stayed present here in the game too, is the fact that Uzi and Mako are just having a great series. I think Mako especially, a bit of a redemption arc for this support legend, the franchise player of EDG, who had 0 MVPs over 16 series. Everyone in LPL versus each other once. And the fact that Mako never got an MVP for a team that finished in, you know, the first round of playoffs here. A team that finished in 8th, at 8-8. 8 series, and Mako never got an MVP. That's just crazy to me with how good this guy is, how legendary Mako is historically.
You know, the fact that makes me happy is Mako did secure himself an MVP. The ultimate's coming at OMG, though. I think EDG just walk it off, Mako, walk it off, as you are a Braum with Mertreads as well. Mako securing himself an MVP with the Nautilus in that series up against W, and that game alone just proves why Mako at his peak or in his form is one of the best LPL supports that we have in the league. However, EDG, it's always been this problem, just the consistency of how they show up to these stage games have been a huge question mark. But I think in this game too, EDG, they're feeling more than comfortable, but I want to see them really spiral this lead out of control and really snowball this opportunity given over by OMG.
Here's a Tristana turret pushing pressure as Fofo now moving down to do exactly that. EDG spotted out with rotation thanks to the free wards known as saplings from Maokai. No Dragon up and available yet. We're 3 minutes away from that, but EDG have started stacking 2 in their back pocket, means that they can now threaten OMG to take this next fight down bot side, knowing how important it is. But with JJ hovering down here for the time being, Abel has to pay respect. I mean, JJ could just ulti this out. Cleanse is there, but burnt again as Mako jumps in, flashes in, rather, just hovers down. But Abel gonna get rooted up. Uzi on top of the old predecessor will take him down. Abel drops and Uzi just outclassing here as bot is now free.
Every single crowd control connected onto Abel. They're even getting both summoners out of the AD carry of OMG as well. I mean, EDG, they're really just shutting down how Abel's easily kind of vulnerable to these ganks in the early game. But I also want to critique Abel. I think he should have just straight up flashed after getting instantly ulted by JJ. A little bit too greedy with how he was very confident in dodging out on all this CC. And it was also a very great Nautilus ultimate coming out of PP God as well. But this final pullback from Uzi and getting Abel, at this point, just hold on to the flash. It wasn't worth it.
Agreed. I mean, again, so late and punishes him. The fact he burnt it in the end as well, Kitty, means he loses double summoners and he loses his life. And Abel gives over gold to Uzi, who now bumps up EDG's total gold value above 4K, or rather 4K above OMG's. This is such a good early game from EDG and a great bounce back. I guess the suit can stay on for the time being, as OMG's funeral hasn't quite been decided whether it's real or not. But as EDG move themselves up towards the top side, it's because second Herald spawns. And Kitty, look at the timer. 1 minute 15 till the Dragon spawns. Let's see if OMG can find something in bot side.
But has to be careful. There's no TP available from the side of EDG. Cream is really far away. Can he follow up on this though?
Well, ulti going to be burned. Flash after, as there's the fate to be sealed. Rocket jump away. Fofo kites under turret. PP God has the damage. Only just, though, a little bit sketchy from OMG, but the deal is done.
A lot of ultimates being burnt, but like you said, at least PP God was able to secure that final kill onto Fofo, where if Fofo was a little bit more disciplined, that kill should have never gone over to OMG, and EDG remain in a very comfortable position. But with 3 people rotating towards that bottom lane, that's tier 2.
It's just gone like that. Objective bounties now for OMG, considering what they've lost. You're not surprised. That's almost 6,000 gold. Against OMG, EDG are doing the same in reverse. Cream now hopefully going to get this objective bounty for OMG, but he doesn't have a first item. So this is going down very slowly as it's a Hexgate rift, and the boys are just coming back out on the map.
Oh my god, Aki, he was so close to taking that Hexgate over. You saw the proc from this Maokai as well. I mean, he would have just walked into 3 members of EDG. We have Ala also being in the bottom lane, so Shandy is forced to use that TP while taking this tier 1 tower, but the dragon stacking from EDG right now, I mean, they already have full priority on this dragon. Can Fofo look for a kill here?
Maybe. I mean, Fofo doesn't have the damage, though. Maybe not a kill. He's going to be the one to die, surely. Jumps back into turret, but Cream's there. Oh, the damage. Not enough. Fate to be sealed. Jumps in. Finally gets it. He'll sit under turret because he knows that he can take this before he dies. As more objective bounty over to OMG. Gold is only 3,000, but look at what EDG just got. Dragon Soul Point has been acquired. Soul coming up in 5 minutes.
Hysterics, this can't keep happening for Fofo. He just chain died 2 times in a row in the side lane, and you're aware that OMG, they're not contesting the objective on the other side, where EDG, they're currently sitting on Soul Point, which is Hex Soul for this game, by the way. But for some reason, OMG, they're able to crawl back into this game from individual picks onto Fofo, and I feel like these mistakes shouldn't really be happening. Just jump out here. But Cream, this Yone is going to become a slight problem in these team fights, and I feel like the only person that can be relied on is Uzi right now.
The fact as well, Kitty, that your team's doing Dragon and you pay so much disrespect to the weak side of the map is incredible. I mean, again, EDG, we're not calling them the cleanest team in League of Legends right now. They're 2,000 gold ahead still in this game, and the game is still looking favorable. But OMG now have a kill on their Yone. Will they have another death added in as well as the next question as Mako Jeja hover around Fofo while he blasts open the last outer on the map for OMG. Map is now wide open in that state as well, with Baron coming up in a minute. That could be a big fact.
And unfortunately, Abel only sitting on 2 items. They most likely have to contest for that final Soul Dragon going towards EDG with only 3 minutes remaining. And I'm pretty sure Abel, he's nowhere near his third. Good buffer.
PP God caught. Well, an explosive charge to pop. That gives Fofo a reset here. Nature's Grasp across the team, but EDG are still so healthy onto PP God. It's a crit to finish it off. And Fofo picks up the kill with OMG losing their support and their defensive engage tool. Now EDG will take more run of the map.
A very scrappy game from OMG as well, but if you consider the fact that you have to deal with both the Renekton, Xayah, and Tristana, you can't really go Merc Treads, but even with Sejuani, it is going to be a pain for PP God without that flash available as well. But it does seem like EDG, they're not going to find too much of that kill. They will secure an extra bit of vision around this Baron, which they do have double 80 carries. So if OMG aren't too careful, they can sneak that very early on in the game, especially with that 4th Dragon spawning in 2 minutes. They can just trade it.
I mean, again, playing through the powerhouse of having Soul Point. Something many LPL teams have done so well. Drawing one team to the side of the map, they have to beat. Or picking up the Baron and picking up a gold lead, and especially Kitty, Tristana on EDG, or rather Baron, sorry, on EDG with a Tristana is something you can't afford to give away as OMG. Your turrets are gone, your base is gone, the pushing power is too much to handle.
Apollo using his Dominus.
As Arla found the pick again, PP God might be caught out as Cream is pretty deep in enemy lines. He Fate Seals to get range, Gale Force as well. Luckily to have that as Shanji ulti's out as well. Look at what was just used. Look at who was just caught. EDG can now threaten Baron.
That's 2 major ults away from OMG, and the DPS of EDG, they're not going to be under any threat starting up this Baron, but luckily they have vision on this.
But what does this Malphite do as he walks on in? OMG has scattered EDG on one path, and that's towards enemy jungle. As now Cream walking in, so is Shanji. Malphite useless without the ulti. They need to rely on Abel, who flies in but to his death. OMG, it is a comedy right now. As EDG just unpack the clown car and take their free Baron.
They're gonna secure themselves 3 kills, a Baron, and also reset, and now work towards that dragon. I didn't expect the game to play out like this, but whatever works for you, EDG, as they were able to they forced out 2 of the most important ultimates for OMG to work off.
Kitty, those ultis down. Shanji and Cream still wanted to contest. It's like they wanted to make sure that they could, fight, stop the Baron.
Yeah, and EDG very cutthroat on this turn as well. They weren't allowing Abel any angle to really work off his poke from this AP Kai'Sa, which honestly was the only thing that OMG could rely on with this Baron stuff. But with Arky using his ult so close, he just got instantly shut down, and the entire teamfight was extremely split. But all eyes
we're dancing again, I believe, because it is Soul coming up as a pick on the side. Cream might have found Arla, but Arla is a big croc. Now taking on Abel as well. 1v2! He takes the kill! As he drops down in the end, Cream will find a trade, but look at the health bars blinking again. Cream has ulti, trying to stack up that second Q here with the Steel Tempest as Arky rolls in the Nature's Grasp. It's the 3-man, or rather only 2, as over they find Uzi the Fate to be sealed, but does Cream have enough damage? Uzi out with the Feathers. OMG are running for their life, but the concussive blows are such a nightmare to deal with. PP God might be next on the menu, boys, as Cream trying to do what he can onto Fofo. There is some good damage, but everyone else is dead. Cream in the backline! Oh my god! So close, but Uzi stands strong. EDG will continue the fight in this series quite cleanly.
And Cream trying so hard to crawl back any opportunity of this game, but now with the 4th Dragon getting secured by EDG into their pockets, this game too should be done and dusted. Uzi on the Xayah 4 times now in the playoffs, just working magic for this roster.
So close as this fight, so scattered Kitty. The problem starts with Arla as Abel flashes to be a part of this, but probably like, hang on a minute. This guy, it's a Renekton. Oh, crap.
Yeah, looking to flash into melee range up against Renekton. Probably not the smartest decision that Abel has made, but now with the Kai'Sa gone from the fight, you see double ultimates committed onto Uzi, but Uzi having a time frame to use his Featherstorm baits out the positioning of OMG, and that allows Fofo pretty much to freely DPS onto the carries and play front to back. And once again, Mako on this Braum, having that Braum passive with 4 melee champions on the side of OMG, it's just beautiful.
God, close move. I want to see this again, though. Cream. Oh.
Flash Gale Force, instant shutdown onto Fofo, but that Braum passive coming in clutch. Triple kill for Uzi now, and they're going to work towards the top lane tower, while OMG, they're just going to look for a 4-1.
Let's just see their last stand, though, Kitty, because even though the gold lead's at 8,000, EDG have to finish off this game. But it has been quite classy here, as coming through with a pick to start off onto Arky. He's just going to drop on down. Nature's Grass an afterthought as Cream is pushing in the side lane. But EDG dotting the I's and crossing all them T's. In 25 minutes now, looking for the end. Cream has to get back here.
Guys?
He only has one teleport to turret, or turret to teleport, pardon the partners. Now on the last one, Cream's finally here, but the base almost bare. There's Shanji's ultimate. Fate sealed again. Depth charge, great. They're going to defend nicely as Arla gets into the back line, but Cream is the one to watch. Jeje running forward as now they find him stunned. Uzi just path with Mako. And again, the star of EDG performs his most. EDG going to equalize the series. And we have one at that here, with OMG falling in 25 minutes.
And Mako on this Braum in Game 2 was the standout for me with the NKDA of 1, 1, and 17. He pretty much had a 98% KP on this Braum, and he made OMG's composition a living hell to play out. You saw every single angle that Cream was trying to crawl back on. I mean, as long as Braum's there, none of the carries are going to be under any threat.
Yeah, I mean, again, it was this Braum pick on 4 that for EDG, it felt like it was going to always do a lot against its comp, but I think ultimately, Kitty, we know that Mako is a great defensive player, and I think a great counter-engage player, great for the Braum. But alongside Uzi, from Game 1 to now, we have just seen great lanes. We have seen really good lanes out of EDG's 2v2, so I think consistently we are seeing Abel and PP God, getting beaten out in the laning phase. And it was only last game where the whole map was burning that EDG couldn't do anything otherwise, or rather Uzi couldn't. This game, stable lanes, great skirmishes, Uzi can actually play the game.
An Uzi that can play the game is a happy Uzi, but that goes back to OMG's root problems where, like you said, it is about the bottom lane. It is going to be through Abel and PP God giving over those opportunities in the early game where I feel like, especially Abel as a player, he really struggles to recover from being set behind early and already locking in something like the Kai'Sa as that red 1 pick, I believe. Zai is just going to be the natural counter. So I'm going to, go back to the drafting board for the side of OMG. I feel like that was a very OMG comp. You have Cream for you have Yone for Cream, of course, Aki making up for that lack of AP in the Maokai as well. But the support champion in Nautilus, we saw PP God really struggling in those team fights as well. And it kind of just fell to OMG's demise.
It's just a great performance, ultimately, from EDG. And a quick note, as you're talking about the draft, Kitty, a quick note is that, for this game, as you said, it was an OMG-style draft. I don't think we see anything wrong. It wasn't like last game, see the Akali come out of nowhere, first pick Akali, but also how it runs into the enemy. This game for OMG, we saw a lot of characteristic mistakes out of people like PP God. Aki didn't have the same impact as he did last game. OMG, Kitty, fighting without those 2 ultimates from Shanji, from Cream. A bit of decision-making here in this game, in this 25.5-minute game, that caused them to falter. And it's funny in this series so far. We have had a 23-minute game for game number 1 by OMG, 25.5 minutes by EDG. These are ending quick. Like, once someone snowballs, they snowball out of control and the game is over.
And the common factor of both these games is Tristana and getting first Rift Herald into Tristana's pockets. And honestly, both sides have proved that they are very happy with executing these early game compositions. However, you also have to consider the fact that EDG, they were able to secure themselves 3 winning lanes in terms of priority, and that plays into the fact that OMG weren't able to really contest any objectives. You see the Dragon Soul going over to EDG, and also the Rift Heralds going over to Jie as well. So, you know, at the end, I feel like, yes, you're very comfortable for OMG, but OMG fall into a trap where they default to comfort and they don't look at the bigger picture where it can affect Aki in the early game.
Which I don't think is the style of OMG. I think we talked about their macro in game number 1, and we mentioned, or at least I did, that OMG, I don't really see them as a poor macro team. I think it can be thrown around as a general phrase a lot, but OMG are quite put together in that sense. So again, it's given us a taste of both teams kind of at their peak, or at least at their best in the series. Hopefully game number 3 will continue flying out, as we know that OMG are going to pick blue side. We know that OMG are going to be picking blue. It's going to be an angle for Tristana first pick again. But let's just take a break and see after this return and find out that secret piece of information.
双手成就你的梦想。
你的反手的话，立刻一个破裂，踩两人，预言家先行倒地，而后续的话开始后来了，骑士型回旋踢，换风动弹不得，直接倒地。
已经有晕了，霞那边大招只能直接先上。
躲过了，再将 W 躲，往前往小威很立功，想去找到谁，第二时间招起来，双 C 都跑了，霞砍下一波大招，开到了以后反开，带着过来一步伤害拉满了，小林先被秒掉，而且大招进攻卷起4个人，接着不消除自己的大招以后闪现撞到了墙上，没有办法，这边团滔博已经溃败了，哇，这一波卡纳维的这个大闹天宫卷麻了。 镜头一切，又是贝尔维斯在对方野区撒野，敌的3个人，假的，直接变大小做又被留住，回到塔前还要 Q 上去，第一时间没有刷新头方向的 Q 选择放弃，儒勒来了 ，W 再中，再次变身，你在干什么？ 薛
闪现 QAW 伤害差一点，但是这里有人，
哇，还敢跳过去，
有误认，拉卷起来了。
哦哟，阿边在配合又是一个 Q 技能，把纳尔也收割。开的不错，但是自己也有点站不住吧。阿卡丽被后排锁定住以后，4包1是，哦，好大！这个大树救下了阿卡丽的同时，德善在宝蓝这个位置要被捆住了，交了个闪现下人，梦魇帮忙挡，梦魇说大哥我也没盾，我怎么给你挡啊？野辅瞬间被融化。
Jump 加了保护性大招，双挑撤退被闪现捆住了，这把大辅也倒了。
晕了一个，但是晕一个已经够了吗？把泰坦秒掉，小虎自己也倒。侧面李秋南的位置还不错，微微想捡。欧亚这边交闪，被烂的跟闪拿到人头，德善闪现过去咬到的是优口闪现出来，后面路被留住红白刀，但是没有第一时间往前走。微微偷出魅魂往前走，突破天灵拿到了一个插花的人头，再捡起来。李秋南这边手都 A 酸了，但是双拳难敌对面4个人啊！哇，而且是找大叠了蛮多飞轮的。是的。 球力的这个飞轮叠了很多，来看看这条大龙会是有很给拿到。那这样子的话，在龙坑里面的速度好快啊！狐狸只能 TP 来正面，而且正面又有风雨的大招可以进行阻隔。小天的拼抢，但是拼抢不了，大招也被抢到了。小天也被顶头，这样的话小天牺牲掉自己，是变得非常。而伊万一直来帮助。泥王的装备很好啊，这怪偷一套先攻泥王当然是很高的，泥王有闪的，但闪现死了，闪现交慢了呀，没错。
碰到了杰杰4级有buff，
被黏住，
这边要赶紧走，如此这边赶过来蓝也不能动，哎，在 Q 反向闪现，很帅的一个单杀。
夏季赛的结果的话，其实无论输赢我们都会复盘，但可能由于输的太多了，暴露出来的问题也太多，所以很多问题没有得到解决，所以我们希望在季后赛里做出改变，去寻求胜利。季后赛的目标的话，就是先赢下每一个对手吧，然后至少我们要拿到冒泡赛的资格去往世界赛。对战 OMG 战队的话，我觉得我们 BO5 的经验会相对足一点，所以我们只要正常发挥就能赢下来。阿 K 选手的话，在常规赛玩得非常好，他们是 OMG 的节奏发动机吧，所以我跟他们对位的话，就比谁的节奏更好吧。BO3 和 BO5 最大的不同，可能就是对于选手的心态以及他的耐力是一种挑战吧，所以这对于 EDG 而言，这是非常有优势的。我们打过非常多的 BO5。
So many, and especially JJ. I mean, he's a world champion after all. So we welcome you back after EDG equalised the score against OMG in our round 2 of LPL 2023 Summer Playoffs. I'm Mr. Erickson, joined by Kitty here for your next 3 games, or possible 3 games at that as well. Kitty, game 2 MVP. I would assume.
Don't even get me started with this.
Was it Uzi? Who was it?
I personally would have voted for Mako because that was probably one of the best Braum performances we've seen so far in summer. But the man on your screen, the World Championship player himself, Jie on the Sejuani, secures himself MVP in this game 2, evening out the scoreline and just shutting down Abel and PP God in the early game to the point where Abel really just felt like he was suffocating on this Kaiser pick, which is seen to be an extremely OP champion once you do reach those 3 items spike. But you know, to be fair, I feel like both the jungle and support played really well. They were linking up, they were getting stuff done, especially when you see either Jieji or Meko getting their CC onto the enemy carries and just the other person linking up instantly, which is something that was missing from game 1. Just the decision making and the cutthroat ability of making these plays so fast is exactly what EDG needed. And even this play in particular, you saw a bit of hesitancy from Abel. He thought he could outplay this, but you know, just flash, just get out of here. Fortunately, Uzi on the Xayah, I mean, he's played probably billions of Xayah games in his lifetime, so he knows how to get a route onto a Kai'Sa in particular. But this game from start to finish was just EDG's game to win. But something that we have to critique is those singular opportunities that Fofo gave over to OMG, where it did allow players like Cream and able to come back into the game. Fortunately, I mean, this was a scrappy one, and this fight kind of just blew the game out of control.
But it was never an OMG fight at that note, was it? I mean, we got a couple of good plays from people like Cream coming into the back of not this fight, but the next one. But EDG had control throughout the whole game, and that's what made it such a brilliant game from EDG, really from start to finish. When players like Uzi can excel, when, you know, even players like Fofo, who, again, I think we've been critical on, even though he's got the second most MVPs in EDG, that he can also shine as well at moments on this Tristana. So ultimately for EDG, a real, I guess, wake up in second game. But now we're just waiting to see what happens in game 3, because it is EDG on blue, Kitty, from what I heard. If not, it would just be so weird, considering the state of League of Legends right now, the priority on Tristana in this series. I want to see what changes. I want to see if OMG banned away, because surely after what both teams have now experienced, you're like, there's no way, and I meant OMG, by the way, that OMG can, on this blue side, get Tristana first pick. There is no way you let that through.
Yeah, I feel like Tristana blue side is just kind of the kingpin for this game, or at least the series in particular, where we see both teams finding a lot of success with this pick. But I also want to kind of highlight how the 2 junglers that we have in this series, both Aki and Jieji, just getting on top of their game and getting so much done with the Rift Herald. As we say, a little visit from the doggo of Hysterics, wagging his little tail in the back. Hysterics is clueless.
He's all right. He's all right. He's just pacing around.
But I think he's just vibing. I'm honestly also vibing as we now have a best of 3 in our hands because the scoreline is currently even. But my biggest critique for OMG's comp coming into, from game 2 is that if you look at their isolated lanes, all of them had losing prior in the early game, and that really restricted the ability of Aki finding any major objectives on the map. If you're trading, you know, Dragon, you at least have to gain priority over the other objective on the other side of the map, which could have been Rift Herald, but unfortunately we didn't see that. So it is just going to be who's able to kind of get the pace going on early from that interview with Jie as well. And something I wanted to point out from that interview with Jie is he said that best of threes and best of fives kind of feel the same, but I guess for a person that's played so many best of fives, he's kind of used to it. But best of fives are tiring, man. They really get to you, especially if you're like getting old and you can't really keep up anymore. I believe from an interview with NIP Shadow, he said his body nearly couldn't make it. I mean, he made it.
Oh my God.
Fortunately for Shadow, but still, it's a competition that goes on for 5 hours. So this is going to be a really big test for the OMG squad because they are the more inexperienced side.
Well, I mean, again, like, I know in scrims, a lot of the time, people will opt to play a BO5 just because it's more experience, it's better at draft adaptation. And it is what your end goal is for any region, you know, in playoffs, in the later stages in some regions as well. So that BO5, you know, JJ being like, yeah, it's the same as BO3 for me. He's just done so many, as you were alluding to. But for OMG, this is a roster that, again, hasn't had this much success in 5 years. And if we look back at OMG 5 years ago in 2017 when they made the playoffs in both splits, almost went to Worlds, was Xiang, Jericho, or World 6, Icon, SMLZ, and 5. How old do you all feel? Because those players right now, like apart from SMLZ, you know, darting here and there between recent splits, Icon's not playing. He's a free agent. Xiang's retired. Jericho's retired. World 6 is retired. 5 has retired or is just a free agent too. Like, it's long since gone the days of old OMGs. We're getting to draft. And that Tristana we talked about, Kitty, long gone are the days where that's left up as a first pick. So Kai'Sa it is for OMG to pick up.
We have received a slight change up in bans, especially from the side of OMG. They took away Uzi Xayah, and that is one of my biggest questions coming from the EDG side, because we've seen how much Uzi really relies on Xayah and Kai'Sa in the current meta. We have also seen a lot of bans from their WE series where it was the Ashe and Vayne consistently getting slammed away from Uzi, so that could potentially be something that Uzi considers, especially with them saving that counter spot for Mako, I'm assuming, where we could see an Ashen Braum coming into this game 3. But Cream once again locking in the Yone, but this time around Fofo having this LeBlanc. I really want to see Fofo play this LeBlanc right, because they were so close to really taking that series. I believe it was singular game win up against WE, but they threw it. They fumbled it, Hysterics.
Yeah, and again, sad. I mean, Fofo back on the LeBlanc. You love to see it at the very least up against Cream on the Yone. He's just running it back. He's like, it wasn't the Yone. And to be fair, he was the best player out of OMG last game. So I don't blame him for wanting to run it back now with a different 2v2 on the bot side as Arla gets his jacks. And if we're talking about champions, as a bit of a run back here, Arla's second most played of the split, one of his favorite historically as well. It's got to be this Jax.
Yeah, and with the Cassante gone, you're expecting something like the cannon also taken away from Shanty, which is just straight up comfort for the top laner of OMG. So what is going to be his response into Arla's Jax? I'm not too sure just quite yet. He just played a Malphite game. Oh, oh my, can we see a Kennen game from Shanty in this game 3? We already have the Rel locked in, which potentially could also be flexed towards that jungle position as well. So OMG have a lot of options to consider so far into the draft. But I still feel like with Arla being on his comfort champion for Jax, they have such a huge win con in the side lane push. And honestly, Arla's form in this current series is also looking really good.
Yeah, true. I mean, again, in both games, you'd say that Arla's been pretty decent enough, especially in that last game, as you wanted to allude to what was happening on the top side for OMG. We'll hold on that because for now, we need to see what's going into the bot lane for EDG. As they're going up against Rel, Kai'Sa, left and available, the Xayah's gone, the Tristana's gone as an option on the bot side. They are going to leave counter pick for Uzi here to see what he's dealing with, as Mako on that classic engage to partner up with JJ.
But what can you pick as a counter? Because you already know that most likely is going to be Kai'Sa AD carry, and you're up against a Poppy and Rel. So, will we be getting a Vayne in Game 3 from Uzi is going to be the question. I mean, that is going to secure themselves a Rel jungle in the hands of Aki, the first time he's going to be playing this in 13-13. So this is going to be a spicy one, Hysterics.
And against Poppy, Q doesn't get interrupted by W on Poppy, does it, as Vayne? Because it's a tumbles a dash? Or is it movement? Anyway.
Pause, champ.
We'll find out. We will find out. We will find out. Surely we will find
Hold
out
your breath.
Uzi's Vayne. Not only have we seen it in regular season. If I'm hyping this up and it doesn't happen, then I'd be sad, but it does. Uzi's Vayne, second time this split. But Uzi's Vayne, all the same. In playoffs, this is it. My God. It's like getting Christmas in July.
The red glasses return for EDG. Uzi has only played the Vayne once in the summer split into a very similar composition as well, but that was a dominating performance out of the AD carry for EDG, and he's looking to do it again, continue this 100% win rate as well for the side of EDG, but this is going to be an exciting one for the fans to witness.
Oh, hell yeah, especially when it's Uzi versus Abel. Wicked narrative all over the place again. But you guys know the story. You know the 2018 RNG. And you know that Uzi playing Vayne is showing off a bit here. When he was debuting in the league again, everyone hovered Vayne as a sign of respect. This is his champion. And this man has performed out of his mind on world stages, on the domestic stage here in the LPL on this pick. Nothing really comes close to it when you think of this legend. As Vayne gets locked in, now, Kitty, we have to see if it can get the tools to succeed, because there is a lot of mobility on the side of EDG. A lot of mobility you expect to start impacting that bottom side and keep Uzi safe, as there's a lot of dive from OMG that is going to be a very hard Vayne game to play.
They do have the Poppy up against Fofo and Arla, so really in these teamfights, the difference is going to be how Shanty is going to show up on this Poppy pick. He's only played it once in the summer so far. It has received a win, but his kind of execution in these teamfights have to be perfect, especially if you let Uzi do whatever he wants on this Vayne. He is going to absolutely destroy you, but there's a reason why WE permabanned Uzi out. It was the Ashen Vayne kind of gone away from the AD carry, but now EDG, they're gonna show OMG what's up.
Well, let's hope, because Game 3 is everything to move to match point. In our second round, we still ask the question, who will lock in the regional qualifications? Who will lock in a date with Destiny versus Top Esports? OMG versus EDG in game number 3. Uzi's Vayne returns to Summoner's Rift. As I can't wait to see how this one plays out. All right. Now, the biggest question, Kitty, as Aki lurks in the brush on his Rel jungle, which I know we didn't get a chance to talk about. It's funny now because Shadow played it, you know, quite a bit only yesterday. That on top of that, I think more importantly, you know, it has been popping up. Kanavi played it, first to play it in the LPL. We didn't get a chance to talk about it here, Kitty, but it adds a lot of engage potential, as it's funny because you've got, I guess, another jungler technically up in that top side by the likes of Shanji on the Poppy. So a lot of disengage and engage to finalize my point up against EDG.
Personally, I would love seeing Rel as that counter pick into Sejuani's nowadays because of the rise in popularity ever since the 13.12 changes to this champion. Riot's decided to make her a flex and give her bonus magic damage to camps as well. So even her clear in the jungle is going to be extremely fast compared to something like the Sejuani. And there's a reason why a lot of people prefer this matchup. It's because you see Sejuani often as a bully in the early game. However, up against Rel, you can't really do that. She just CCs you to death. The W hits.
Okay, there's actually a hard engage. Uzi on the vein, already in distress. Look at the health bar. Both pots going to be used, and already, or rather only one, I should say. Uzi just sent back in the lane. Cleanse used as well, Kitty. That's great for OMG's 2v2.
I spy with my little eye. I think Fofo's going full AP LeBlanc this game. And this time around, Uzi's going to be going Static Shiv on the Vayne, as we have a lot of minion DMATs both chosen by the bottom laners in this game 3. But still, I mean, you see Arky putting down some aggressive vision wards to spot out JJ and really stop that potential gank angle that has been a really big pain for PP God and able to deal with.
JJ's coming through the lane. I mean, Arky hasn't spotted him out as he does the blue buff. Ward placed over the side. I believe it's giving information here as JJ now spotted by his own. But the blue is still being pulled out, but the patience is going to wear thin. And Arky just has to back away. JJ catches it on the back end, though, as Arky's thinking about a revisit, but pulls away. And so at the end of the day, Arky just wasting his time a little bit. JJ was already down here.
I wouldn't be surprised if Arky looks again. You already see him positioning very aggressively as well, but he doesn't have mid lane priority to work off, so Fofo could potentially make a visit if he's not too careful. Can we just say that JJ is so scared he queued over the wall after smiting?
True. He's scared about the all-in threat. Arky, at least in the meantime, will get Scuttle in this river. But again, he was able to at least get his 2 camps. So EDG's jungler still in a decent place here as Wolves to go. But it will mean that Arky, with the tempo it feels like we're looking at here, will be able to get topside Scuttle, crossing mid lane now to achieve it. And then his full topside camp to go. So really not a bad catch-up routine here from Arky on this Rel. As Kitty, every time that I've seen Rel in jungle, I have to say, I'm also kind of surprised out of the damage that's coming out of this champion that often offers not too much damage here in the bottom lane.
It's okay, because all Rel needs to do is have so much CC for the enemy team. Cream's gonna get ganked here though.
And he flashes. Permafrost is 1 inch away. JJ finds him. He went out of his body only to have a bad experience. JJ and Fofo at half HP, but it matters not. Arky does nothing. And Fofo picks up first blood.
That's the flash out of Cream as well. Fofo with the wave slow pushing in to the LeBlanc side. I mean, that's a perfect first blood. W hits.
Well, the 2v2, things are spicing up. Uzi all leaning onto PP God, but he can't get it now. Abel just wants the second skin, and he finds the auto to finish the deal. Mako's up next, and Abel picks up a double. For the first time in this series, the 2v2 is going OMG's way.
That's not the start that you want to be seeing for Uzi's Vayne, but that's a bit of a sneaky pink wall getting placed by, I believe, Shanzi. Maybe a misclick. He had cookies running as well, but double kill into Abel's pocket is huge for the bottom lane 2v2. That frees up PP God to now link up with Arky as well, as we get a replay of what happened in mid lane. Cream should have just walked up. He had Arky clearing the Raptor camp as well, so the Rel would have had faster access to the 2v2, but I just feel like this was a bit of a directional mistake from how Cream executed the escape, as at the very end it was first blood going into Fofo's pocket, and now the CC both hitting onto the supports. But I mean, I thought OMG was going to lose this with the huge wave, but Uzi didn't have extra range to secure that kill onto PP God, and because he committed everything, this Kai'Sa just popped off.
He condemned PP God, but it must have been a fraction away from the wall. So Condemned didn't get a stun. PP God was able to walk away and Uzi couldn't get the kill. Unfortunate, but as you said, Abel getting a double kill is massive. As what's happening here? Hex Flash? Hook? Oh my god! Wait. He had
That's
the
insane!
What is that? Hook? Mako needs to be checked. That's crazy as JJ lying away. PP God engaged in this as he picks up a kill now to 3v2. A great shattering strike, but Arky's in danger. Uzi might not be 6, but all he needs is a silver bullet as he finds Abel. Re-engage from Arky. Oh no! You're about to give Uzi a double on Vayne.
How does it go from bad to worse from the side of OMG? Uzi completely cracks PP God's ankles with this Vayne, and now he picks up 2 kills and a play. Completely salvaged how the 2v2 went from that early game, and EDG back in full control. They reset. Now, I believe Nooncover picked up for Uzi as well. They're going to work towards this upcoming dragon.
And what were you saying? I mean, JJ coming in not only off playoffs, but in recent form, much better. Great lane gank here, and Kitty, we know it starts with Mako, who set this up as well.
That sidestep from Uzi's Vayne as well was just absolutely huge. But now with Aki, I mean, Rel, you had the flash, but unfortunately Vayne, you get more movement speed chasing people, and JJ on the Sejuani putting in so much work as well. However, someone that does go unhighlighted in a lot of the games, and we keep mentioning this, is Mako. Mako's Nautilus,
Yeah.
Mako's Braum, he's popping off in the playoffs so far, but he doesn't get highlighted enough. And I feel like even in one of the series wins up against WE, it was through Mako's Nautilus, and it was through hitting every single hook onto the important carries. So we need to also say that this guy, I mean, he's kind of reliving up to what was once EDG Mako back in 2021.
I mean, that's the point, right? Reliving up to, because the regular season Mako was not it. Regular season Mako was so rough that I feel like now, as you're saying, he's not getting the credit because people are a little bit suspect on what they're seeing. Like, oh, wait, hang on. The Mako we saw in regular season versus playoff Mako now is a completely different beast. Feels like old days as EDG with an early gold lead here again in this game, 1500. As JJ now and Herald going to be interrupted. Aki coming in, but the smite does get secured by JJ. Now zoned off by OMG, but Fofo double dashes in. Herald is gathered, and JJ with a great secure. The crowd very happy, apparently, that EDG are now 2k gold up, plus that objective.
And the crowd is just going absolutely insane, like you said. But honestly, Uzi's Vayne making a return into the playoffs is going to be such value out of the tickets for CN tonight. EDG pick up both the Rift Herald and this Dragon in Game 3. And we talked about how these two teams, they've been shining in the early game. And it does seem like if you give them an inch, they will take it to a mile.
EDG definitely know how to, as Mako setting up for a dredge line. Finds
Again?
it on the bad target, or maybe the good one for EDG. Killer Instinct to get on out. PB God as well has to use the quickness. But EDG's bottom lane now have a lane to push out. Fate sealed onto the block, actually connects onto Fofo. He goes 2 different ways. Cream thinking about which one to chase, but in the end, he knows he forces out the passive of Fofo and will also have a lane to play.
Oh, but JJ's just around the corner if Cream is going to be greedy about this.
Chains there. There's a flash as well. JJ, no ulti available. Use it in the bottom side. But Cream still out of the flash, out of the summoner, as EDG all across the board. Things are looking good, but can Aki change that?
Oh, he has a Hex Flash. He's looking.
Peekaboo, he says. Condemns great, though. It stops the Magnet Storm. Nicely done. A simple spell. And Aki won't be happy about the results achieved in the end.
Walk of shame for the Rel as well, but I feel like if you don't get that instant engage onto the Vayne, there's a reason why EDG saved counter pick for Uzi. They were just waiting for the stars to align to have this Vayne once again in their pockets, and it's working magic so far. Honestly, forget about the 2v2 because that's no longer relevant in the game now, as we have the plates getting pressured from the Vayne Nautilus lane once again because JJ was able to force out the double ultimates.
Out of range? No, that's Mako's direct line out of range in the meanwhile. Uzi getting caught up in the end. Final hour will be up in a second, but I think they'll just be backing for the time being. Static Shift should be able to be picked up here on this back as well. I will be saying the same about Abel, I believe. Yep, there it is. So as you were saying, Kitty, on the Vayne with Minion Dematerializer here on 13-13. Backline should be able to be cleared, and Uzi's wave clear on the Vayne is a big plus of this new item. That can make Vayne, I guess, a much better wave clearing bot, where I think Vayne's biggest weakness in the past was, of course, clearing waves, with one of the slowest AD clears, I think, out of anyone. Maybe outside of Quinn.
Yeah, because Vayne, you have to think about how her kit is single target damage, working off the silver bolts as well. But so far, we have seen Aki on this rel not finding a lot of successful angles from this champion, and a reason why Rel finds so much success in the LPL and honestly around the entire world right now is her aggressiveness in that early 3 levels, where you just make a visit towards the bottom side and you continuously threaten with that Hex Flash. But unfortunately, we didn't see that from the side of Aki, and it kind of feels like he's a little bit lost on the map so far.
Yeah, hasn't done much on this rel. I mean, again, you got to admit that EDG's JJ has been on point. Been very hard to react to this Sejuani, as now with Herald. Gold shared between Uzi, between JJ, and 1 plate left standing here in the bottom side. Still 2,000 the gold lead, but remember that EDG got that dragon towards the bottom side. So I think what we're ultimately saying is that, you know, EDG again with another great early game, and Kitty, we didn't get to talk about scaling yet, nor will we. But the biggest question is how this game's going to play out, especially in the mid game, when they have LeBlanc in a side lane with AP, not static shiv.
Yeah.
Not a split push here. So I'm curious about how different the mid game's going to be, but ignore that for now. PP God locked up. Condemn. He can't move. He cannot move. It's not fair. There's a dredge line. There's a prison. There's a condemn. And finally, lights out as death hits him in the end.
And through the Mectras as well, PP God is not having any fun. Shanty completely whiffs the Keeper's verdict onto Ala. Let's just not talk about that. But bottom lane is snowballing out of control. I was honestly kind of curious on where EDG dropped the initial Rift Herald. Fofo made his way towards the bottom lane and secures all 5 plates for Uzi. Uzi is going to be kind of the safeguard and leeway for EDG to get to that late game, because they do have Ala on his Jax. And you have to consider the fact that OMG, once it does reach extreme late game, like around that 35-40 minutes, no one can really match this Jax in the side lane. And OMG, if they run out of options, they just have to force headbutts and 5v5s off time and time again.
We'll be relying on members like Arky, PP God, some of the engage tools here at OMG, but so far, we might not even be getting to that stage, Kitty. The theme of this series so far has been 20-minute games. It's been over as quickly as it's begun. Through the snowballs we've seen so far, games have ended around 10 minutes later. And now, yet again, EDG have a gold lead. They've got a dragon, another one spawning up. They've got 1 item across the board and an advantage through mid, through jungle here, where OMG, if they fight this, they are going to be at a damage disadvantage unless they find the perfect engage at that.
We do have Shandy rotating first towards his play, though. Ala, he has a ward to work up at the tri-bush if he wants to look for a play.
Okay, the steal. Oh, it comes through. Aki, well done, but now the fate sealed onto the back line. They're all inning Uzi, but as he flashes away, he's not out until Abel blasts him through. PP God and Abel, the bottom side of OMG, doing good damage, but they've got to deal with Fofo now. And these 2 big Frank tanks that are destroying EDG. Or rather the other way around. It's OMG the ones getting destroyed as Ala joins in on the backside, kills the jungler. The dragon might have been stolen. Uzi might be dead. But at what cost for, oh my god.
And Fofo is completely online with this Ludens in his pockets. But OMG, we see this Yone 2 games in a row now, but not offering damage whatsoever in these early games. And like you kind of mentioned, these games have been going fast. They've been aggressive. And this was a straight-up 5v5 from both sides in this team. Ala teeping into the fight as well. Aki lucky enough to steal this from just a 50-50 smite, with everyone using their gap closer to really shut down this Vayne. But you have to remember the fact that Ala, he is beating the Kaisa in the back lane as well, where there's just no follow-up. Was it Rel in the backline?
Not sure, Kitty, but it was everything used to make their way into the front line there, up against Uzi. Everything burnt in the kitchen sink. After that was down, a Nautilus and a Sejuani walk into the bar. What happens then? The rest is really history, isn't it? As EDG, now with 5,000 gold under their name. I keep tracking gold, especially in this series, because it just comes out of nowhere. 1 play, an extra couple of K. Then objective follow suit. And even though OMG stopped the dragon stacking, now they're pulling their attention towards this herald that should bust down. Preferably that mid lane turret as stretch line doesn't connect onto a wall. Shanji and Arla battling it out while PP God and Naki are seeing what angle they can pick. Fofo with this AP LeBlanc like the good old days. Just poking his head over, adding some pressure as it was the keeper's verdict on the end from Shanji. that zoned away Arla, but in the end, EDG still stands strong, pick up the Herald, and OMG can't find a pick off the back end.
Yeah, but with both top and bottom tier 1 towers down for the side of OMG, EDG picking up this Rift Herald, I believe it's the second one into their pockets as well. They're just gonna look to tear open the map from the mid lane tier 1 as well, which is relatively straightforward, but we also have to highlight the fact that we haven't seen too much out of Shandy and Cream in this series in particular, where they're very reliant on Abel doing well on this Kaisa. But unfortunately, if you look at EDG, they don't only have one threat, they have three. They have a Jax, they have LeBlanc, they have Uzi that can all jump onto Abel and shut him down a lot, where they have to kind of just duck their heads down and wait for Cream to hit 3 items, because I feel like this Yone is offering absolutely nothing unless he lands that ultimate, which gap closes on Uzi.
I feel like Shanji's role in this game then, Kitty, is very different. Like, this Poppy has a counter to Fofo, Jeje, Mako, Arlo, like 4 members of EDG. Feels like Abel's going to be very reliant on where his friendly Poppy is positioning alongside him, as that Herald is going to be spotted. Dropped in mid, taking the turret, more gold for EDG. Fofo jumps forward, God jumps back, and EDG continuing to exert pressure. Ozaki wants a Hex Flash, but EDG just back away after the charge is taken. And at 18 minutes, almost 7,000 gold in the pockets of EDG over OMG. It's just been a clinic. And again from this jungler, who picked up MVP in Game 2, Jeje. I keep saying everyone's having a day, but there are many days in the year. And there are many days within days. You know, everyone can have a day in the same team. The point is, Jeje's having a day. And outside of me, you know, woo, you know, being that kind of human being, Jeje really is having a good performance with 100% KP.
Yeah, I feel like the difference that is making EDG look like a completely different team compared to their regular split selves is Jeje and Mako being able to finally step up and work together as that jungle support duo. And you see them kind of getting early advantages into Uzi's pockets 2 games in a row now. I feel like EDG, they want to cut Cream off here.
Oh my god, he has to go back to the soul. EDG might have an angle, the prediction. Jeje has to get respect. It was much better than my analogy of days within days. Look, again, the prediction comes through. Cream gets out, but he uses the Fate Sealed. Dragon's up in 5 seconds, Kitty. What rough timing for Cream not to have ulti.
Yeah, and the side waves are terrible for OMG to really receive this play. Luckily for them, they were able to deny that second dragon away to stop the dragon stacking. So I'm assuming OMG, they are going to just leave this one open, especially with Cream needing to force that ultimate out in the side lane as well. But you already see EDG's composition being so potent to Cream in particular, where Jeje and Fofo have so much gap close and just they cheat tempo by jumping over the walls and just answer to Cream's side lane push as well.
Dragon taken. Arla might be answered by OMG, who are trying to find themselves a topside turret. Arla spotted out. He's walking in. He's going to defend this. The rest of EDG are not nearby. OMG are going to try and make a dive, but Kitty, my question is about the damage here. As jumping onto PP God first, Grandmaster at Might is available with Flash. OMG are giving him a bit of respect here with the Divine Thunderer, but meanwhile, EDG, I mean, if you want to talk about respect, none given towards mid as they push as a 4-man unit. Now with Dredgeline under turret, this Trinity Force Vayne shredding through as Abel versus Uzi. I've been waiting for it. Fofo, go away, Fofo! Make it fair! As PP God gets a knockup with the quickness, Uzi sidesteps, flashes away, condemns and rather no, tumbles to his death under turret. PP God gets the kill as Fofo is going to be crashed down on by the rest of EDG. Hang over the wall as Arla rotates in. A couple of quick kills, a flare of talent, and EDG put pressure on the base.
You may have gotten tier 1 tower by EDG, but I feel like opening up mid lane and letting Uzi going in, I think he went a little too ham. Let's just be honest. He wanted that 1v1 up against Abel and he got the job done, but unfortunately, tumbling into that tower did mean it was an even trade at the end. But now OMG, they're so desperate at crawling back from any opportunity into this game. And it was once again Mako landing the hook onto Shanzi, where I feel like the Keeper's Verdict just came out way too late. He let the wave walk in, and then Abel was forced to use the static ship auto onto the wave as well, instantly clearing it. But that meant that he didn't have enough damage to challenge Uzi.
Fofo so disrespectful as no wait.
Oh, not the
no!
slow-mo and the cleanse. It's close your eyes. Put on the red glasses.
Look, a little bit rough, but still, point was made by EDG. They're so far in the lead, it doesn't really matter, Kitty. Mid turret threatened, Baron now threatened. OMG are losing control of the map, and they have been for the past 5 minutes. But more so, they're losing control of vision. They've only got the scuttle. Then everything else, is completely blind. That's what's keeping them in a safe position in this Baron. But even as they have to walk up in their own jungle, it's not theirs anymore. PP God, Cream, Arky have to walk as a 3-man unit just to try and get an inkling of information.
And once again, OMG locking in 4 melee champions coming into this game 3. They're really struggling to find any consistent poke onto the enemy team, where the initial engage from either Arky or PP God pretty much just means they have to go. They only have one chance at winning the 5v5, but if that goes wrong, the entire team crumbles, and it kind of feels like EDG, they're playing with the idea of Baron now. However, I feel like OMG can just still flip the game and find an opportunity to come back.
Dredge line on Mako, but of course back to the Soul. Cream goes as defending mid lane turret, which is an objective bounty for OMG, is now pivotal here for Edward Gaming as well. Or rather, OMG I meant. You know what I'm talking about, guys. There's 5 members hover mid. OMG now going to be like, yeah, what do you think of this? Now we're here.
Oh, Allah has a flanking goal on the Jax. He knows he's walking all the way around.
But OMG have found a pick onto JJ. If they can pull this off before he gets around, it could be huge. But now spotted on a ward. Arla seen OMG pull back JJ with an ulti used defensively as PP God. They're on the wrong side of the rift. We have literally swapped sides. We're dancing. Uzi now joining up as well. JJ waiting for that ulti. Dredge line out in. Fofo flashed on. Magnet Storm huge. 4-man fate sealed. Cream comes out of nowhere. Puppy separates as well. You mentioned it, Kitty. Shanji gets them away as OMG now pile on the rest. Uzi's down. Arla's out. Cream and Arky. Bring it back.
And OMG, they flipped the game through a 5v5 in absolute style. They secure themselves this Baron, and we thought EDG fans, they were having the champagne open with Uzi picking that kill up in the base, but the game has just completely flipped. They're gonna reset with the Baron, and they're gonna deny this dragon stacking from EDG as well. This game just became close.
And it's a bounty. Baron's a bounty. You get the 1,500 gold plus extra. It's only 2k in the lead for OMG and Kitty. When I see an all-in comp like that we also mentioned scaling with, I have a bit of fear for Edward Gaming. They're still in the lead, but that was brilliant. We're about to see a replay, I'll tell you now. A replay of Arky set up the jungler who was not doing much in this game. We even said it, Kitty, on this rel. Not doing too much. And then Arky comes in, and immediately it's a very different story in this next fight.
Yeah, OMG just, I feel like a huge reason why OMG is able to win so many of these games is because they don't care what the situation is. They just force 5v5s. They always play for team fight compositions, and they out-mechanic the enemy team. Arky pretty much played that team fight perfectly, and Shanty getting his ultimate onto the 2 most important members as well. Let's see if they can do it again, though.
Arla's on a ward. OMG practically playing like they don't know as Cream dodges away from the counter-strike, but onto Dragon. This would be number 3 for EDG as Arky running in. He stole one, wants another permafrost there. Arla's zoning out. There's the prisoners. Dragon's taken away, but Shanji separated again, but Cream is taking heavy damage from this Jax. This Baroned up team needs to be careful as EDG still getting Dragon, denying OMG from slowing the game down further. But at the very least, a turret off the back end of EDG resetting means OMG can climb that gold again.
Oh, but Uzi isn't in the bottom lane, so OMG, they're going to look for tier 2 here.
Can they find it, though? That's the biggest question. As you said, Uzi's not there. He's pushed mid, but Cream's not here either. He'll have to teleport in as Baron minion in the form of one standing there. Uzi now joining in, though, as Fofo thinking about collapsing. Wards to spot out OMG in this vision line. All it takes is a Mako hook, an engage from JJ, but again, EDG aren't over posturing. They're going to defend Cream, they're going to defend mid. As gold is now only 1,000 in the lead of EDG, and with this turret again being threatened for this next Baron minion wave, with everyone from EDG moving mid, OMG have now equalized off that 1-6 play.
A 4,000 Baron play from OMG. The gold completely shifts over to this roster. Now they're going to work towards the mid lane. But Jie, the Glacial Prism just isn't online. Another 5 seconds and then they have the angle to really challenge OMG. But once again, they need to dodge out on the initial Keeper's Verdict from Shandy if they want to have a fair 5v5.
There's no vision where Arky is though. He's got Hex Flash. Watch Arky, watch Arky. With the ulti again, Jie going to be first in line. Uzi is of course the target. Baron helping get the push here as there's the quickness in the backline, but again, Cream with the Fate Sealed, but no one's there to help him. Cream with a great ulti, but costs him his life. Now EDG for the counter engage. OMG are backing away. Fofo wants that burst of damage, but PP God's now out of range. A 1-for-1 in the end, but inner turret goes down as well, and OMG have the gold lead for the first time in this game.
Like you said, a 1-for-1 trade, but the biggest difference is Uzi no longer has that flash available on this Vayne in the next team fight, which is going to be around that Baron. I'm assuming they are just going to give over the Wind Dragon, have a Wind Drake Soul into
here we go,
Vayne.
finally.
The flash ult from Arky was just absolutely beautiful with the Fate Seal connecting as well. The best wombo combo we've seen so far in the summer playoffs, and Shandy sealing the deal with getting double Keeper's Verdict onto the carries of EDG. I mean, this was just perfect from start to finish, and they got Baron off this, and they got a 4,000 Baron play. So OMG, don't give them these opportunities.
Hell yeah. Not a despair as much anymore. This OMG make this a possible win. It was looking so done and dusted. It still could go EDG's way as the Dredgeline starts it off. Fofo might have a pick on the PP God, but PP God is not burnt down. It's only a 2.5 item LeBlanc. PP God went Radiant Virtue with the Knight's Vow, so he's got a bit of stats behind him. But Kitty, EDG, that's what they're down to right now. They're down to picks, using LeBlanc, using Sedge, Nautilus. Finding a pick on some of these members so that they can threaten things like Baron setup, so that they can look for Soul coming up in a minute 40. Because it feels like if OMG are given another 5v5 with conditions like that, EDG will lose.
Yeah, one more 5v5 going in the way of OMG, and I think that's game, because you have to consider the fact with Cream picking up that Baron, he is now level 16, so he is going to hurt if he gets his hands onto Uzi. Uzi did pick up both the Triforce and the Wits, the Stopwatch and the Wits End. However, not having that flash available, EDG have to play the team fight slow. They have to bait out the initial engage from Arky or PP God and pick off OMG's roster one by one. They can't fight a full-on 5v5 head-to-head because OMG, they have way too many combos to deal with.
It's just so easy, isn't it? As soon as they land one, another follows, and after that it continues on as Arla might be spotted out here. Shattering Strike doesn't connect, and nor does it crash down. Arla's out in the end. Red buff still goes to Arky, shared with Abel. Dragon's up in 40 though. And just notice that both smites are up and available. Jie with the level behind, but it won't mean anything. As we're back to the scene of the crime. OMG hovering over mid. Baron's also up in 15. You can see EDG, they're trying to pick for an angle. Look at where Abel is. So dangerous for him to step up, but he has reliance in Arky and Shanji to keep him covered.
EDG, they're completely disregarding the side lanes as well. Both top and bottom are slow pushing, so if OMG is able to secure that Baron and work towards the side, I feel like EDG are just slowly burning out. Fofo on the LeBlanc, he needs to look for a one-shot potentially onto Abel on this Kai'Sa. That's probably the only person that's most vulnerable to AP LeBlanc, but we haven't seen too much. He needs to go in for the W and then Q ult to look for those pokes and one-shot someone, at least force them out of the fight.
Cream is just soloing Dragon for the time being. EDG on the wrong side of the map, and they know this is gone. They know that they're losing this slowly. With Cloud and now taken away from a Soul for at least the next 5 minutes. OMG have some stalling time, Kitty. That stalling time might get the Void Staff here for Abel. It might get the QSS hit. Rather, the Mercurial Scimitar for Cream. Third item, whatever it may be.
Alright, Hysterics. But we have GA and Flash coming up for Uzi in this upcoming Baron fight. That's going to be Void Staff picked up for Abel as well. But all eyes on if Uzi is going to be able to make that space and create that space between Rel and Yone. They start up the Baron.
Uzi's going to do it quick with Silver Bolts. Look at the true damage flying through here out of the vein with GA's Dredge Line to zone them off. Are they going to finish it? EDG not going to 50-50 instead over the wall, but OMG are starting this off again. Mako takes a heavy chunk as OMG are healthy enough. They've kept the Baron aggroed. They're now taking it down over the wall. JJ can't get the smite as Uzi now has to carry this fight, but Cream again with the Magnet Storm flying through. The all-in from OMG is clean enough, but Uzi flashes over the wall. They're not done. EDG are losing carries left, right, and center, but Arla, Uzi survived. They need to get back in base if they can stop this game ending.
Shanty completely rolls over EDG now with the waves being so terribly set up from the previous exchange. OMG's looking to end.
They are against 2 members, but it's going to be 3 shortly. Mako's in here. Can OMG really end? Uzi with no ulti. Arla with a flash. Counter-Strike is there. Flashes in. PB God in threat, but as he goes golden, he does indeed. Arla's now dead, though, as the wave cleared out. Mako with the Dredge Line, but he gets shredded to smithereens as Cream just goes past Uzi. You're not worth looking at. And in one fell swoop, one throw, one advantage, OMG are now suddenly on match point. Everyone from EDG respawning, but 4 members stand strong in front of the Nexus. And they sweep away EDG with a game that should have been theirs.
What a throw from EDG. They must feel terrible with how successful they were from the early game. I mean, this was Uzi's Vayne picking up multiple kills to the point where he was able to challenge the enemy team in the base and just kind of dance on them. But unfortunately, giving that one chance over, letting Aki get that one flash engage on this rel just meant the 4,000 Baron play coming into OMG's pockets, getting Cream online, just made the game impossible. And also, I wanted to highlight that final fight, Shanty played it perfectly. He used the Keeper's Verdict onto Jie, so EDG didn't have a jungler in the Baron pit where they were looking to instantly finish it off, but without the Baron or without the smite in the pit, Jie had to walk his way back in. But Shanty goes over the wall, uses the W to deny Jie from queuing back over the Baron pit wall, and the smite came too late, and OMG sealed the game.
I mean, again, we can come back and say, like, you know, was the Baron call right? Was it EDG who got it down to 3K and then aren't committing to the 50-50, aren't committing to the turn earlier? I think there's also something you can hyper-analyze there, but ultimately when OMG got a 5v5 team fight or got a team fight where they could use ultis in a choke or in a certain location, it seemed super easy. A Rel mixed with Yone, a really fun combo. And, you know, we saw great Magnet Storms coming through from Arki, where he had such a quiet early game. Jeje was MVP. We then get late game. Arki now feels like a slight MVP. Maybe it's going to be Cream, but we know who his supporting act was and why he picked it up. So, again, it's a big throw, but I think also, Kitty, it's a great advantage claimed by OMG through that mid lane fight that puts them in match point and in position to now almost go up against Top Esports with another win.
I mean, who would have thought that game went towards OMG? If people were just coming into the stream, they watched the first 10 minutes, they're like, all right, this game's over, because you have a Jax, you have a Vayne that scale out of control. But unfortunately, we didn't really see the win con of a Jax and putting pressure towards the side lane, where I believe EDG's solo laners in that game 3 started dropping the ball quite a bit. You see Fofa and Ala not going towards the side lane, picking up the waves, and it became a bit of an awkward state for EDG to rotate onto these major objective fights. And at the end, the poppy did become a very big issue, where if EDG didn't have flashes available, especially in Ala or Jie, it was impossible to get their hands onto Abel.
Yeah, and I think, you know, Abel playing a quiet yet great game, right? Like, in the 2v2, we talked about him and PP God quite a lot. Because, Kitty, that 2v2 for the first time in OMG's history in this series was successful. Uzi and Mako didn't have the greatest of time, and even though it flipped around thanks to Jeje, it was only because of Jeje that the 2v2 actually got something in the end, but Abel was the one with the kills first. Abel kept up in CS. Abel did the most damage on OMG, so it's strange that, you know, I'm talking so heavily about some of the team fighting tools, but Abel was definitely one part of it.
There's a reason why Kai'Sa is pick or ban in the current meta compared to something like Vayne. I mean, yes, Uzi's best champion is his Vayne, but unfortunately in the current patch, you only have single target damage, especially considering the fact that OMG, it's just wombo combos. They have so much AoE, especially working off Cream's Fate Sealed as well. If you blink, you're pretty much dead. While Uzi, he had to create the space, he had to play through those silver bolts, proccing constantly onto the front line, and having a much slower type of approach to these 5v5s to really find that victory. As we have Doggo coming in to really give us a, what are your thoughts on that game up against EDG and OMG? How did you think OMG came back?
He's not getting paid a day rate, so he won't comment. Don't worry. He knows he's
Doesn't
a good
work
businessman.
for free.
No, that's right. It needs to be paid for it. I think he agrees that, OMG, with a great show up in game 3. I think Kitty ultimately, I want to see what changes in draft, because we're going to expect EDG to pick blue again. We know that Tristana is a high priority. Maybe we get a Cogmore. Do you want a Cogmore? Yeah, we're not too sure. But ultimately, OMG are now on match point. We're going to go to a break and return and see if EDG can take us to a game 5 here in our round 2 of LPL playoffs.
如果你犀利，就该叫我格拉斯克。
但他走位了，但对面还是到次到了，大齐2个人队友的割伤害的情况一个但是这边的话，这个大招放的非常不错，反身一锁，
后面那张卡子鳄鱼收购位置放的还不错。
下到之后选择交了一个大招，但是没有办法到了这帮人，但是主要后续的团战是开到了国豪，国豪在第一时间背后交了一个羊吃席，
那看过来一个还不够，我sword art 的这波技能有点失误啊，他这个技能全抠掉了，
还有梦手技能，
前到了，没扣，
再遇到一个应该是有了，最后人头给到出卖。
还是要针对这条大龙找机会，又是海克斯赶出来，要出钩了，勾到 AD 了，又在被勾过，全被秒掉了，差一点点。明珠给了所有技能，依旧被保的上来，这边撞到了对面的梅克。
站住了侧翼的位置，但安妮并没有着急选择点塔，而在后方持续的观望。看一下在侧面，艾邦蒂进场把所有人留在了原地，卡莎向前输出闪现过去，艾卡下到暴雨，可是奥文再行留住。
希腊坤第一波想开赢，你们这边交得出技能吗？闪现锁锁厄菲琉斯配合阿卡丽直接进场，厄菲琉斯这边交一个闪现拉开，没有死差一道平 A，A 波锁住了，回身还想再操纵鳄鱼，鳄鱼被魅惑。被吉勇给吸住了，
对，伤害好像没有打出来。
对的，
就差
TP 嘎的立大功这波。
并且浩的这个留人也很漂亮啊，翔哥过来的中是直接被一勾加上一个大招，然后翔哥走到队伍身边，那个大招是大起了很多人啊，好像全都大起来了，而且大陆进角想抬，没有被抬到，反而被 A 加 Q 勾过来打了一下。
反手倒钩勾到，但落也没 W 了。
有身闪过来 ，A 进角被抓点燃了，这波要死了，完成一个线杀，又是 A 到了霞，控制一下，等下一个勾，看要伸交闪现勾过来，有速度，这两勾。
国家现在还是 CD。
感觉 OMG 得开呀，不然他们要被玩兵线玩晕掉了呀。
闪现开，开小蓝油，小蓝油被开到了，被大招炸起，狐狸大招没办法较骚的秒杀，那被雷猴子给找到，被嘲讽到，
有雪球的机会了，又勾勾在地了。第5之恋的危险，又开一下，打一下，
差一下。
哇，这打到死血要回家了呀！不回家的话，先打一套。美国这边是一级的，
一勾，
很有机会，闪现勾到了！我的天哪！
这样子玩。
我觉得春季赛没有做好的就是心态吧。当时，如果心态做好点，我觉得我们是能够赢下 BLG 的。回看就有打得好的，也有打得不好的，但我们在尽量把我们自己的东西再做得更好。我觉得接下来就要做好的东西就是把前期处理好，然后团战的话，我们应该能赢下来。
现在取得前6的话，就是比春季赛提升了1名嘛，然后整个夏季赛也算一点小小的成功吧。跟他们其实就我们自己当时版本理解，然后版本理解和自己打团的方向有点错误吧。然后前4我们1个都没赢，就有点可惜。然后我希望后面能把他们全赢下来。
Well, direction and team fights. I mean, again, an important point. OMG are number 5, so losing to all 4 top 4 teams, something they have to get over in playoffs eventually if they continue this run. As welcome you back, I'm Mysterix, I'm joined by Kitty, and OMG with now match point after what was EDG's game to win. But Kitty, Aki, our MVP, made sure that it was a little bit harder for EDG here in this series with some great engages towards that late game.
Yeah, and there's a reason why Rel is the highest, or one of the highest presence junglers that we have on this new patch. It's because of her ability to have such a strong early game and then still be so impactful once you reach the 5v5 stages around that 25-minute mark. And he really made his impact with that huge Magnet Storm, landing onto 3 members of EDG and sealed the deal and completely turned the game around for this roster. Like you said, currently match point, 1 more game until they lock themselves into the regional finals, and they are walking away smiling with that one because that was never really their game to win, because EDG, they were quite frankly ahead the entire time. We had Vayne as the final lock-in for Uzi in this draft as well, where if you look at the compositions on paper, the Vayne just completely rolls over OMG's comp if they don't play up their flash timings, but fortunately that single flash won them the game.
It really didn't. I think like the fact that OMG was so stagnant or so stale in the early game, but then it just showed how strong, what am I trying to say, Kitty? How strong the comp was in full 5v5s. And again, playing off those flash timings, as you said.
58. Oh my god, I just realized the Baron Smite difference was 58 HP. Yeah, that was terrible. But Kareem once again landing a 3-man Fate Seal and the Magnet Storm connecting to all 5. I mean, it is just a wombo combo after all, and fighting in these tight spaces is just not ideal for EDG, specifically when you want to be creating space with the Blanc and Vayne. But now, this time around, EDG, they have chosen blue side. And in this series so far, blue side has a 100% win rate in this series. And I feel like it's going to be a little bit rough for EDG because you have to consistently ban out Rumble and Vi away from Shanty and Aki. The only ban that they've been changing is either solo lane. They've gotten rid of, I believe it was the Rel in game 2. But I think after game 3, they're going to slam that away again unless they want to B1 the Rel themselves.
Do they, though? I mean, again, it's been Tristana. It's been Tristana Kai'Sa priority throughout. So is it really going to change that much throughout that last game? I mean, that's my biggest question, Kitty, because blue side so far been a priority for an AD pick. Tristana, Kai'Sa, that's it. Other teams, you know, had they been picking Rel first pick? Not always. Not really. Like, Rel's been a 2 or a 3 in blue or red. It's a lot of questions that need answering as Kitty. Match point now for OMG. This would be so big for someone like Abel. You know, to beat Uzi, it would just be such a statement for him and how far he's come across multiple years sitting on the bench and being a bit of a warmer. You know, Uzi's been the star. And the fact that EDG is a star organization as well could get knocked out here. And Kitty, you're even saying on the Chinese side, they were fearing EDG's progression because if they get knocked out here, they're not guaranteed for regionals. They have a pretty good chance of doing it at 60 points. But because teams that get the points in spring break ties, as in if you have 60, but you get 40 points in summer, summer is what I meant. Like LNG win the tie. So if other teams like OMG do it and they end up tying, which they won't, they'll be ahead, they'll get locked in. You know, top esports go further, they'll get locked in. Weibo the same, they'll get locked in. So EDG aren't safe by any means. They need this series win. And so they're going to have to bring it all the way to 5 games, bring the power of Silver Scrapes to earn it, because so far there's been some pretty big moments out of OMG. Only that second game to really talk about, and the early game of 3 where EDG were looking like superstars themselves.
Yeah, now game 4, match point. What is EDG going to prioritize with this first pick for the blue side as well? Tristana is most likely going to get taken away by OMG, considering the fact that it was a champion that was banned from red side, which was from EDG, of course, but that does leave champions like, I believe, the Maokai, and Sejuani to be left up and open for the junglers. But now we take a look. Tristana's gone. Yone has been taken away by EDG. So Cream, what are you going to pick?
LeBlanc? Okay, they leave up the Kai'Sa, but they're like, no, forget the Kai'Sa. EDG can
they
have
take
it.
Both?
Never mind. They're going Kai'Sa mid. Now, in the LPL, we didn't really do this, Kitty. So, again, OMG are laughing.
Look.
We didn't even have a Kai'Sa mid. There are no Kai'Sa mids in LPL Summer 2023.
Kai'Sa mid has been cooking ever since Static Shiv on Kai'Sa became a thing, and LPL just never trialed with it. But we have seen other regions like the LEC and LCS play this champion in the mid lane against LeBlanc once Tristana is no longer a viable option, and it acts very similar to the Tristana one, right? But not as much of an early game agency. So we'll have to wait and see how Cream pilots this, because technically this is also his first Kai'Sa game of the split, and also in his entire career. And honestly, if you look at OMG's AD carries, you have to think that if Abel's not on the Kai'Sa, can Cream really live up to the expectations?
It's the first one in the LPL as a whole. I just looked through to double check. No Kai'Sa mid so far. Like, it's always been a potential flex, but we've never actually seen it. So, again, another crazy debut here today in playoffs. As Poppy to pair through. Shanji last game, but can still go in the jungle. But likely to be up in that top side as Kitty. Now we just have to flare around with what's going to be down in that bottom side. We know Rakan might be a ban from EDG, but I've just noticed the Rel is still up and available and has not been picked on the first couple of rotations.
For sure, that champion is going to get slammed, but with the Vayne getting taken away from Uzi, potentially OMG are looking to secure Rel for themselves as that final support position. But now my biggest question is, what is Uzi going to play? Because I think OMG, they're just going to take the approach of WE and take out Ashe and Vayne. And Uzi, a bit of a critique from me is that I feel like he hasn't fully adapted to the current meta yet, where he's not really comfortable with playing Aphelios. I mean, to be fair, if you consider the fact that you're playing Aphelios into OMG, you're probably going to get blasted out of this university or universe. But
yeah, I get blasted out of the university. True. That's true as well.
But it is going to be the Ezreal, so maybe they're alluding to an Ashe Brom for the side of EDG, because it's pretty natural if they're letting the Rel over to OMG. EDG, they want to look for a counter in the bottom lane.
I'm curious. I'm curious at the very least how EDG are going to round this up. Do you get rid of another engaged support? Do you get rid of something? I mean, again, Rel, surely. You get rid of Rel? Yeah. Now you're just stuck with what, Kitty? Nautilus? Nope, never mind. Leave counterpick support. Get yourself a Cassante, because now it's a Poppy jungle.
Aki's Poppy jungle is notorious for going for early ganks towards bottom side. He flashes over Dragon Pit walls and just gets his hands onto the enemy bottom lane duo and gets stuff done. So I love this champion for the side of Aki, but honestly, in this entire league, Shanji is one of the only Cassantes that is willing to counterpick himself up against Ala, where he is going to be playing the Jax 2 games in a row now. But my question's been answered. It is going to be the Jinx. However, I feel like Jinx and Aphelios, they're kind of in a similar situation in the current meta, where you are kind of waiting for the long con, and you have to wait for those 3 item spikes for this Jinx to really play to her full potential.
But Kitty, I wonder if this game with Jax on the team, you start playing towards Static Shiv again for the LeBlanc. You start playing side lane LeBlanc and play split push, because right now OMG are all in, all 5v5, all CC combinations. And as Alistar looks to be one of the last reasonable options left and available, PB God starts flexing around. It feels like very different team identities here this time, Kitty. Very OMG style, though. You have to say, they have always played towards their identity, you know, with all different game drafts here in this series. This one is no exception, with Leona actually finishing up OMG's draft.
We've had Akali mids today, we've had Camille tops from EDG, and for potentially the last game of this series, we have Cream playing Kai'Sa mid lane for the first time in LPL. I'm assuming, like you said, both LeBlanc and Kai'Sa are going to be looking towards that static Shiv build, where it is going to be a battle of who gets shut down earlier on. But this time around, Poppy against the LeBlanc 2 games in a row, I feel like Fofo, he has to really redeem himself with his performance so far in the series to really even out the scoreline.
Really does, because this could be it for OMG's chance to lock in regionals, for OMG's chance to fight off with top esports. It's this game, or even the next, depending if it goes the distance. EDG, the same boat here. But the loser of this series will have to wait and hope that teams that are higher than them with championship points fail out. And when EDG and OMG are teams that a lot of fans would be expecting to make regionals, it would be such an upsetting fact that this team puts their faith in others in the league. You want to see them take it, and that's what a series win means here today. As Abel versus Uzi has been the storyline, but honestly, so far, I think junglers have stepped up massively. Aki in the last game, despite his early game being quiet, JJ's early game being exceptional, and some moments from the previous game as well. Kitty, it's been a world of wonders with our focus here on players. I'm hoping that we do go the distance, just as a personal bias to seeing Game 5s. But ultimately, I just hope we get great League of Legends again and explosive League of Legends. Like we've actually been having, surprisingly, in this series. There's been some slow moments. But out of EDG, I thought it would just be no pace, bit of snooze. EDG have been playing a little bit outside their comfort zone so far.
Yeah, and this series in particular, it feels like OMG is forcing EDG out of their comfort zone. And all of these games have been extremely fast-paced, and it is through the junglers of respective teams. But this time around, the biggest question for me is we have the LeBlanc versus Kai'Sa in the mid lane. Whichever jungler gets the flash burnt out of the other and starts putting pressure and dive onto each static Shiv user is going to be kind of the winning point of these teams, and let's see who does it better.
The fans out in force. I mean, the fact that OMG, after all these years of being a team that has been struggling to get back on the international stage, still with a huge fan base. Now, Kitty, for that fun fact, I scroll all the way back. 2017, they almost made a return. But the last time OMG were at Worlds, last time OMG were at an international event outside of Rift Rivals, not counting that, was 2014. This is their climb to, after 9 years, make it back to the big leagues, to make it back to the internationals. To see OMG at Worlds, I mean, again, they're fifth seed, so this is a big ask, and it is still the series between them and EDG. They've got to get past EDG first. But it's a massive what-if for their run, because it would be breaking what has been one of the largest curses in League of Legends. I'm sure there are others quite as big, maybe a little bit bigger, but at least here in the LPL, 9 years since going to an international event is huge.
Look, I know some specific co-streamers would probably die of excitement if OMG does end up qualifying as that final position to represent the LPL at Worlds. But OMG, honestly, I feel like they're the perfect representation of an LPL team. They love fighting, and all of these games so far against EDG have been so entertaining. And it is through how Abel and Aki is able to, they're so aggressive in those team fights. So we'll have to wait and see, because I feel like EDG, there's still something up to be desired, especially with the LeBlanc and the Jax getting locked in 2 games in a row. We saw in Game 3 how one of their biggest problems was that the LeBlanc and the Jax started dropping the ball a little bit in the mid game, and they weren't able to really collect CS in the side lane because of how much pressure OMG was putting with this full forcing comp. So if they're disciplined enough, maybe they can fix that problem and really start putting pressure and execute this 1-3-1 comp.
As speaking of which, hang on, there's a charge there. JJ flashes over because otherwise he was just dead. Great damage out of Arky and a great little counter waiting for JJ to arrive.
I mean, that's exactly what you want to see out of Poppy. And that's
Whoa.
the sign. Oh,
hang
the
on.
solid kill.
What? Arla forces the flash out. One more auto. Shanji was dead. Top is just heating up. Shanji's laughing as well after that. What a legend. As mid lane Kai'Sa, ladies and gentlemen, I cannot read Mandarin very well. But Kitty, I believe that is the debut. First ever Kai'Sa mid.
Yes, in the LPL history, this is going to be the first Kai'Sa mid lane we have, but the hook hits, I'm assuming not too much is going to be a result of it. I feel like in the top lane 1v1, we have a 2v2.
Oh, yes, we do, but Root doesn't come through. Mako's ignited, but on the other hand, PB God is as well. Uzi with the range. Flashes, one more auto. Q, he's out of range. Uzi takes a turret shot as well as Abel's autoing it so low. Oh, the flash out, Abel lives. So close for EDG's bottom lane, but it is Abel who is enabled.
And the difference at the end of the day is that Abel had an extra heal while Uzi took the cleanse, but now Aki, he is looking to bully out JJ in this 4th game. And honestly, with the Poppy going over towards the side of OMG, I mean, this is exactly what you need to see out of Aki.
Oh man, I need to watch that again as Aki might even solo kill. He's got red buff Kitty. JJ can't get out, hammer shock down. He's burning up against the turret, but now he's out of commission. So Shanji, he has a bit more free reign, knowing that his jungler can come to the rescue if need be. Aki now moving down towards Fofo, as Cream has the shove here for the time being, and a bit of the pressure. But OMG's early game off to a roaring start. As now JJ sent packing, Bot was sent back in Kitty. We need to look again, because did Uzi cancel an auto, or did he just Q and go to his minigun form at the wrong time?
We'll have to wait and see, because this fight was just kind of an engage from PP God, and it did look like the Leona was going to die, and that gives reset over to Uzi. Q, auto, minigun.
Why is he in minigun form?
If he went the cannon, he would have gotten the reset from PP God, and he wouldn't have taken that extra tower shot from the tower. This is tragic for the bottom lane of EDG. And once again, the heal from Abel also made the difference, because they both lived on 1.
Why? Why did he swap to minigun form? The auto attack speed would have been fine. Oh, hot damn.
Aki is cooking. He's going to flash over.
Oh, I mean, this might be a solo kill first. It's a stun. Oh, now Arla has level 6. Wait.
Oh my God.
Wait. Arla, you beauty.
Arla completely turns the game around with a double kill on this Jax as he hits level 6 from killing Shanji and Aki being level 3. I mean, this is why you don't give Jax over to Arla.
His name is Arla for a reason. In English, we say ale. And tonight, EDG fans might be drinking one for him. As with that double kill, EDG is suddenly... They weren't out of the game, Kitty, but it feels like they're back in a big way in that top side. As now for a 3v2, Cream ulti's in, but Aki's already dead. Mako getting away with his life, but he's flashed on. Cream looking for the second skin. One more auto, but Mako now gets out on no HP. This game is psychopathic. As Uzi tries to run for his life, JJ trying to help him out, but he knows he's dead. He'll zap, he'll stand. Cream gets the kill on this mid lane Kai'Sa. And in 5 kills in 6 minutes, this game 4 is already heating up.
This game, I mean, Arla 2-0, but Uzi on the Jinx is now 0-2-0, so I don't know when this Jinx is really gonna get that 3-item spike. The Q3 lands, Arla is still level 5. He just goes for the solo kill onto Shanti, uses the counter strike and blocks the minion damage, gets this kill, turns level 6, and completely outplays the top and jungle of OMG.
Aki walking into the stun, not great, but oh man, Arla getting a double. That's huge for EDG. Especially when bot side is going so awry, especially when bot just died again. I'm sure we might have a look at the replay soon. Our cameraman has AFK. Our cameraman's an OMG fan. He just AFK'd for a bit. He had to walk outside, take a breather, and now he's back. Oh, hot damn. I mean, if you were an OMG fan, you're sitting a little bit trepidatiously at the end of your seat because even though gold's even, EDG got first dragon, they got that double kill top side. Bot is 10 CS ahead. And that's a wave pushed into Uzi as well. So I'm kind of curious if it's just resetting and bouncing back as now JJ trying to hover towards mid against this Kaiser. He doesn't have level 6 though, Kitty. He's going to have to queue in.
Dodges the chain.
Chain. Second one, 2 chains. Cream just autos him as JJ takes a turret shot. No troubles.
Great discipline coming out of the mid laner OMG as well. Aki was in the enemy jungle towards that bottom side, didn't spot out the Sejuani, so they just assumed JJ was towards the top side themselves. But you see a double rotation going onto Mako here.
Zenith's played is going to root him down. Abel looking for the root himself, and Mako has to flash out. PP God now translating towards mid as this AD LeBlanc this time. He's just going to clear out the wave given to a Kitty. Just a note, Fofo is going AD. And if it wasn't already there, that means that EDG do not really have hard AP this game. Just worth mentioning here is Shanji might have a field day himself.
Uzi really needs his Lord Doms if they want to kill the front line of OMG, but look at the zone from PP God. That's 2 waves and also 2 plates going to Abel's pockets. I feel like EDG, they have to do a last hurrah, get the Rift Troll, which is going to get denied from Aki. As Al also rotates late to the play. I feel like EDG, they're just getting played around right now.
Oh my god, the ultimate yoink. The ultimate thank you for a leash I think that I've ever seen. See you later, bro. EDG, as you said, yeah, getting played around in a fell swoop of plays. Despite me ranting about topside. Bot with plates, 2 now in their pocket. Wave also denied. EDG are down 1,000 gold. And you can see Jejez now desperate to find a lane to amplify, and it happens to be top.
If Shanji reacts fast enough, he can stop the initial CC with that W in hand. He also has the ult, has the flash, so maybe he lives this if he plays it correctly.
Flash away, and invulnerably he goes. Shanji now down to Summoner as, you know, JJ doesn't have that Herald, so he can't play off that tempo with topside, Kitty.
Oh no, it goes from bad to worse in it. I mean, you have Aki flashing over. The ward doesn't spot him with that pink ward, so JJ was just kind of thinking this Rift Herald has already been secured. And a jump scare from Aki from the dot bush, and he just steals it in broad daylight. But another question is, where's Ala? He had push in top lane, but maybe he just expected JJ to go for that Rift Herald uncontested.
Man, it's just such a big takeaway when OMG's early game, especially in the top side, was in danger. Arla up against the turret. He's taken it for the time being as well. 2 turret shots, in fact. The all out there from Shanji, but he doesn't have the flash to follow suit. Arla will just walk away. No harm, no foul, but OMG are still winning out in the rest of the map. Cream is about to get more gold here in the mid lane. Herald gets the charge. Plating still up. Cream will get one of his own as well. Azaki's now found a pick onto Jejez. Zenith played there. Teleport in first from EDG. But look, watch that ulti. It's interrupted. Great ulti from Jejez. Ala flies on in, gets the ulti. Whacks down Abel. It's Ale season here as he's popping the damage out. Left and right, left and right. Leap strike, leap strike, leap strike. Cream ulti's in and nukes him. Shanji now next up though as EDG get flipped back. Jejez finds him. A tense situation, a 2-for-1 in favor of EDG. But Aki's got other things in mind. His ulti was cancelled by Jejez. He's thinking about it. He's thinking about it. No,
he doesn't have flash though. He can't do it.
He wants a pick. He wants a pick. He wants someone to walk into him. But Aki, there's 3 members there. Zap gets him, but no one can follow suit. So Dragon over to EDG.
OMG were a bit too ambitious with using all of their ultimates onto the front line of EDG. As you see Jie over the wall, PP God instantly commits every single crowd control onto the Sejuani. Unfortunately, when don't have as much setup to really stop Ala from getting onto the back line, then this team fight is pretty much over. A single auto from Ala did a quarter of Abel's HP as he was forced to use a Feather Storm to dodge out on the Nautilus as well. But at this point in time, EDG with the Jax in the conversation is just way too strong. As he
See
dies
Uzi
there.
get that ult on the back end as well. That's what netted an advantage in numbers for the fight. But OMG still ahead in gold. And Kitty, the biggest thing is that even though Dragon went over, you gotta remember OMG before the players, Ala might be in trouble. Turret shot again. As he walks through at half HP, Shanji looking for the knockback. Ala playing with fire a little bit here. Hang on. After this great game that he's had, he has to be careful. Shanji's all out is almost up and available again, but he just knows his limit, picks up a plate, picks up Demolish, and walks it out. And that'll help with the gold as well that EDG were in disadvantage of here in this early game. But Kitty, it has just been one hell of an early game at that. Like, there is no way I expected EDG to be in contest as, you know what? There's fireworks playing near my house. I don't know who's shooting the fireworks, but obviously it's a sign for a potential Game 5. Maybe. Maybe it is.
The hook misses from Mako, but once again, the gold is even. Ala's gonna jump in.
Yeah, of course he does at this point. PP God, meanwhile, jumping in. He's just dead. Uzi gets a reset. And now getting excited. Zaki sends him away. Shove against the wall. Mako in trouble. Cream ulties in.
Oh!
The numbers disadvantage is huge. Uzi's ult there, but he flashes over. One more for Cream. Zap. He wants to make up for the early game. All he needs is that range. All he needs is the range, and he finds it. Triple for Uzi. Just when you thought that man was out with a zap, Uzi's back in.
From 0-2 to 5-2, this Jinx has just revived in Game 4 match point where OMG, they want to seal the deal, but Keeper's Verdict isn't going to stop Uzi from getting these kills, and EDG, they're now in firm control of Game 4.
While the lane has been rough, there's one thing you're sure of with Uzi Bloody Eye, and it is team fighting all the way as it starts here with PP God being over-ambitious for an engage.
Once again, like you said, PP God just going in while Abel and Cream just aren't in the correct positions to follow up on this Leona. Keeper's Verdict forces Jinx out of the fight as Cream picks up a kill as well, but the final ultimate that lands onto Abel gets that reset for the Jinx to run back into the fight and get that gap closed onto Cream. I mean, it's the perfect situation for this Jinx to come back. And once again, I feel like this Leona, you're going in for these fights, but you have to consider the fact that Uzi has chompers, so if you go in, you're gonna die.
It was the mistake that was fixed. He stayed in cannon form. There's no way he's going in minigun in that one. But he got a shutdown on Cream. Really big deal here for EDG, is now 1,000 in the lead, but Uzi getting so much gold. Where in the early game, he was down 0-2, Kitty. Now he's 4-2 from that Quadra. Abel was the one ahead, no longer. BF sword in the inventory of this Jinx. And I think now we have to be very serious about the position EDG are in. The fact that they do have this front line for the Madman. And EDG in a good position. I think that's all that can be said here. We'll just see how OMG play up these sides, Kitty. Because Abel right now, is he in a bit of trouble? Good damage out of Fofo. But Abel holds onto the ulti, flash, and heal as Cream is nearby.
This time around, Digi's Rift Tool isn't going to get stolen away from Aki, but you have the bottom lane duo rotating up. They're going to get the reset from the tower.
Depth charge there. Need to get the turret first, but instead EDG just focusing on the kill. Arla picks up yet another. Shanji punished while OMG are hovering mid, but guess what? Here's Jer onto PP God. He'll be locked down, flashed away. The rocket going past them, but OMG having to retreat from mid lane while Cream will open up bot side. But EDG pressure in the rest.
OMG looks so dizzy right now. EDG, they're on top of their game, extremely proactive, having the bottom lane duo rotate up and prioritize that Rift Herald once again. And now they're going to reset, look for the third dragon, which is going to be Soul Point. And this game, although with Uzi having a terrible start on the Jinx, they somehow come back. And I feel like it's all thanks to Jieji and Mako once again on this Sejuani and Nautilus, where they're able to soak up so much pressure and damage when it does come to these 5v5s.
They've been the shining lights through EDG so far. I mean, Arla as well, you can't discount the game this guy's had on the Jax. But as Fofo gets rooted up, I feel like EDG, again, it has not really been the early game kitty in the past couple of games. As Dredge line comes through, maybe it was better that one didn't connect. As it's been how the game's been closing out. As Herald comes through mid, it won't stop the TP, but OMG as a group up as 5 will bring in a bit of pressure from EDG and stopping them stepping up. Herald doesn't finish his job on the turret either, so that stays standing for the time being. 4 members mid, 1 bot. Arla is going to split push here on the outer turret, while Dragon is now up and available, and EDG are trying to poke them down.
I feel like Ala has a really good angle. Double pink was placed in the river as well for the Jax to walk up here. OMG, they have to bonk away the Jax before he starts threatening the backlane in Able and Cream if they want to take this fight. But I feel like EDG, they're zoning them up perfectly.
It'll be 3rd Dragon at this rate. I mean, not only is turret going to go down, Dragon sits there waiting. Shanji's got a big job to do. And Fofo's already put Able down to half HP. Mid is the threat, Dragon's the threat. EDG on multiple angles now. Continue their onslaught. And OMG just gonna give this one up. So it will be a fight for Soul in 5 minutes. Very early on here for Edward Gaming. But it is one that's gonna give them an advantage, Kitty, with that Baron up as well. And a lot to play for here on the map, and especially playing for a potential game number 5 at this point.
Especially with EDG locking in a 1-3-1 composition. Aki goes in.
It is dangerous. Stretch line brings him back. Uzi from the back line firing away. Pity God is next up. Solar Flare does nothing. Uzi cleanses to get the damage, get the range, and get the blast. Another kill goes over. 6 in his pocket. And EDG, the engage after the engage, Kitty. The CC never ends.
Even with PP picking up the Merc Treads as well, that's tier 1 tower going towards EDG now. They open up the map completely and allows Ala and Fofo to step up even further in the side lanes, while OMG, they're really struggling to force anything in the mid lane, even having numbers advantage, but Uzi on this Jinx is just way too fed. We'll get a replay of what happened. We have Fofo going in for a bit of a poke onto Cream. Not gonna land though, but the Chompers, once again, not allowing PP to go in is just such a pain for OMG to deal with. This was a 4v4, but the Kraken order onto PP God, I mean, there's not much he can do. You have to wait for the Kai'Sa to get the Gwinsus to really do damage and really do poke, compared to someone like Uzi who just picked up the IE.
Yeah. And that's a 2-item strong man with his extra crit chance added on. Uzi no cleanse, but I mean, flash to play in this next fight as well, Kitty. 3.5 minutes to find out who gets this dragon, but more importantly, to find out how EDG play around this objective that they have in their back pocket. It's a 4K gold lead. I don't trust it just because of how last game ended. But Kitty, it is a very different comp. You know, this time, Cream isn't on a champion that can press his R button and really set up for the all-in. Cream is part of the solution, part of the damage. OMG, I feel like the team fight this time around is going to require a lot more to get on this backline, to get past all those refrigeration units onto Uzi.
You also consider the fact that OMG's composition, it is going to be about how Able can get the feather pullback from the front line into Mako and Jieji, and of course Alua, but unfortunately with only 1 item into his pockets, I don't think he's going to be doing too much compared to the side of EDG right now, where they are spiking extremely huge, with also the Dark Harvest getting picked up by Fofo. But that's a really good question, because OMG, we've always seen them kind of find success from straight up 5v5 compositions where it is going to be front to back team fights. But this time around, with the Kai'Sa getting locked in for the first time in the LPL, it is our first glance to see how OMG really execute with this Kai'Sa, because you need that 3rd item coming in ASAP if you want to fight these 5v5s.
How far off? Again, we're just kind of waiting here for what seems to be that Gwinsus. Of course, would be. OMG gearing up in the meantime, though. Would come a lot faster if they could find a pick, but Fofo not really giving it to them. As the rest of EDG are grouping up. I mean, Cream, he was in this spot on the Yone in the previous game. And EDG started collapsing. Not going to get that back in time. That was Aki in the brush. EDG don't know the jungler back. Otherwise, if they did, they would be on this Baron straight away. But regardless, they're like, hang on a minute. There's no vision here for OMG. We've cleaned the area. Baron's going to start anyway.
But you have a pink ward on it, so they have full info on this Baron starting. The jungler can flash. He doesn't have flash. He has the Hex Flash.
He comes over anyway. He gets it. He gets it. Hex flash over and finds the kill. Uzi's also dead at the cost of Cream's life. EDG for the re-engage. A two-man stun comes up as Aki is next up. Arla helps Fofo find the kill, but Aki should not have been allowed to get away with that.
Why, oh why, would EDG flip the Baron when they are in complete control? Now the gold slightly evens out and they deny the Baron buff from going over to Arla, and now they can potentially contest for this 4th dragon because they have mid control. I mean, you see that EDG, they're full committed to this Baron. They do not care that Aki was over the wall. They didn't have vision of him, so it was a little bit rough. But I'm not too sure. I mean, you can still smite through CC. The Sejuani ult lands as well. Cream going in here trying to go for Uzi as well. Just a bit of a highlight, but I don't think that was necessary. You just back with as many Baron buffs as possible, and you kind of deny EDG Stormball out of control.
I don't know why he was allowed to Hex Flash. As you said, no vision around the side.
Arla saw him though, charging up the Hex Flash, but EDG, maybe they thought they had enough burst, but OMG, they have full push in this mid lane, so they're gonna look for another 5v5.
Why do you need to 50-50 at this point? You're playing for Soul. Now Baron's not even on the menu. There's no fight to be had on the corner. Even though EDG still have the gold lead, I mean, I'm getting flashbacks to the last game. Except this time around, it just feels like EDG built the hole. OMG going to be starting this one off, but it's about angles here for Arla. Fofo doing a bit of poke damage on the side. Dragon looking to go down. It's taken here, but look at the engage in the back end. Arla might have brought it all back. If he goes golden, he'll come out of stasis and he'll destroy everyone. Able with a good pullback, but it matters not. Uzi's alive. Arla's alive. OMG is still dead. And even though that Baron might have tilted EDG fans, EDG will not tilt from that Baron.
Arla once again being the saving hero of this final, or at least 4th match point game for the side of EDG, finds an amazing angle on this Jax and flashes in, lands a 4-man stun to bring them back into this team fight. But once again, OMG, they were able to take that dragon away. So EDG, they were able to get a lot of pocket damage, at least gold into this Jax's pockets, but we'll have another look at this replay. Just the flash E connecting onto 4, forcing the flash out of, I believe it was Abel, where you had to use the Feather Storm as well. Not enough damage without that Lord Doms in his pockets. So OMG, they just didn't have a way of escaping, especially with how they were cut off with the escape into the bottom lane. But still, I feel like EDG, they aren't able to get too much of this. You saw the wave situation. They weren't able to get towers. However, Arla on this Jax, no one can kill him anymore.
Yeah, I mean, he's huge. He's already had a miracle game, or rather a massive one to keep EDG in it. They'll get a bit more gold, but nothing else up. No Dragon, no Baron. It might stop the Baron power play, but I feel like OMG already are on the back foot a little bit with, as you mentioned, Cream not having it on this Kai'Sa, but also the fact that EDG were able to find some picks off the back end. Now, trying to push towards mid lane. Again, no Baron there in the hands of OMG anyway. They will open up mid finally, but EDG in the meantime are pushing through sides. Got pressure there, setting up vision themselves for this Baron. The next one that comes up in 2 minutes 15. And Kitty, I guess we'll just sit and wait. And I kind of keep that fight out of my back of my mind because it didn't do too much to the game state. I think importantly, EDG still feel in control. They still have a 3-item Jinx now with Renans. As they push up here, will it matter? Uzi's tag. Shanji, oh, he found him. Uzi's been taken away and destroyed. Shanji, that might be the game-winning play, but can they follow up? Do they have anything else? No. Uzi didn't burn anything for that, but OMG are going to try and take some objectives, set up some vision off the back end.
Fofo is still alive with the static shift though, so they won't have a reliable wave to really force the tower in tier 2, but like you said, I mean, the possibility of Shanji getting his hands onto Uzi in that fight is just absolutely insane. With Uzi having flash available, giving so much time for OMG to work off from the macro game as well. Cream is going to go for the Banshee's Veil as that 4th item to kind of block out on the poke damage that I believe Fofo is looking for, and of course the initial hook from Mako as well in JJ's engage. But next fight is going to be around this Baron. We see both teams being very willing to flip 50-50s. However, you have to protect Uzi, and he doesn't have low doms yet, so I'm getting a little bit concerned on how he's going to shred the front line without all in the conversation.
It's going to take a lot longer. Stopwatch picked up instead, filling his inventory with the Doran's blade at the end. I think he's just gone through a purchase as well, so not enough to even get towards that last whisper. As look at Shanji here in the flank. Kitty, just a nice little pick off to show how vulnerable Uzi can be if Shanji can isolate.
Yeah, and this is OMG's game plan, forcing fights in mid lane. Shanji can no longer fight Ala isolated in the side lane, so he just instantly goes onto the AD carry and makes something happen before Ala starts pressuring the inhibitor towers. And that's great proactive gameplay from OMG, but now with the Baron in 20 seconds, Uzi still has that flash, luckily for them, but I feel like Fofo needs to go in and go for little orders to really chip down at OMG to allow Uzi to get those resets.
But now, if someone gets picked off like that, now it means something. Because Dragon's up in 50, Baron's up in 3. EDG are here first, but OMG, remember, this game was EDG's yet again. But it was a throw around Baron that hurt them so much as Aki jumps in. Jeje takes it, but Mako with the re-engage. Look at Fofo and Uzi with the range. Now playing a bit of back to front. Not going to get poked out too much. Jeje and Mako don't care too much at Cream at this point. The Void Seekers land, but mean nothing. As OMG are forced to back away, and Dragon's up in 20 seconds. It looks like OMG either want to reset or better timing here, Kitty, because they are going to lose a lot of vision priority walking towards the pit.
Important thing is, Aki no longer has that Keeper's Verdict, which is going to be huge for the side of EDG. But can OMG just look for mid prior and then force another 5v5 onto EDG? They don't want to get this.
How do they get it with Static Ship LeBlanc? I don't
Yeah,
know if
Static
it's
Ship
this. I think
Kai'Sa.
they do, but the thing is, you've also got a Jinx with a Q, Kitty. And with the range there, I don't know how you're ever going to clear waves as fast as EDG is. It might not even be about clearing waves. Fofo stepping up. You wanted to see her poke down and get some damage down on OMG. It looks like that's Fofo's priority here. Static doing quite a bit of work. Already 250 damage from not too much. As Baron now going to be threatened. This is a quick Baron as well. Hex Flash this time on the defensive side as EDG have to walk on in. But the problem is Baron's pulled away. EDG moving into a funnel. Arla is coming in, as you said. Jed has kept them in. Again, Arla ready to run in, but this time he's hit against the wall. They won't let him move. But you got to watch Uzi in the back end. Uzi versus Abel. The battle starts. He heads up, though. Kites it out in rocket form over the wall. He's sent out. Uzi's knocked back, but they can't get the kill. Back in range. Watch him flourish. Abel is still alive as Cream takes down Uzi. What a shot. Fofo running forward as well. Another close call. EDG lose their bot lane. It's 2 for OMG. And we go back to stagnation.
Uzi goes stationary because he was looking to land the W, but Cream snipes him out of the fight. But with TPs available for the side of EDG, they're going to look for the final dragon. And OMG, they're not going to be able to be fast enough to force the Baron again.
EDG finding Cloud Soul at the very least for this team will be brilliant. But OMG, as mentioned, Kitty, Baron o'clock. This is a slow dragon too. So they have to sprint here as that control ward now going to give them information, but Uzi's not up for another second.
They're doing it.
Mako has to run in. Scrying going to see this out, but Kai'Sa does a quick Baron. Fofo here looking for the steal. Jeje denied. Knocked back by Aki. The Keeper's Verdict says no. Arla now has to run for his life as they might have the Cloud Soul, but the Baron now picked up. EDG looking to fight afterwards. Cream jumps in into a Jax. I'm not sure. Uzi now frontlining. Has to be careful with no summoners. Jeje trying to find PP God as everyone stays standing. Baron for Soul. EDG now need to play the waiting game, while OMG need to play the pace game.
And because Ala doesn't have that TP available, I mean, I feel like EDG, yes, you trade Soul for Baron, but how does OMG get 2 Barons in this game? It's so illegal. But this highlight of the game is that Ala, he had another insane angle on this shot. He had the flash available, but Aki instantly bopping him onto the wall and forcing the Zhonya's out while Abel getting the feathers down and using that flash to secure the final route onto, I believe, Mako and Jeje. Once again, K'Sante getting onto the hands of Jinx, but this K'Sante is going to get shredded after using the all-out. And at the end, it was just a Jinx versus Kai'Sa battle, and the final Void Seeker connects onto Uzi, and it evens the trade.
Does indeed. The crowd upset at that, but Cream 7-2. This guy has been landing him as we come back to live. OMG with a bit of a deathbed in health bar. Fofo over the wall, look at the angle. Aki tries to jump in, but again with a depth charge, you're looking at this Jinx who's now getting excited. Remember that Cloud Soul has given him movement speed to catch on up as AoE Paradise. EDG want to take us to a game number 5 in round 2. The steps are there, but the Baroned up team holds on to 4. Fofo back in the base.
Stops the back?
Stops one base. He's just going to walk it, but EDG should now be able to threaten inhibitor turret.
Gonna look for a mid inhibitor and now rotate towards that top side and work off that top wave as well. But I feel like Cream now picking up the void stuff. I mean, this Kai'Sa needs to die and get instantly engaged on by either Mako or JJ, but without those ultimates available, they just have to play the slow game and kind of chip at OMG one by one. I feel like Aki dying there was a bit unnecessary.
I'm just watching Fofo sprint around the map, double distortion, gets Cloud Soul, and the movement speed is like playing an arena game, honestly. It's insane. Fofo, as he sprints around, it was one member before I couldn't stop highlighting. It's a man who's just based. It's a man who, you know, in this game has been pretty rough in some of the positioning. He's had some great team fights, but he's also had some rubbish team fights. And again, coming back to pro play here in this split, you know, it was Leave at the start. We had the Snake, ladies and gentlemen, absolute legend, to fill in for at least a week. And now we have Uzi's EDG are going to TP in, try and bring us to a game number 5. Is this the moment? Uzi's not the one knocked away. As his ult flies out, he gets the movement speed. PP God is zapped up. Solar Flare's there, kiting out of range. EDG have used everything here to try and find a pick. Or almost everything, I should say. Teleport from Arla. There's no Elder up though, Kitty. So the tools and the commitment to just try and end, OMG at least able to hold on.
A really good disengage from the side of OMG as well, but PP God, I feel like this Leona is going to be very scary in these teamfights because you are quite literally acting as a reset for Uzi to pop off and gain that movement speed, now having the soul in his pockets as well. This Jinx is going to be extremely fast once that first person dies down. So OMG, I mean, you have to play with Cream, you have to play with the range. He is now full build as well, and these Void Seekers are starting to hurt so much. So EDG, they need to kind of look for an instant flank from this Jax, especially when we have the flash available for Ala as well, if they want to win these 5v5s, because look at that.
Don't let Uzi get hit. JJ and Mako have to constantly block it. That was one Void Seeker, and Uzi is down to 1/4 of his HP. He's got a GA, Kitty. That's going to give him a bit of a threshold, but we're not expecting this Jinx to survive one combo of the Kai'Sa at this point. At least we'll go into the GA with a full build on Cream. Level 18 as well. Even Arla is taking big damage from Cream. He's had one hell of a series here on OMG. The W's out and out they go. They spot backs. They see Arla. And now just gearing up for the Dragon that comes in a minute 10.
It feels like it's going to be an Elder Phillip for this match point game on OMG's pressure shoulders, but I feel like once again we're seeing the problem coming out of EDG. They lock in LeBlanc, they lock in Jax. You have a 1-3-1 composition, but Fofo on this LeBlanc doesn't really feel like he's providing that much pressure drawn into the side lanes, where he is once again playing into the win cons of OMG. Now they have no choice but to force 5v5s.
Fofo, he does have Rabbit on death cap, so I will say this LeBlanc will nuke someone as well. But more to your point, what we've seen of all static shift LeBlancs playing for the side lanes. As Fofo trying to lure them in. OMG hover as a 5-man unit. They will not ungroup. They're not going to get picked off in a unit, or at least therefore outside of one. Dragon's up in 20 seconds. EDG have complete presence around mid. Kitty, as we're saying, the wave clear is massive with Jinx at this point. Plus a static shift LeBlanc. It's OMG, that ward, wait, that ward. That ward.
Look at Allah, he is wrapping around. He's spotted on a ward though.
Wards win games. Wards win games. Mako as he gets the engage. OMG are going to get locked into a corner. Arky nukes Arla for the time being. They turn on the Jax. He's over the wall. Uzi steps up, but again, you've got a Warriors. Cream ulti's in. What? Cream, what are you doing? What are you doing? It's Lee Syndrome with a Kai'Sa as OMG are getting blasted around. It's a game 5 all of a sudden. Creme de la creme. That was bad, Della, bad.
And EDG even out the scoreline to 2-2. And they are now playing a best of 1. EDG, how do they win this game?
What was that? Cream wanted the kill on Uzi, but he has GA. Cream! It's a game 5. Run Silver Scrapes. And go back to the drawing board. Reset. What the hell? Kaiser syndrome in the flesh.
You know, Hysterics, I think I would be feeling less pain in my heart if OMG just lost a 50-50 smite on the Elder Dragon. And they just lost, you know, very stock and standy. Oh, accidentally lost the smite flip. But Cream just sends it into 5. He didn't have any defensive items other than a Banshee's Veil. OMG fans are in absolute shambles right now. That's all I'm going to say.
I just... Why? Why did Cream do that? Why? Like, OMG, we're poking them down, Kitty. You could really see that W damage was huge. But, I don't know, Cream apparently wanted a game 5. Cream just like, yeah. Let's all right, who cares? Best of 1.
I was going to say, how does EDG play this game? You have a full build Kai'Sa. 1W does a third of Uzi's HP. He has a GA, but he doesn't have lifesteal. 2 of those landing, and the fight is won. He did not need to go in for that. Everyone watching right now knows that Cream didn't need to go in as that Kai'Sa. You just had to play the fight slow. But this was our first Kai'Sa mid lane in the LPL. And honestly, I thought it did pretty well, other than the last 30 seconds.
Man, it's just crazy. It's just crazy. I can't get past that. Bring up the graphics. Bring up the graphics. We're going to a game 5. And it's been a wild series. It has been wicked. It has been fun at the best of times. It has been crazy at the worst of them. Or maybe some of the best of them as well. But... you know, what we've learnt, Kitty, is that some of EDG's early games have been quite exceptional. This time around, April and PP God won the 2v2. We saw Uzi get punished twice, actually. But then team fighting turned on. And Arla, for example, with the 1v2 topside was sick. Even some of the team fighting engages. You know, Uzi getting caught out sometimes, but other times getting set up by people like Mako. I think you're right. Mako has been a bit of an MVP standout here in this series. A JJ alongside him. There might be damage numbers there from Fofo, from Uzi, even from Cream, right? But it's Mako and JJ's story this game, it feels like, as they have just been super consistent with some of these engage picks.
Yeah, and you have to throw it back to the start of the game where JJ and Mako were consistently linking up and honestly kind of baiting OMG to force these fights, but on EDG's terms, where it did allow Uzi to get 2 kills into his pockets and come back from a disastrous start in the isolated 2v2, and at one point even picking up a quadra kill for Uzi. And might I remind the audience, Arla completely smurfed this game. He 1v2'd both Shandy and Aki, and it was looking great for EDG. But the only reason why OMG was able to stay in this game was because the 2 Baron attempts by EDG were stolen away, and it was just gone.
I'm ready for game 5. I don't know.
OMG had game 4 laid on a silver platter, but Cream was like, no, I want more competition. I want my blood pumping to everywhere. Cream just, you know, he loves competition. And the game 5, here we go. However, I feel like something that we need to mention is I feel like K'Sante up against Arla's entire champion pool doesn't feel like it's really working. It doesn't feel like it's having the same impact compared to the pre-nerf K'Sante, where he does have an extra bit of sustainability in that laning phase. And up against something like the Jax, perhaps a bit of a switch up could be the way to go for OMG.
And definitely will be. I mean, definitely should be, I should say. We can talk a little bit about draft, but for now, we're going to run Silver Scrapes, I hope. We should be running Silver Scrapes. Ready for our game number 5 here between OMG and EDG to find out who goes onwards to round number 3. And the regionals, a lock-in at regionals on the line.
价值的对手。
应该不抓的，抓不了。
被看见了，甚至说过来还要骚扰你打蛤蟆。
太过分了！3
个人，呼吸哥先交 W 躲掉了自己的大招，先向前冲锋大招
，3个还一个被反杀，妈的不！
跳摇了，但维沃尔也有大招，先敲下一损，又大到了，再 A 一下的维沃尔血量非常难，闪现补下平 I 插一下 Q 技能好了，单杀了369。
这波来的不会特别快，还在破壳 W 中了，哥的手里手晕的。
如来神掌拍到了对方的3个人 ，LP 在身回头撒一发。岂能顶的，而且山鸡的气泡马上正好了，这边想开给个加速，山鸡被刀哥勾到了，先杀山鸡，但这边一个露露大招击败了3个人，先来了，再来了，刀哥到手，一血续上前盾，369将闪现，山鸡反手一拦，再来个大招 ，Triple Q 到手了，一个一把斧头带领OMG众人劈出一条翻盘的。小鸡一个人顶了进来，一个人打3个，但楼坑里面没人了。大招直接给带走了，一个 Q 弹敲过来接伤害，650到手，隔墙2个上单互望，1v1，阿乐是打不过现在开大的小徐的，得往队友身边撤退 ，Q 弹给敲回来了，继续找机会 ，W 过来再吃450。只剩下了上下2个 C 位加小航，但是被推过去了。这边小航开大一个走，刚刚输出已经拉满了，3个大招穿闷了，但是大招把人给带走了，奎桑你还能再战。大招解脱，2个人看到背后埋了，张东对面的后头还差一下，黑锤2-2的攻击把对面后给点死了，横也被处理掉，4杀的嘎啦要5杀了吗？这边的话追着对面的 Q 点，但是奎桑提还是太能打了，
但是还是敌波奎桑提呀，这个英雄
还是太厉害了呀！
其实真的很难打，魏在靠了上路，又被推过来，直接拉走，又开启自己的大招，上来自己的技能，在 CD 中一个红木 Q 技能回了一口，又多了一个 W 咬住 A 接 Q 杀了，还要再去找 Harry 2对1冲过来 A 一下，1v3破。
下半区，德善这边跟小老虎皇城 PK， 被小老虎的 Q3带了回来，德善选择闪现天连咬打一套，哇，这一波直接天连咬出一套伤害，把刘伟翔秒了，而且回城还能再杀，2个都被反杀完了。Double Q， 这波再来了，再打一个纯盔甲，但这样的话看一下欧这个位置，海克斯是这一下4杀吗？这么高边，RB出来。
下路2个人并没有过来，阿蒙被拽过来了，再是一个 Q3，
但伤害大招交大灭了，要开始变暗一剑圣了吗 ？A1A 有个说法 ，Q1 空了 ，Q2 闪，再 A 一下，变拉出去，又开始，阿蒙再次完全单杀。
这个夏季赛就是挺坎坷的吧，我们一路走来，然后就是最终也没想过，就是排名会这么低嘛。然后我们中间开了很多会吧，然后也有很多比赛的复盘。我觉得我们的情况在慢慢变好。对季后赛的展望就是，首先能拿到猫扑赛的门票，然后其次就是能进决赛吧。就是我们在常规赛输给了 OMG 嘛，然后他们也是一支打团打挺好的队伍，然后这次遇到的话，我们会打回来，就是去赢他们。我觉得我这个夏季赛的表现特别普通吧，然后我觉得3D 这名选手反而是越打越好，然后对上他的话，我觉得就是我尽量减少自己的失误吧。想对3D 选手说的话就是，我觉得我的状态在慢慢的回升，然后希望你在对线的时候不要漏太多破绽给我。
Well, so far, Ala definitely hasn't. It was game 4 of brilliance for him in the top lane, but more so from EDG. Game 4 also included OMG throwing away any chance they had. So that also existed, and honestly, it was a moment of brilliance from Cream.
Hysterics, I've been thinking about for the past 5 minutes on what happened in game 4, and I came up with probably the answer, the solution, the thought behind the player Cream. Perhaps he was thinking he was playing Yone again, so he could dash back from the Kai'Sa ultimate. That makes sense! But the person who didn't hold back in that game 4 was Ala on this Jax, of course, bringing the entire game back through every single flank and opportunity he managed to grab. 7-1. And once again, I need to remind the audience that this game started off with Ala getting a 2-for-0 trade, 1v2 onto the top end jungle of OMG.
Yeah, that's right. It was the Poppy charge into him, or rather into his space, that netted Ala a 6 stun. But, I mean, the 6 stuns followed all game long, and the outplays followed all game long on this Jax. Ala had a great time, as I know we're going to get a quick replay of it as well, because starting in lane, I mean, it was almost after solo kill onto Shanji. And I know we're about to look at this quick flash kitty, you know, this quick moment of like, oh my god.
Oh my god, he kills Shanji, gets level 6, and starts smacking Aki with that ultimate available, and level 3 Poppy is going to drop just like that. But this flash over the wall, an instant counter strike onto 4 or 5 members of OMG also just sealed the deal. This game, EDG was in full control until that first Baron got stolen by Aki on the Poppy. And honestly, the only reason why OMG was able to stay into this game. And the second one even getting snuck underneath EDG's noses. So I feel like although the Jax and the solo lane has honestly had a great game. Everyone had a great game, but them dropping the ball when it came to the late game once again is becoming another issue that they probably have to face in this playoffs run if they want to make it far. Don't look, OMG fans. Dom, close your eyes. Put the champagne away because Cream is just... Look, the problem is I feel like going into this game 5, final game of the series, we have OMG picking blue side. And good fact for all the OMG fans is blue side currently has a 100% win rate so far in this round 2 series. So I feel like they can honestly just run it back, but this time around the Yone is once again going to be taken away by Fofo. So what is he going to show us? I have a feeling potentially Kai'Sa B1 and then the cooking begins.
Yeah, it does indeed, doesn't it? Because Kai'Sa, Tristana, those are the ones that have been high priority so far for the league, right? Last time around, Kitty, it was LeBlanc actually first picked by EDG on that blue side. So I'm curious. I mean, do we start putting the priority of Rel up? Do we start, again, getting early picks of Yone for OMG? There's so many questions. There's so much draft flexibility. And even though some of the drafts have been very interesting to say the least, I think ultimately this series has given us a real definition of what it's like to have very different drafting styles and very different team styles and kind of bring it together outside of draft as well as in.
I feel like, once again, it's not just the draft. EDG in playoffs so far, Ala, Jie and Meiko look like completely different people, to the point where I can't even speak straight. But final draft of the series for tonight begins.
All right, Game 5. We've already experienced OMG chose blue. Every team that's lost has chosen blue for a reason. Tristana's off the board. Shanji's not getting rumbled tonight. Vi away from Arki as well. Kitty, Nico's up. LeBlanc's up. Tristana's up. Oh, not Akali.
Oh, no, I saw Akali and my eyes flashed.
No.
Oh, it's okay. It's going to be the LeBlanc lock-in, but that does mean they trade the Kai'Sa over to Uzi. Honestly, OMG, they can just slam the Xayah and Rel here, and Aki is more than happy to take that Rel matchup, which could also be flexed towards the support and against the Juwani 2 times in a row.
What about Cassante? What about Cassante? Because Rel has been a flex here. Aki's played it. Of course, PP God in the split has played it as well. Aki could pick it up, but Wukong instead coming out here. And then there's Shanji's Cassante. So they're giving over Rel in the 2v2. OMG just have their priorities elsewhere.
Interesting. So this is nerfed Wukong, where he has received a slight nerf in terms of his damage in the early game clear to his E. So we have the Renekton response into Shanji's Cassante. So we're just defaulting to comfort, especially for the side of OMG, with Aki playing the Wukong. And something that stands out to me in particular for this OMG squad is the reason why OMG found so much success in the spring playoffs was through Aki and was through his Wukong. So maybe they want to just go back to what has been working for them in this year so far and kind of disregard the fact that Rel did work for them, but it didn't look great in the early game.
I just love that EDG putting respect on a Game 5 Samira from Abel. Especially since, on 4-5, if EDG are going to pick up their mid, something like the Nico that's still open and available, that it could just enable that Samira Rel to come through. Of course, Kitty, we also forgot to mention that, Ala on something that can deal well in lane feels like a great edge for EDG to play through. Supports are getting taken off from OMG's side, getting rid of the Nautilus here. Rel probably soon to come as Rakan on top of that. And we're going to have a very shrinked pool here for both Mako and PP God. I wonder what's left and available. We might get the Leonas again,
Yeah.
We might get something like the Renatas coming through. Who knows?
We do have Xayah up and available for Abel to pick as that counter. Honestly, what if this is an AP Kai'Sa for Fofo in the mid lane? Who knows? Because they technically do also need someone to counter the static shiv that Kree most likely is going to go. And OMG kind of expanding out the mid lane pool even further, but I feel like getting rid of Nico in the current patch is a bit of an interesting one because she did receive a slight nerf to her ultimate, where that is going to be the reason why she falls off a cliff in terms of priority. But once again, bring it back to what is EDG going to pick. Rel is still up and available. Mako can just lock that in. Although Alistar can be used as a counter, it's not going to be the case.
Okay, running Victor mid for Fofo. I mean, very different angle. This is something, my old mid laner now, in Vertex swore by. He's loving Victor at the moment into a lot of these mage matchups, but LeBlanc, mage assassin. Kitty, it's going to be a different story. Seeing Victor Reznov through mid while Abel picks up Ezreal, and there's that Rel we've been talking about. I mean, draft is not going the way I expected it.
Ezreal paired alongside The Rel is going to be quite the interesting one because I feel like Ezreal doesn't have enough consistent damage in the early levels to really utilize this Rel pick to its full potential, but that is going to be locked in for the side of OMG and EDG. They saved this support counter pick for Mako. Is it going to be the Gragas? Is it going to be the Maokai support that has been finding time in the LCK and the LCS scene as a counter into the Rel with that Bramble Smash? They're considering it.
Gragas is one as well. Gragas is a good counter, but Alistar's also up and available. So what's it going to be? Mako's smiling. In a game 5, we get a Maokai support. What are we cooking up here?
I can see the Maokai support working. You have a root against Ezreal and LeBlanc. So that's just a confirmed CC onto very mobile carries for the side of OMG, but like you said, the Victor getting locked in as that response into the LeBlanc B1 from the side of OMG. I feel like Victor has a relatively even laning matchup up against the LeBlanc. You kind of scale side by side, but you do have the ultimate that does act as a slight silence, I believe, so you can counter the LeBlanc if she goes in. She can't really W back if you play it smart, but once again, it's skill matchup, and all you need in this game 5 is skill because we have so many new champions being introduced into the LPL.
I mean, more so new to the series as well. Like Ezreal, new to the series. The fact we're getting a Wukong here is just, you know, again, crazy for a game 5 when we just shifted to other junglers. Victor coming through as well. It's a game 5 between OMG and EDG, between two of the most historic organizations in the LPL. Two previous world representatives, one world champion, one recent world champion at that. If either of these teams lose this game, they are out. There is no second life. There is no guardian angel, as the Chinese side calls it. They are out. Their chances of making regionals, which is the tournament after finals that decides 3rd and 4th seed at Worlds, is still there. But it is made harder by teams like Weibo, LNG, Top Esports, the winner of this series, their counterpart that goes through and will also be locked into regionals. It makes it so hard for the loser here today to make into regionals themselves. That's why this series is so important. That's why this game is so important. This best of one left standing between OMG and EDG, between Abel and Uzi, between the master and the student, between the old Royal Club 80 carries. After coming back yet again to the league, Uzi has set a precedence. He's had some pop-off games. He's had some crazy games. But Abel in recent form as well. It comes down to this, folks. EDG versus OMG, Game 5.
It's been a long night, Hysterics, but it all comes down to one. We have Ezreal getting locked in for Abel. We have Wukong, Aki defaulting back to his comfort, but this time around, Cream having something a little bit more mobile. Exactly what he excels at when it comes to these games is just what OMG is going to rely on, but this time around, EDG, I feel like the Victor and the Renekton and also the Sejuani in the hands of JJ, they are looking for those explosive 5v5s, especially with Mako saving that counter support position and responding with a Maokai where those Nature's Grasp is going to really ruin OMG's chances in terms of finding tempo.
As you said, you know, seen as a response to Rel at the moment. That and the Gragas, even the Alistar to throw in. I mean, the Alistar definitely a more traditional style of support, but for EDG, pulling out some of these picks off the fringe of a game number 5, as jungler's going to be spotted out, or at least one of them. JJ starting on his red side, up in this top side, while Aki is on blue, but no ward to spot him out yet. So we'll just see how EDG get to tracking him. As also Ala in this Renekton versus K'Sante matchup, which by a lot of pro players has been seen as one of the best matchups at the moment to play, considering that also you can shred shields with Renekton W and absolutely body the laning phase if K'Sante doesn't know how to play it.
time and time again, I will reiterate this point. Renekton should be finding early leads against Cassante. Ala hits level 2, gets the combo off with this Conqueror stacking as well, and that's what you expect out of a good Renekton. The flashes...
PP God crashed down the disrespect in front of a Maokai, who just hit level 2. I think that was also timing. Flash gone. Mako using his own. He doesn't have X-Flash like PP God does, but still, flash for flash.
You see both junglers now pathing towards the bottom side, but OMG, time and time again, you see in the series, they are extremely vulnerable to early aggression, especially on the Sejuani, where he has been extremely impactful in the early game. Or Aki on the other side, we kind of want to see more from him, but given something like the Wukong, the clear is going to be a bit slower compared to the previous patch of Wukong, but once you do hit the Cyclone, I mean, those chokes are going kind of a Wukong's dream to fight in, playing alongside PP God's Magnet Storm as well. They have a bit of a wombo combo. I'm having a brain fart.
A classic?
No. The worrying fact for OMG's comp is that they don't have consistent damage. They rely on Abel hitting every single Q on this Ezreal. You can't just do auto against a Kai'Sa. You also need Cream to be constantly finding little pokes onto the enemy team where this Victor will get eventually shred down. So it kind of counteracts the point of OMG, because you think of the Rel and the Wukong instantly engaging and committing a full-on 5v5, but LeBlanc and Ezreal, they want to play a little bit slower.
Yeah, look, as you said, not consistent DPS. And the fact is that once we get to late game, there's a Sejuani, even a Renekton as a meat shield, the Maokai, as you'd expect, up against Kai'Sa Victor. Think about chokes then. At 30 to 40 minutes in the game, it's going to be a very different story. So, all I can say to you, Kitty, is this feels like we're on a bit of a timer then for OMG, or at least we need to see a bit of pace coming through in the early game. As you said, Cyclone to come in is going to be really important. I think as well, around some of these skirmishes, first couple of fights, PP God syncing up with Aki a little bit here and just giving the free reign for Abel and Cream to play around as they so choose.
Aki's doing the thing again where he's just emoting to see if the enemy laner reacts to his own emotes. He's playing mind games.
What class is Shanji? His jungler's going to get spotted out. JJ now coming in, though. He has not been spotted as Arla. It's a bait in. Shanji flashes away. But Arla gets out with hardly any HP. He's got teleport. So does Shanji. But it is the summoner advantage to EDG have walked away with.
The stakes of this game 5, you see Shanji being a little bit scared. I don't think it was necessary for him to burn the flash there. You had Aki around the corner as well. Ala was way too low to re-engage that, with a huge minion wave also pushing in as well. But like you said, that's -1 flash for the side of OMG, while Aki most likely just gonna path towards the bottom side. Top lane, it should be relatively even once Shanti hits level 6 and he's able to pick up that Bramble Vest, but you kind of do have to help him to get to that stage first.
6 CSing coming out of Arla as well. Teleport going to be burnt in mid too. Shanji topside, Arla topside. Bofo getting a help push out from Mako just to make his first back as well here on this Victor. But note that Cream has been doing pretty well in the lane. He's going to have this full wave to clear and then should be up by 7-8 CS here in mid. So far, good here for Cream, who... Oh, last game, I don't know if you're ever going to live that down. That's like a Jackie Love. I think Jamada said on Twitter, you know, it's like a Jackie Love Game 5 finals moment. It's not the, you know, the same level of competition because that was Top Esports versus JDG in only recent history. And Jackie loves Zeri, ladies and gentlemen. We all know it. We all know Jackie loves Zeri. Cream last game, same feeling. What was he doing? But past that point, not important right now. He's got to redeem himself here in this game as EDG are walking towards Dragon. They've got a numbers disadvantage till Uzi comes in. Shattering Strike's there, but Mako's stat base damage is so high as there's a flash. Arctic Assault. Dragon goes down to OMG, but it's first blood. Over to this Maokai as Cream's next up with a Permafrost. He'll get locked in place. Followed up with a Twisted Advance. Mako gets a double kill on the tree support. And EDG will get a gold advantage to open up this game.
This big tree is absolutely schooling OMG in these skirmishes. Lucky for them, they were able to secure that first Hex Dragon going to their pockets, so they do have an extra 5 minutes if they want to play for the late game. But we take a look at the replay. There's a reason why Mako locked in the Maokai support as that final counter. The Rel pretty much can't play the game, and if Cream goes in accidentally, the root from the Maokai is going to be insane as well. And you also have the Field Force getting dropped by Fofo. It just seemed like a very synergized team fight coming out of the EDG squad. Finally, Mako getting that final root. Bit of a KS, honestly. I would have preferred it going over to Fofo, but is he gonna go for the Radiant Virtue or the Even Shroud is going to be my question for this Game 5.
Or, you know, he is the carry now. So definitely, I mean, it's not solo queue. It's Game 5 of playoffs. We all know we'd love to go something like a Leandri's or something crazy as Maokai support, but of course Mako's not going to do that. As you said, probably looking like that could be the Even Shroud. As a side note, Kitty, Mako almost level 6 as well, so Nature's Grass will just heat up this bottom lane. Also, as another note, Twisted Advance, Nature's Grass gets a stack of second skin for Uzi. So, it's actually a nice duo with the Kai'Sa where you get a free way to ult in.
Until Ezreal gets that Essence Reeve as that first item, we won't see too much damage from this OMG squad. Just quiet, you already see EDG taking full advantage of this and getting that Rift Herald into their pockets while they traded the first dragon. Aki, he's level 6 though. I don't know if he can look because there's double summoners for both Uzi and Mako here.
It's just crazy to me that EDG are getting both sides of the map. As you said, Aki now coming in, but the difference is that EDG already got bot. He's late to this, Kitty. Mako can now get a bit of vision, but he's gone a bit too far. There's the crash down coming in. Uzi trying to outplay it, but PP God as he gets blasted. Uzi still going forward. He's 1v3 at the moment. He has the ult available, goes back into Abel. Got flash under turret, one too many. Abel walks away. Uzi was feeling himself, but in the end, it's a bridge too far.
I saw a world where Uzi trades 2 for 2 there, but the minions block him from getting that final order onto Abel. Now, the Rift Herald gets placed in mid lane for Fofo. That's 4 plates for this Victor to eat down on, but I feel like that was an avoidable play from the side of Mako. You had no right to be face-checking a Tribush.
Just press E!
Just press E, flash of the wall, just get out of this situation. You had no right to be walking up visionless into the enemy jungle when your own jungler secured the Rift Herald without being contested. So Aki had to find something in the bottom side.
I mean, here as well, the voices in the head. The
voices. Minions. The cannon's so fat, it blocked Uzi from trading 2 for 2. That would have been huge.
And look at that, cannon all in the trunk. As he dies in the end. Now, Kitty, the kill does go to Aki. It's a Wukong early. That could be problematic. But still, EDG are ahead. EDG are ahead by, let's do some math, 1,500. So early game still looking good. And bot still in an advantageous position. Herald pushed mid. Fofo got some plating. That's also good. However, now I have to question here as OMG got first dragon. Second one's coming up in a minute. Aki's going to be quite big. I wonder if OMG are going to look for the contest here, Kitty, and play off some of those engage tools that we talked about earlier.
I want Jie to be playing for Uzi this game. We have Kai'Sa vs Ezreal in Game 5, and Kai'Sa is a notorious counter against Ezreal. Every single time, the Kai'Sa can just 100-0 the Ezreal while he needs to work with space and he needs to land those Qs. This time around, Digi, he decided to pop the Rift Herald in the mid lane. I'm assuming he is going to secure this dragon and put extra pressure onto the AD carry of OMG, who doesn't have double summoners, but that could be a loophole for EDG to really start bullying down OMG's early game.
OMG have to walk to lane in full vision. JJ's now come into this picture as PP God and Abel still getting poked out. Another bit of vision that has just gone down as meanwhile, OMG, it's this same play in the choke. Arla's just dead. Every Cassante in the LPL now, Kitty, just pulls them to this little corridor and brings their jungle in.
That's a Cyclone committed from Aki as well. And extra plates into Shanzi's pockets. I'm assuming he also has the Demolish, but this is where the matchup gets evened out with the Bramble Vest getting picked up by Shanzi as well. But look at the zone from Mako and Jie. Abel has had a rough series tonight. I'm gonna be real, not because of just the gap between AD, but just purely because of the presence from jungle and support. On the other hand, Aki, I mean, he is acting a lot better in this final game on the Wukong. He has a Saunders as well, but he needs to bail Abel out a little bit if he wants to even out the early game.
I think Abel, had one good game, but ultimately EDG have been constantly hovering. Bot Jedge has been playing that G mentality. I did not mean that. It's a pure gank Uzi bot over and over and over and over again. EDG now with 2 plates in this said bottom lane will continue ganking over and over and over again. PP God blocking for his 80 carry, but this is turning into a dive. Tanked on up as Mango juggles aggro for the time being, but the teleport comes in, and with a turret shot onto Uzi, he's in trouble. He still has the ulti to reposition as now Mako has to work out how he gets out of there, but Aki and Cream are both here. They'll take him down. And with that turret dive, they pay the cost. Aki now with yet another kill.
EDG too greedy with that dive. They should have just taken PP God and left through the lane, but walking into the jungle of OMG, they get cut off by Cream and Aki, which both the LeBlanc and the Wukong can cheat tempo with their ability to dash over the wall, but at the end, the hero of the moment is Shanty on this K'Sante, finds the kill onto Ala, pushes the wave in, Giga chats it, TPs to the tower, and helps his bottom lane as well. Aki, if you're not going to be able to do it, he's gonna do it. And he saves Abel from this disaster of a lane.
Yeah. Shanji, Aki, and Cream, like, the Avengers are here. Da, 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 da. Abel, that, the one guy in the street about to be crushed by a car, and Captain America comes flying in. What an absolute legend.
Captain America doesn't fly.
I don't know, but he drops in. You know what I mean? He drops in. I don't know, Thor flies in. I've seen it, but it's because Eternals was so garbage. Everything else is out of my mind. One bad movie overrides all the good ones. You know what I mean? Everyone who's seen Eternals has to agree. If you don't, you got no taste. I'm sorry. I'll take that to the grave with me.
After the Endgame from Marvel. I just never watch, unless the Spider-Man movies. Those are pretty good. I highly recommend them, but Eternals, not too sure about that one. Back to the game, though. We do have Rift Herald spawning up in 5 seconds, and EDG, they have all their ultimates. While on the other hand, I mean, I feel like Shanty, he needs to find a great angle to get onto either Fofo and Uzi if they want to find a successful team fight.
EDG can take turret first. That's a gold. That's gold rather pushed back into their pockets, an advantage that they still hold. It's 1,500 that they've maintained. Remember, getting that dragon means that EDG are on a pretty even stake in the objective department as well. Herald going to be taken here, Kitty. Maybe for the second time, as Cream with the static shift is just going to be pushing sides. And we are one item territory for everyone. Please, take it away. I'm ready just for more action because the way Game 4 startled me up, I can't be too slow for too long.
Double Radiant Virtue picked up for the side of EDG as well in terms of Mako on this Maokai support. So that's going to be really interesting. He's going to have extra health in terms of going in and finding those routes onto the important members, right? Abel and Cream are the ones he's kind of staring down at in these team fights. But that's Essence River picked up for Abel, so his life is going to be a lot easier. The huge item is still Manamune for this Ezreal. So OMG, honestly, duck their heads down, wait until the 2-item spike, and then start forcing things. Unless Shanty finds a good angle onto Arlo once again. Because I feel like this matchup, when isolated, if K'Sante is able to find a single lead and get the Bramble, now he has the Thornmail as well, the Renekton's really going to struggle in challenging the K'Sante, and he's just going to tear down at those towers.
With Gold Drinker now up and available, I mean, Arlo's just absorbed so much gold from this top side. JJ now walking in to help up Fofo. Cream is a LeBlanc, though, one of the hardest champions to gank. So this is very optimistic, hoping to land something in the ways of ulti, open up for the Herald. Maybe, just maybe, they time it up with the Dragon coming up in about a minute. It's Mountain, going to be a Mountain Soul. EDG go back towards mid to get priority, while down bot side, I mean, this is happening. Shanji with just a Thornmail outright, trying to take the 1v1.
Cream's looking for a poke onto Jieje though, but this Sejuani is getting played around, leashed around by Cream.
Ulti flash, PP God gets over it. Fofo drops his W, but it doesn't matter. Aki picks up the kill. Abel almost snipes it from downtown, but it is Aki yet again here as EDG plan a bait. I believe Lens, I'm not sure if Lens did see them, but It opens up the top side for Cream to take a turret and put OMG in the lead.
JJ's cracking on the pressure. That flash was unnecessary, especially when you get initially caught out by the side of OMG. I mean, this is great news for OMG fans because the reason why EDG was able to find so many wins and successful early games is through JJ. But this time around, without their own jungler, they're going to start up the Dragon. But I think OMG can contest this.
Well, Teleport's going to show us that, yes, absolutely they can. PP God's Magnet Storm not up and available, though. Arky with no Cyclone. OMG, if they contest this, they are running out of ultimates and abilities. There's no poke to come through, but Cream still over the wall, hit hard by Fofo. The Ignite's there, and Dragon is not snuck under the guise of EDG. Shanji just has to walk away, and that'll be their objective. Trying to contest without those big ultis as well, Kitty. Very ambitious from OMG.
Not too sure what Cream's attempt was on that LeBlanc as well. Diving into 3, but EDG just instantly locking down Cream from having backline access. And that's, like you said, second Dragon going towards EDG. Although they were the ones kind of behind in tempo. Cream TPs doesn't W back. It's so disrespectful from this LeBlanc. Has the fly because I believe Uzi hit his Void Seeker onto this LeBlanc. And he's just in the middle of everyone again.
All right, Cream.
Settle down.
Getting spotlight for some pretty wrong things here. And it's not like this guy is feeling pressure, you know? A lot of casters, a lot of people say like, oh, they're in big situations. They're rookie, but Cream's not a rookie. Not even close anymore. He's been in the LPL long enough, and only last split did he make top 4. This is a potential Worlds contender. That's what a lot of people think. They're number 5. 11-5 was their finish, and with top esports being consistent then inconsistent, some people turn to OMG to be maybe a filler for that 4th spot that we get at the World Championship. But even though this game's not done, there's some moments here in this series that make you think. But I mean, the same can be said for EDG. If EDG win this series, I'm not sure if this team's going to Worlds. Like, it's like I'm not sure if Weibo's going to Worlds. I'd love for all teams, you know, maybe 6 teams that we have in the LPL
Send
to
all
go to
10
Worlds.
teams. Just give
Yeah.
LPL 10 spots.
Oh.
Cream?
I would not send current WE at Worlds, no offense. They are out. I would send RNG to Worlds, because they're also out.
I mean, the problem with these best of 5 series, it's a game of exhaustion at this point, because we've had so many games tonight where you will see these mistakes, micro mistakes, especially coming out of the lane. It's just like that out of JJ.
Okay.
Glacial Prism misses, but the stress is really getting to the players, and we need to remind the audience that this series determines either OMG or EDG securing regional finals.
Regional qualification. Not
Qualification
finals.
finals.
Not finals. Because remember, regional finals is 4th seed at Worlds. So regional finals is like day 4 after we've done finals, after we've done a couple of days. Regional qualification, but further to your point, it will secure a potential for regional finals, right? Like regional finals in the sense that they might have another chance, depending on their seeding, how many championship points they get. It's usually the teams that do well in spring and not too well in summer that are in that elimination match straight off the bat. I remember, I think it was 2020 or 2021, FPX and IG, you know, after winning Worlds with their big rosters, were in that match, and one of them had to go home. And so it's kind of like, you know, EDG could be in that position with JJ, with Arla, like with Mako mainly, and could be in that elimination match. It's still huge, considering that, yeah, you might get the chance at regionals, but it might not be the best chance, even if you're eliminated right now. We're heading towards Baron, though. Trying to get the setup here. OMG have priority first, but EDG a couple of good wards towards the pit.
I'm gonna be real hysterics. OMG have no right whatsoever forcing Baron. They have an Ezreal and they have LeBlanc. They have no damage unless the entirety of EDG are dead, including JJ. So the Dragons are going to be the main objective that both teams are going to play towards. But you already see Cream being a bit of a threat in the side lane, picking up the Dark Harvester as well. Was that flash from Mako? It was, and it didn't connect onto Cream.
Unlucky. I mean, again, this LeBlanc is running them around the end. And fighting to try and kill a LeBlanc, it's so difficult. Mako without the flash, as you said, we're about to see it now on a ward too.
Slow-mo as well. I mean, At least now you know that Mako doesn't have flash, right? With the dragon also spawning in 50 seconds, Cream is most likely going to do a similar play from the previous dragon fight, but this time around, without that insta-engage from the support of EDG, he can potentially get some huge damage onto Uzi and Fofo. We'll have to wait and see because the vision setup is belonging towards EDG right now.
Aki trying to make a play from over the wall to find Uzi, but he's just out of range. It's 25 seconds curved towards the end of that dragon. At least it's spawn. EDG would be heading towards third. As right now, Fofo's backing away. Arla has decided to walk down this path. If OMG find an engage, Arla will be a bit away, but Fofo is now just teleported in. Poking Abel. Cream trying to find an angle. As getting this dragon away from the Renekton, from the Maokai, and better yet, putting it on top of Shanji is a big priority.
Both teams can't lose too many members because that can result into a Baron, but you need Abel landing those Qs if they want to find a successful 5v5. Cream also having the Dark Harvest and Static Shift. Look at the poke.
Cream jumps on in, takes poke. Mako follows him this time. Doesn't need the flashes. The Chaos Storm ripping down, but PB God getting the 3-man Magnet Storm is huge. Watch that Croc though in the backside. Arla taking no damage, bursting down all the same. Mako jumps back in, and Uzi gets all the second skins in the world. They can't kill the Croc, and OMG have been disintegrated.
And you see the 4-man unit of EDG now working their way towards the Baron. No smite available. Aki still 20 seconds from that death timer. But this is the problem with OMG's composition. How do you fight a 5v5 with Ezreal and LeBlanc? The Wukong ended up doing the most damage.
That could have been the fight, Kitty. That could have been the fight that leads EDG into the glory versus top esports. That locks in regional qualification. It's early days, but Baron now picked up. Gold lead now secured. And we look at the fight again as it was all over this dragon as Cream, again, tries to jump in. So ambitious.
This Maokai pick as the final counter for the side of EDG is just making Cream's game unplayable as the LeBlanc. Uzi flies over with her ultimate as well, and I mean, just everyone's forced out because you need Abel on this Ezreal to be doing the damage, but I believe Aki on the Wukong with the Cyclone ended up doing top damage, and that's not what you want to be seeing. You want to be seeing OMG utilizing Cream's ability to get pressure into the side lane and really give over these major objectives until it's too late. I mean, EDG, it was only Soul point, it wasn't Soul, so OMG could have ducked down for another 5 minutes.
But now they can't. Now they're in such a dangerous position. A 4K gold lead as the dive towards mid. It's Uzi straight on in, destroys Abel. Just like the last fight, he has taken charge. The Master puts the student in place as now the base is going to be pushed down as well. EDG with 3 mid, 2 top. Inhibitor turret at 25 minutes is going to drop. And while there is a wave threatening bot side, EDG are threatening double inhibitor off of one fell swoop as there's the Nature's Grass to fly on in. EDG want to try and find the pick that ends the series. But to their dismay, they can't do it yet. Cream jumping in has never scared me more watching a LeBlanc. But for now, EDG will wait for the next wave and use this Baron even further. Already 4,000 on the Baron power play.
Abel did manage to respawn though, but we have 3 items online for Uzi. All he needs to do is hit 2 Void Seekers, the ultimate.
Engage. Cyclone into the backside, but again, no one's touching Uzi. He's just sitting there waiting for second skin. He's got an angle to run on in as PP God's going to be next on the menu. He doesn't need the ulti. The rest of EDG are playing with their food. OMG started this in front of their turret. They tried to make their last hold. But EDG now, with 4 death timers, will be able to do what they came here to do. In a 5-game series with Cream watching, the Master sits the student down and Uzi progresses in this roster that took a chance on the old legend. They now return to stage up against top esports. They'll lock in regional qualification for a shot at Worlds, and they'll knock down OMG in our 5-game banger in round 2.
And with the series going to 5, OMG they are completely devastated, especially with Game 4 being in their hands. They could have been the ones taking the series away from EDG and them being the ones qualifying for the regional qualifiers. But unfortunately, micro mistakes and the exhaustion showing through the players, EDG, they come out on top.
And EDG in a great position. OMG is going to be such a hard run for them to make regionals. We can talk about that shortly, but Uzi elated, naturally, having some great games. Having some moments, yes, but ultimately having some really good games. On the Kaiser, on the Jinx. It is really good to see that there is a man who's been playing League of Legends now for 10 years. You know, I'm not going to compare to Faker because I don't think that's a fair argument. I don't ever think it's a fair conversation. Faker has been at the top of his game insanely for those amount of years. But Uzi coming back after all that time. He's now a father. He's now Papa Uzi. And he still plays some legendary games like that. I mean, hats off to him that the man can still put on the carry pants. But that the whole members, as kiddies, just decided to go to sleep. OMG fan here, apparently.
I am the representation of all OMG fans.
Kitty's been buried.
I'm back. I've revived because, you know, Edward Gaming, more like Edward Dad Gaming, right? Because Uzi, I mean, oh my God. I mean, I'm just the representation of every single OMG fan in shambles to the point where tears are coming out of my eyes and I am crying on the floor, screaming because unfortunately, OMG have been eliminated from the playoffs in round 2. They gave quite the challenge, honestly, going to game 5. And with a lot of spicy draws, right? We had the Ezreal coming in for Abel, but I really feel like at the end, it wasn't the answer.
No, it was not. It definitely wasn't. I think, Kitty, you know, we know decision-making was kind of the story of the series. Like, even though we talk so much about drafts here and sometimes like drafts kind of feeling a little bit strange. Ultimately, it came down to decision-making with people like Cream. I think Cream is an example. Last 2 games really struggled. You know, Abel not having the same impact last 2 games, completely dropping that there as well. We can attribute that to the draft because seeing the Ezreal come out when that team's damage was so limited felt rough. But, well, I mean, that's OMG for you. Sometimes they pull a rabbit out of the hat. Other times, they do not.
Hey, look. Credits to Jie and Moko, that entire 5-game series. They, as a duo together, are really stepping up for playoffs, and I feel like Ala, comparing him to the regular split, he is an absolutely different being, especially in the last fight. I'm not too sure if the audience saw, but Ala flashed in and got a 4-man gore drinker. He was huge in the team fights, but we can't really go without talking about just Uzi being able to finally have this final push on the Kai'Sa, which was given over towards the side of EDG. We have to remind the audience that OMG, they picked LeBlanc, but EDG, they knew this was coming, and the first time in this series, they pick up a win on the red side, and it was through the Maokai support. Yeah. So I feel like a lot of teams are going to take this series and learn that they found the answer to really shutting down this 100% presence champion in the mid lane in the current patch and save that, which people now know it can be Flex's support as well now.
It can indeed. I just love that, you know, Mako in a game 5 is willing to pull it out, but I just love even more so watching this bot side play it out. Abel and PP God struggling through the lane in the majority of games this series, but that's because Jie lived bot. I think Jie feels like the series MVP for EDG because his setup, his engagements were great. I know, Kitty, you'd say Mako as well. I'm happy either. But the supportive members of EDG are what gave agency to Uzi, Fofo, Ala. The reason they did well in certain games was because of Mako and Jie. Like, I'm so glad Mako's been playing well again because regular season, it was rough to watch him in some of the games. But playoffs Mako is a completely different beast.
Absolutely, and you really see the synergy coming through in both Uzi, Mako, and Jie in these team fights in particular. And I feel like someone else that we didn't really mention was how stable Fofo was, surprisingly, in this series, because he is probably the most criticized player we have on the EDG roster, alongside, I believe it was Jie in the summer split. But I'm really glad that Fofo, he had his moment to shine in the series up against WE, and he's kind of continuing the trend where a lot of those worries from the regular split are now dissipating. And I feel like EDG, if they can work off the momentum, it could be the start of a run.
It really could. EDG against Top Esports, though, very different beast. Before we talk about their progression, Kitty, I want to also talk about what's been secured here today. EDG, because of the fact they already had 50 points from Spring, being third in Spring from memory as well, the fact that EDG have locked that in means that the 40 points they now get from guaranteeing top 6 means that EDG will have 110 90 no matter what, which means they will be locked in to regionals. So, OMG on the other end, 30 from Spring. They are now only left with 10. They sit on 40. If Top Esports go any further, I mean, OMG are already in trouble in that regard. If Weibo win, OMG are in trouble. Like, even if NIP win, I don't know how OMG win. I think OMG need to rely. No, but then even then, if NIP win, they get 40. If Weibo win, OMG don't. I think OMG might just be screwed. I think that's the reality.
Unfortunately, I also think that is the end to OMG's run of 2023. Not being able to pick up this final game up against EDG, I mean, I feel like just looking at the possibilities that we have right now in terms of the championship points is just not enough. But comparing them to the results that they were able to grab in the spring playoffs, they managed to get 4th. And it was losing against teams like EDG that brought them down to the double elimination and finally getting kind of taken away by BLG as well as the final period to their journey of spring. But this time around, again, it's EDG stopping their run in the summer playoffs. So these teams, I mean, OMG is definitely a fan favorite, but unfortunately, coming into today's series, they just weren't in shape.
Nah, not at all. And again, look, that series could have gone either way in the end. There are a lot of moments where, like, EDG maybe shouldn't have lost their game number 2, I think it was, Kitty, or game 3. Like, there was a game or two in there where EDG shouldn't have lost, but regardless, it's a game number 4 that OMG should have won. I feel like this could have easily been a 3-1 from OMG. But alas, here we are. Mako with MVP, his second one. By the way, MVP in the regular season, I know it says 2, but it's 2 in playoffs. That's it. Like, he has none from the regular season. He's already picked up 2 in playoffs. It is great to see this man is getting recognition because he didn't get any all year long.
Honestly, I feel like Mako not being able to pick up that MVP in the game 2, the Brom performance was also spectacular coming out of Mako, and really are seeing glimpses of what Mako looked like during his peak. And I'm confident to say that Mako, I feel like if he continues this, he can honestly challenge some of the top teams and make it to the double elimination. But once again, EDG, they have a bit of a weird read on the meta right now. We see the Victor coming in as the mid lane, as the answer into LeBlanc. I feel like, yes, it's a relatively decent counter into LeBlanc in particular, but the games are so fast-paced nowadays where I don't know if it works. So we'll have to wait and see what Fofo's been cooking up for us, because we've had some crazy champions. We've had the Akali incident, the Kaisa incident, and now, honestly, the mid laners were cooking, and they were both Michelin chefs, so the audience are going to bed tonight
I don't know
very
about
well
that.
fed.
I don't know if I don't think they just throw out Michelin stars to anyone. This is not like Rookie versus Faker, where both of them are giving us like a beef Wellington to the perfect medium. I think at times we definitely got some chewy steak. It was just like, man, where is the pastry? Where is the actual Wellington? Ultimately, though, Fofo given some great moments, also taking some of himself on this Victor. But yeah, look, it was a strange series. Strange picks, strange moments, I think, to add in there from what you're alluding to with the Kaiser game number 4. Will never forget Cream doing that because Abel's done that. Abel has gone melee with Gale Force Aphelios. Like, that has been a thing. So
Inspired, perhaps, coming
It's
into that
in the blood.
fourth game. Yeah, in the blood, built into any Kai'Sa player that gets picked up by OMG. But obviously, now with EDG going forward, they will be going up against top esports for, I believe, in 2 days.
Yep, it is on Monday. So tomorrow, of course, is going to be Weibo. We'll talk about that in a second. But on Monday, Top Esports EDG to start the new week. That is going to be interesting because it is Rookie versus Fofo. But I think, more importantly, I think that bottom lane matchup is going to be exciting. Jackie Love versus Uzi. Mark versus Mako. Hell yeah. JJ vs TN, 2 world champion junglers. 2 finals, Scout was finals MVP. 2 world champion junglers is where I'm going to leave that at. As you look at what happened today, hot damn, EDG. Now their run begins.
Hell yes, we have Top Esports waiting for EDG as they advance into the 3rd round of playoffs. But these games executed by EDG, it's been blood, it's been sweat, and a lot of tears. Excitement tears, I'm not too sure, but at least we got to experience Uzi's Vein once again, 2nd time of the summer. However, I feel like Top Esports is going to really give them that challenge when it does come around Monday. But once again, I mean, Jie, Mako, they're in form. Huge positive signs. I just want to see Fofo really shining as well, and that is going to be a guaranteed roster for EDG.
It is indeed. Look, EDG, OMG might be done. Tomorrow is Weibo NIP, though. That is also going to be interesting with Angel versus Xiaohu, 2 old RNG members. But look, the Shy versus Invincible, I don't know. There's a lot of good matchups within. Can Weibo find their first win? As that's all for us. Thank you to Kitty for joining me for tonight. Weibo NIP awaits you tomorrow. It is bye for now, but not forever. Have a good night, and we'll see you tomorrow.